Now, all of you get to play with very good AWPers, right? You've got Zywu, you've got Montage, you've got Shiro, all very good AWP, like some of the most elite level AWPers that we have in the game right now. But they're different styles of AWPers. Like Zywu is probably the biggest in terms of hybrid, I would say. Montage is the flashiest and maybe most aggressive of the bunch. And then Shiro is mechanically very strong, but maybe the most risk adverse in the sense that he's not always going for opening picks. He's more doing the job of an AWPer, more like what Device used to be like. So you get kind of a different spectrum of teams and different spectrums of players. This is why, like, for you, you're the most impactful player in the world. Like that, I think statistically speaking, Donk finds the most impact out of all the players. And then in your team, Zywu has to be one of the more impactful because like the way that the resources are shared, like Flamesy he's a good rifler, he's very good at making space on the T side and everything, but he's not like Donk, he's not like Nico, he's not like Kiyasuke, so there's different balances to things. I guess this just plays into team complexion, so I'm trying to find where I could go with a question with this, but for me, this is why your teams are all kind of structured a little bit differently. Yours has the biggest problem though, doesn't it? You have the most stars packed into one place. Or at least that's what we think is going to happen with Kiyasuke. So your balance is going to be the hardest?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's going to take some time for us to adjust everything. But we were aware of it when we decided to bring him in. We knew that it's going to be a bit messy at the start. But as I said, we believe he's, I don't think we are the only ones that believe that he's probably the biggest
the next Donk.
The next Donk, yeah.
Right? He's the new star.
The new star.
The first Kyosuke.
Okay, the first Kyosuke.
So
okay.
we will do like everything that we can to make him be the best version of himself, and then all the other players, mostly obviously me and Rene, are gonna try to take a step back where we need to, and let him shine, let him do his thing, let him feel the game. We also want him to, we don't want to put him in a position and say this is the best for you as of right now. We want to make sure that he learns the game, how to play on a long term, not just that we don't want to put him like, you know, let's say on some anchor position where it's easy at the start, but we want to make sure that he understands the rotations, everything that comes, you know, it's like the qualities that you need to have as a player if you want to be the best. We want to make sure that he learns things as quickly as possible, not just that he has the easiest time at the start.
Sure.
So it's going to take some time for us to get him up to the speed with everything. But maybe he's just the wonder kid, and he's going to go out and destroy everyone.
Well, this is kind of bringing me to the question here, because like Monacy was in Na'Vi Academy, and then he makes the move over to G2, and he's pretty good straight away, right? Like you appear and you're amazing out the gates, like you blow all the records out of the water. Is Kyosuke, like you know him, I saw you with him yesterday, is he going to be just like you? Is it going to be easy? Like, because you didn't have any problems. It's not like you were like, oh my god, I'm playing in Katowice. Like you weren't like, oh, I'm worried about the stage, I'm feel pressure. You just went, I play Counter-Strike and I shoot the people on the other side. Is Kyosuke like you, do you think?
I hope so. I see that he can do it, to be honest. Like I believe in him, so like he's my good friend, and yeah, I believe in him, and I hope he will do his best.
Okay, it just is. It seems wild though that these like freaks, in the best way, I mean it in the nicest way, can appear back-to-back years almost. Like you've got to play with him now. Is it like
He's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously never got to like play with Donk, not even in the FaZe, so I'd never really seen how they operate on the server, but he's a machine as well. He's really good, and in a way he reminds me a bit of myself. The way I think he doesn't have the exact same playstyle as Donk, where he's just wide-swinging everything. I think he likes to clear angles a little bit more than Donk. I think Donk likes to clear the angle by kind of just wide-swinging and then going back and killing him. I think Maxim likes to just clear angles properly, and then he also has, I don't know, just like when you look at him, just feels like every duel he takes, he has advantage. Like he never takes a bad duel, and I don't know how. Like he's gonna be out of position, but then he's gonna turn the position in his favor when he takes a duel. It's weird. I don't know how to explain, but you just feel like you can never catch him on a wrong foot.
Okay. Does that sound like when you're playing the same thing? You're never in a bad position. You're never taking a bad duel.
I hope so.
What do you think about this? Did you practice against?
Listen, I haven't played him in Falcons yet, I think, but I played him against him when he was at Spirit Academy.
Okay.
And you know, there's many people saying and asking questions if he is the real thing and if he's gonna be as good as Donk, for example. I think many people are doubting him, but from my experience in practice, I've never, or maybe sometimes against Donk as well, like the way I got peaked and the way I died to his peaks. It's like I don't really have a chance in many of the situations. That's how I feel, and I think if you can translate that. If you can translate that into tournaments and official games, why not? So you can definitely be as good as Donk, maybe, you know.
But this is the thing, because from, you know, my side of the table, and when we're talking about Counter-Strike on podcasts or analyst desks or casting, and it's like, you have to go, oh yeah, but it's unlikely they'll just be good straight away, right? Because they have to learn and they have to get used to the LAN environment and everything. And this is why it's so scary if it happens again, right? Can it happen every year? Because there's this Mikaze kid as well who's playing for Na'Vi, and I watched some of his POVs, and I'm like, he looks good, like but he doesn't look like Kyosuke. He doesn't look like Donk. Like he looks good, but he doesn't look like that level. So is this just we've had like a freak patch of time where these two kids have just come out and said, yeah, we're really good, and we just have to deal with that? Or do you think, like, you play FaZe all the time, are there more like freaks of nature in FaZe who next year there's going to be another guy? You got anyone else on your radar?
It's hard to say right now, because like it depends how they develop, like in the teams and academy, and that's it. How they get new information and how they working with it.
So like Spirit Academy is a good structure for talented players, you think?
I think so.
Okay. So the kid who replaced Kisuke on Spirit Academy, do you know him?
Yes.
Does he have similar attributes?
I didn't play with him, but I saw how he's playing, and it feels like he's a good guy. And I think if he's in main academy roster, so he's deserves. So we'll see.
Wait and see. Okay. All right. Well, because this is, for me, is going to be one of the really exciting things about this event. Obviously, the main story is, can Vitality continue to dominate, right? And then under that, it's like Spirit made a change, Falcons made a change. And now it's like, can the changes beat Vitality at the first big event out of the season, right? Do you have a fear factor because of new rosters? Does it make it harder when you don't have as much information? Or is it like everyone is just starting a new season and we see what happens?
Fear factor of who?
Well, like they've both gone for more firepower.
In that sense, no. I think that happens all the time. Obviously, it's special players who they get, so it's different in any case. But I think it's just when we go and play, we will do things as usual, and obviously there's things we will look out for. That's different, but again, like we know it takes other teams time to adjust to changes, and we can also use that to our advantage. But on the other hand, maybe it will catch us by surprise. So it's again, it's all about balance, and yeah.
Well, we did have some balance changes. We did have the update, the big update that's just happened, which is going to have some ramifications. Overpass has just been added to the pool. Now, Falcons banned Anubis, so you could just ban Overpass. You don't have to play it. For you guys, you ban Ancient, so unless you want to pick up Ancient, you have to play Overpass. And Spirit, you guys ban Inferno, so you have to play Overpass as well. But Overpass was where you stomped these boys in Katowice last year, so I don't think there's going to be too many problems there, especially with like Spirit structure. So do we like Overpass coming back? I know you do. You weren't a fan of Anubis.
Yes.
Yeah. So Overpass coming in, do you think it strengthens Spirit's chances?
I think it's a good update for our team.
Okay. So you think it like makes it easier in the Veto, or just a map that you guys are going to have towards the top of your map pool, or what do you think?
It's just one more map where we feel comfortable, and that's it. Like we weren't really confident in our Anubis most of the time, and that's why we didn't like it.
Okay. What about you? Obviously, we said you banned Anubis, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about Overpass, but I think I said it, I don't know where earlier, maybe I had an interview, I cannot even remember now. But I think it's very cool that CS is trying to shuffle the maps a bit more often. I think it's super cool, I think it's exciting for the scene. But I just don't like the fact that they put the exact same map back in the map pool.
You want something different?
Yeah, I would just like something change on the map.
Cash.
Just different meta. No, it doesn't have to be a map. Just they put Overpass as it was, right?
Sure, there's no water, the heaven railing's gone, but it's very basic changes.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not going to shift the meta as far as I know from running around on the map a little bit. So I would just like them to, if they want to make the change already, I would like them to, I don't know.
Be more creative.
Okay. I'm sure they're going to bring Anubis back at some point. Again, I really hope they're not going to just bring it the same as it was. This is my point, but I think it's very cool to have the change. Maybe a little bit more in advance would be a bit better for the teams, but it's gonna be exciting.
Do you think it's an advantage for teams like you who ban it? You don't have to worry about it. Okay, we don't even need to change anything up. We just keep going as we were.
For us, definitely, it's better because other teams have to spend time on it, and we don't. So in that sense, we definitely have advantage. And obviously, it's never nice when you're a new team and then like a new map pop up as well. So you have to have an extra work as well to catch up with other teams. So I would say in that sense we got lucky at this time.
Okay. Well, what about you guys? So you're the best team in the world. Anubis goes out. You guys were decent on Anubis, I'd say.
Yeah. You guys didn't like Anubis, right?
No.
I mean, I think Anubis was as bad as Vertigo.
Really?
Okay, no, not that bad. Come on.
I think don't like Vertigo.
In the end, yes.
Yeah.
We were practicing Vertigo really a lot because we thought the team's gonna pick this map, and we spent a lot of time on it, and I started to love it.
Yeah, but they put you on A though, didn't they?
But we played it 0 times at the major, and I was like frustrated by it.
Okay, and then now Rops is comparing it to being as bad as it is.
Just the way it is, I don't know. I mean, obviously they never made a change to that map, which is surprising, I would say, because the map came out and it's just stayed like that until the end, pretty much.
They just did some clipping changes for nades. That was it.
Yeah, and then I don't know. I just like read the public opinion of the map. They're like, yeah, it's a new map. People are sad it's gone. I'm like, dude, it was a terrible map to play as you know, on a high level CS. I think it's terrible. It's most of the rounds are all the same. I think the executes are all the same. You know, it's obviously different. It's T-sided, but I think, I don't know, it makes it boring. I just had a talk with a guy in my team where, like, I think it's more fun if a map is 50-50. It's incentivizing more exciting gameplay, I think, for the viewers especially. Okay. Because you don't know what to expect in that sense. But yeah, if people want a more T-sided map, it could have been it. But I don't know. I was never a big fan of that. And I think having a more of a 50-50 map is more cool for everyone involved.
Okay. But Overpass is very CT-sided.
We don't know.
True.
No, we don't know.
But it's historically very CT-sided.
It's definitely it's a large map, so I think it's obviously an advantage because the T's always have big rotations to make, and you never can really play good as a pack on that map because you're so separated. But again, I think it will come down to the executions and the way that people take map control and stuff like that. But yes, it is more city-sided, but I think it's a very tactical map as well because you can take a lot of risk but also calculated decisions. So I think in that sense there's just more to experience on a map like Overpass than Anubis, in my opinion, and I think that's nice. And I've been a fan of Overpass throughout time, but I think I also agree with Nico when he said that something
new
could be something new.
Yeah. Okay. Well, a new map's coming out every 6 months, which seems like it's the case. The last 3 post-major scenarios have had map changes. We'll get something new at the end of the year, so it come pretty quick, which also gives you guys something in the break to get to play and focus on, and which is cool. It also stressful because it's meant to be a break, but also quite fun going forward. So yeah, I think Overpass will slow the map pool down a bit because we've got Inferno, Overpass now, so a little bit slower, and then you add Nuke. If we get those 3 in one map pool, it's going to be a nice slow series because the game at the moment feels like it does play quite quick, which is obviously something that they wanted to achieve. Less rounds, breaking of smoke, so, you know, ways to keep rounds moving. But interesting to see how it plays. I watched VP play it the other day, and I was like, it's exactly the same as I remember. Nothing's changed. The exact same meta, essentially. But the other big change with all of this is the economy change. So the CT side, we always know, okay, you win the pistol, you lose the second, 1400 loss, this sucks. Even when it's close, right? You know, you have those rounds where you're winning a 1v1 or a 1v2 and you just have your one guy and he turns around and spawn and he sees 3 of his teammates who don't have enough money to buy and he's like, who am I going to drop? And then there's MP9s and everything like that. You don't have that problem. They're always going to drop you. But now with this buffer, the $50 per kill, a potential for 250 extra per round, you guys have had, a week and a half now to play with it? What are we thinking? Good?
The
bad?
change is good, I think. Yeah,
good.
Very good.
Yeah,
Consensus of good. Okay.
I'm getting in an extra FAMAS on CT side, an extra MP9, even though it's worse.
Yeah.
But you know, you're getting in that extra piece of utility. Also, you know, it's you can feel it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it feels like the CT side is under less pressure?
Definitely. I think the second round is a huge difference now. I feel like you now actually have the advantage.
After winning pistol?
After winning pistol and they plant the bomb, I think now you have.
So do you want to let the T's plant?
I mean, obviously it would be still better if they don't plant, but I feel like now you actually can get good guns, good utility, and you don't always have to make a calculated risk from the very beginning, you know, that you have to go for something and you stick to it. So I like the change. I think it's going to be good for the city size, definitely.
What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, it's a good update. Just now T's won't have an advantage when they plant the bomb. Like you have like 3 or 4 M4s at the core riflers, I would say, at the mid, and yeah, anchors should play with the MP9s to keep the nades. So, but it won't be the situation when T side has better guns than CT side because of this buff. So I think it's fair.
Okay, do you guys think that it will create any unique economy or saving or exits that you do?
100%. We all experienced in practice where people like would save in pistol round, for example, to not give you kills.
Oh, okay. On the T side.
Yeah. Like when we were CT, they would like run away or something where they would not give us kills or something.
Okay. Damn. All right.
I don't know, it was weird.
Yeah, that does sound weird.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting one is the small buffer when you're on city side and you have just $50 from an op.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you need to have one kill to get an op.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's gonna be really sick. That's gonna be really sick.
So you might. Right. So that's one of the things we'll have to keep an eye on, right? In terms of, can that make the difference? The AWP coming out in the next round. Okay. Yeah, because that's one of the things when I'm casting, I like to focus on a lot is the economy, because it's like if you don't have weapons, you don't have utility, you have less options, right? It makes the game so much harder. But yeah, this change, you look at it, if you're winning, you just have a bigger buffer. It feels like you're under less stress of getting broken. But in the close moments, that extra flash or that extra upgrade that you can get, it does make a big difference, because one of the things in the modern game is how good teams have become with, we save one rifle or we have one M4, right? How much can we get out of that one gun? It's so much better today than it ever was, right? If you had one rifle back in the olden days, it's like, well, we're still going to lose the round. Today, it's like you have one rifle, you have a couple of 5.7s, it's like, they can win this. Like they can win this. So it just feels like more options overall. So everyone's happy. That's good. This is the first time I think everyone's happy with an update. Like, this is crazy. Valve must be celebrating in the office. It's a good day. And it's something new. They didn't change like the current, like the loss bonus. They just changed. They brought in a whole new thing. So, all right, everyone's happy. That's cool. Nice.
Yeah. You will see a lot of exit frags.
Look, well, hey, at least that makes the end of the rounds more exciting, right?
Yes.
Which is one of the problems, too much saving. That's one of the problems with Counter-Strike from a viewer perspective. Okay, and then in terms of the MP9, you said it's worse. Right? I imagine you're not using the MP9 a lot.
Sometimes.
Actually, you should look at this.
Sometimes.
How often does Donk use the MP9? I reckon very rare. Get him the AK, let him go. You were using the MP9 a lot though, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna go UMP? I've seen a lot more UMPs coming out.
Actually, it was a funny thing. For some reason, I just had, because UMP is cheaper by $50.
Yes.
It's 1,200 exactly, and the MP9 is 1,250.
Okay.
And then in the second buy round, I got the bonus money, and I have just enough for UMP Kevlar, but not MP9 Kevlar.
Ah.
So like that's also an interesting thing. Yeah, I think the MP9 is I mean, in terms of the damage, I think it's going to be the same. Just get used to the recoil. It is worse. And I think too, if you have the money, definitely will prioritize the FAMAS. I think FAMAS will be the superior, sort of a low buy budget weapon if you have that kind of economy. But I think just have to test a little bit the MP9 because the recoil is tougher.
Okay. You don't strike me as a man using the MP9 too much. I feel like you just go Deagle, mate.
No, yeah, I mean, I haven't used too much of an MP9, but it was strong. It was super strong, and obviously I started using it more and more, but it is worse now, I could tell. So, but UMP, I was a big fan of UMP before as well, so I think I want to give it a shot for UMP.
Okay.
I don't know, just Deagle sometimes now in CS2
it's not hidden.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It can be hard.
Because I've seen some, like, obviously Nertz is an MP7 guy. You never see any MP5. MP5 super rare. Like, a couple of players buy, and I think, are they trolling?
It's just too expensive for what you get.
Yeah, well, it sounds cool. That's about it. That's about all you get from it. But yeah, I feel like, this change promotes a lot of other cool things. So it's going to be nice to see more of it at Cologne. We've only had 2 days of play here, right? And it's not the top team so far. We're lacking the big names like you guys. You see this FaZe change that happened. You guys all have a bit more information of what's going on behind the scenes than I do. What do we think about this FaZe change with just Brokey coming back? I see a big smile on Donk's face.
Let Robin talk.
I mean, I obviously know things that's maybe the public shouldn't. So
tell us.
That's exactly why I won't. But I think it was just a tough time for Brokey mainly, and I think he knows best himself why that was done, that he was benched just before the major, given some time off. You see he's in shape.
Yep.
His man has lost a lot of weight and he's looking really good, and just most important is that he's happy. I think I don't think the team was happy when they were playing the last few months of him before they benched him. There was a lot of probably stress and like issues just within the chemistry, I think, side. So I think that's just the main thing that they're working on, and I think something like this could bring it back.
So you think that this is not just a stopgap? This could actually work? Like FaZe can be competitive again? Because the top 5, I think, is pretty straightforward, right? It's you guys, Spirit. This is in no particular order. You're number 1. Everybody else we can talk about. You guys, Spirit, Mouz, Falcons, Mongols.
Yeah, it's a tough job. Obviously, just to break into the top 5 currently is tough. And when you're having a tough season, the previous one, you're not feeling the best, obviously. So I think it all starts with one tournament. I think if they get one good result, they can build on that. But getting there is hard, and I think that's what they just need to focus on. I don't know what their future plans are, definitely, but for now, I think they can get a good result and perhaps build on that as well.
Okay. I think from a community perspective, it's pretty underwhelming. People look at it and go, this is FaZe Clan, right? And it's the same team as it was before the major without Simple now. It's like, it doesn't feel as exciting. And I don't know, I feel like you're obviously friends with a lot of players within that team, and you've played with a lot of those guys before as well. But are you afraid of FaZe?
I think you're always afraid of FaZe.
Okay.
Whenever you play them, you never think it's gonna be an easy game, because they can always play insane, but they can sometimes play not so well lately. But for me, I think Brocky was never an issue on the team. I think they just had to replace someone just to get something fresh in the team, so they feel a bit of new energy coming in. But I think for this lineup to work, I think a lot needs to come down to Elige, in my opinion. I think he needs to be the man that is leading them in the round. He needs to be getting entries. He needs to be trading. He needs to be the pillar of the team, in my opinion, if they want to make it work.
Okay. So I guess they gave him a lot of key positions as well, right?
They did. So I think it's just down to him to deliver, in my opinion. At least that's how I see it, like watching them. I feel like they just lack someone. They obviously put Frozen in Robin's role, but he's not Robin. No, not even close. But Frozen is still playing good, but I feel like he's not the difference maker sometimes in the rounds that they play. And I just feel like Elige needs to be that guy. Like, he needs to be the Elige that he was in Complexity somehow. I don't know how, but he needs to be that player.
Okay. What do you think, Dong? You nodded along?
Yeah, I agree with Nico. Like, depends how Elige will perform. That's it.
All on Elige.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. He's. I watched the Nuke game they played yesterday. They only played a couple of CT-sided rounds, but Rain was more outside focused. Elige was starting lower, which I was on and was like, okay, did they put Rain back outside and now Elige is playing main guy? Like, I'm curious if they've made some changes. So, like, Rain lost a lot of his spots, but Rain's like the GOAT teammate. Everybody seems to say that, Rain's the guy who does whatever he needs to do. So, it'd be interesting to see the evolution there of FaZe. Now, look, let me get on my phone. I made my notes digitally, so I need to see what else I wrote down here to ask questions about. Okay, we did that one. Okay. So one of the things that I was meant to bring this up before when we were talking more about, the game and the evolution and the different players and stages of things. But I want to start with you here because I'm curious to see if you've felt this change. Obviously, you need the mouse and the keyboard to play Counter-Strike, but with the peaks and the angle management and everything like that, it feels like in the modern game, the keyboard side of things is now equally as important in terms of your mouse and your sensitivity and everything, right? Do you feel like you need to put more focus on your keyboard micro these days than ever before in terms of like your jiggles and all the micro like that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can see that players like Dunk, Maxim, and Ilya as well. I think a lot of their qualities comes within the movement, the way they move.
But it seems so subtle, though, doesn't it?
I don't know how they do it. I didn't figure it out, but I think it just makes them harder to kill.
Yeah.
So obviously the movement is a huge part in CS2, and I've been talking always with my teammates about it. Like, if you are spectating me, tell me like what I'm doing wrong, how I should move better, how I should Y swing better. Because for me, it's still natural to clear angle by angle, So I'm always looking for an improvement. I don't think this comes necessarily within the gear. It's just a lot in the mind, I would say. But I think the CS2 has shifted a meta a lot towards the movement, and it just kind of it's not even about you killing the guy, it's like you denying them to kill you.
Sure, to give you that chance.
Yes,
to then,
exactly. So if you just kind of survive for this half a second, and if you have sharp aim, like it's so easy to like just skip his crosshair, and then you just like go and you kill him immediately. I think this is what they are doing mostly, and this is something that I would like to, you know, implement and improve on, but it's just so hard to kind of get out of the my own habits that I've been using for I don't know how many years.
But this is the thing though, right? Like, because what you're talking about seems so intuitive when you watch them do it, but then to implement it, you have to think about it a lot. But do you, because there's some of the stuff that gets highlighted, for example, when you swing and then you take the jewel, but you tap crouch, but you don't actually fully crouch, you know, but your model definitely bobs a little bit and you're like dodging the first bullet and then you're accurate and then you're moving again, or the donk slide as it's being called. Are these things that you consciously, as a Counter-Strike player, thought about, or it's just what you do?
So it's all began from the like start of my career that I was playing at the 100 ping in CS:GO, and that I do not have advantage in anything. I cannot pick because people if holding me with 5 ping, I cannot kill him, and I need to find something to like to get me advantage in some duels. So I was trying some stuff, and I understood that I cannot pre-fire, I cannot like pick some angle, because 5 pin guy just one tapping me all the time, and so I find a way how to pick and how I can kill the guy who has advantage over me.
So that's this movement that we're talking about.
Yes.
So you consciously thought about it, or you would just play and you would try and do different things?
Yeah, I was playing and doing different things.
Okay. So you know that by doing that, you've completely redefined the way that Counter-Strike is played, right?
So all I need is 100 ping.
But now you're doing it on LAN with 5 ping, with 1 ping. And it works.
Yeah, because I think it's just a habit, and it's new for everything, for everyone, I mean.
Do you think people can counter it? Or is there a way to counter it? You don't have to tell us, but if you're doing it, you know what the answer is to beat it better than anybody.
I think you can counter everything. You just need to be just faster, I would say.
Okay.
And that's it.
The hardest part, just be quicker.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
The road to Lanxess is getting narrower and narrower, but for 4 teams, they can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm talking about the likes of Vitality, having bested both Astralis and G2, and Zywoo looking hungry to defend that trophy. Alongside the likes of Mouz, Yimfa and Exertion also returning to the Lanxess, having beaten Na'Vi just yesterday. For some squads, no Lanxess on the horizon. The likes of Liquid, Heroic, but most shockingly Falcons. A disaster versus Furia yesterday, and Kiyosuke, his first foray in the Falcons jersey, ending in defeat. That tees up the opportunity for the final 2 teams to be making it through today. But for some squads, it is going to require a double header. The likes of Na'Vi versus NIP, Aurora versus FaZe. A win in the early stage does not guarantee a spot in the top 6. The winner will be having to play later again today. The final 2 teams battling for that spot, Furia versus G2, also going down later on today. It's truly do or die at the Intel Extreme Masters 2025.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters. Welcome to another day of the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. The final day of Stage 2, final day of the group stages before we move into the playoffs. 2 more spots left open for teams to book a ticket into the Lanxess Arena. We're going to figure that out today. We got a lot going on. There was a Counter-Strike update last night.
Some people might say day 2.
Some people might say day 2. None of them are at this desk, though, thankfully. None of them are here.
Not today.
We did stay up late last night, though, Jason.
Yeah, we had some
diving
games.
into the update.
Yeah.
We won't talk about the matches themselves.
No.
The severe embarrassment. I don't think Yanko would quite believe it. He might have to end the segment right here and now. But yeah, a lot happened last night. Valve decided to get everybody very upset. Look, if you care about the animations, you're caring about the wrong things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the animations are whatever. They were cool. They
and
were
they'll
fun.
be fixed, right? There's some bugs with them. They look a little bit silly. They're a little bit goofy at the moment.
Yeah.
They'll be fixed, and it's for a better cause. It's to do with, I don't know.
But keep looking at your animations.
Networking,
Make it
Exactly.
easier. Make it easier for me to frag you.
What we should care about, the map changes, drastic ones to Train, and slight ones to Inferno, very minor ones to Overpass. Those
Dogtown was updated to the latest version.
of course, we don't care about that. The other big ones, though, that we should kind of sound the alarm. Is that a song? I don't know. Either way.
Did a whole song thing.
Yeah,
right?
felt like it. The movement stuff, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that the like hops have been nerfed. I hope that's not intentional. The whole not with the overloading of commands within a certain tick. I don't like that.
There's been a lot of bugs that have popped up, so it's hard to tell which is
Intended.
and which is
Also,
not.
hopefully you can't actually stab yourself in the crotch.
Yeah, did you not see that on Reddit?
That's very
No,
painful.
you can stab yourself in the crotch.
Yeah, but it's all animation based, so we don't really care about that unless the
Okay.
cosmetics are actually interfering with the gameplay. It doesn't really matter. But the bugs like the bomb disappearing,
I think
that's
that
not
was
great.
wasn't that the wasn't that like what they alluded to though with the announcement of like this whole like animation change is also causing some network stutters, that it's an old animation, now we're gonna start updating it in a bigger project. I don't know what it all means.
I read the patch notes like 100 times, and I'm still having a tough time getting to it. But either way, we're migrating from an old animation system to a new one that hopefully has better network.
Makes everything better.
Hopefully, in the future, one day.
Hopefully, allegedly, right? Not going to be used.
It's a baseless
event.
A baseless statement.
So not really super important.
At least not
for
today.
us.
Another important thing that came out though yesterday as well, breaking news, Simple has found a team. Simple, Dobby is free, as he said, and he has joined BC Game.
Did they give him a sock as payment? Because what happened there, right?
Yeah, I hope someone threw a sock at him. That's a funny thing to have play out in my head.
I feel like he's worth more than a sock.
Simple, Nexa,
too.
Prime Tabs, and Tatsanito coming at you to conquer the world. No, but I think, honestly, I love it for Simple because
I do too.
2 things. He didn't get a lot of reps in CS2. That's one. And second, you know, he hasn't been grinding the game, and then we don't know how serious he is about competing. And this move sort of, at least the move itself, shows you that he just wants to play. He just wants to compete. He just wants to get reps, get officials under his belt. And I think that's awesome. I think that's what he needs. Simple was at his peak when he was grinding the game. And I think whether it's until the end of the season, if he showcases his commitment, right, if he can show a good level, I think he'll have a plethora of offers from bigger organizations.
It's a statement of intent, right? It's one we didn't get for the last year leading into the major with FaZe, leading into the stand-in situations with Falcons. It's the intent of him saying, I just want to play, I want to come back, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get there, and he's found a project that he can get started with.
It'd be interesting to see what changes that BC Game make to around Simple, right? Like how much do they really want to have a good team? Because you're going to need to make changes, right? The names that Yanko mentioned are not going to be good enough to make this a top 20 Counter-Strike team within the world, right? Simple could go hard carry mode, which would be great to see. Imagine if he rolls back the years and it's like Na'Vi with Zeus and Edward, where he's put 4 other guys in the backpack. That would be great because that would be a spectacle.
Yeah.
But in terms of the direction of this, I think BC Game's intent as an organization, this is wild. This is so unexpected. It's not like one of the top organizations in the Counter-Strike hemisphere picked up Simple. It is BC bloody Game.
And I think what's cool about it is it puts the microscope on them to say, you know, if he puts out in his tweet, they want to build a world-class team, they want to build a world-beating team. Okay, let's see you do it.
Both are hard.
Yeah, both are very difficult. But do you think the changes come now, or do you think the changes come like 6 months from now when Simple's shown he's got some game back?
Slowly over the next 6 months, I reckon. You know, because they need another piece. Then they have 4 players.
Yeah, and also, I mean, they haven't qualified for anything. They're not up in the VRS, so who wants to really join without the opportunity to play a bunch of tournaments?
Can we give a little bit of a candle for our boy Nuke?
Yeah.
He's been replaced by...
He's already on the bench.
I know, but he's been replaced by Device. Now he's been replaced by Simple. That's a harsh thing to go about.
No, he was
Also,
already on the bench.
Burmilov,
I won't have a bar of it.
Fnatic.
Yeah, you don't like that?
He was already on the bench. Let's not act like it was...
Maybe this was a move in the making, you know? behind the scenes.
Maybe he was benched because of this.
Come on now, guys. Can we talk about something a little bit more serious?
We're gonna get into it's Cologne. It's the final day of the group stage, so we're gonna get into the bracket. We're gonna get into the games that we have today. Stage 2.
Day 2.
Day 2. This is the B stream schedule. Aurora taking on FaZe Clan. Loser is eliminated. Winner will play again later on in the day. Mouz versus Spirit. Winner to semis, loser to quarterfinals. And G2 versus Furia. Winner to quarters, loser is eliminated. So different stakes across the day.
Yeah, that's the key right there. That not all these matches are the same, right? Mouz and Spirit are already in the Lanxess, and that's the same for Vitality and the Mongols, who'll be going down in the same time slot on that A stream. So today, these opening games, the ones that will be played simultaneously, we'll be covering Na'Vi versus NIP. They'll be playing against the winner of that FaZe Aurora game. We've already had FaZe versus Na'Vi, so if we get that as a rematch, I'll be interested to see if FaZe are able to put up more of a fight than they did last time around.
I think they should have beat him the last time around from talking.
Carrigan had a lot to say about that, didn't he?
Yep.
So, yeah, look, we've got seeding games, and we've got the gauntlet to run for these lower brackets for both Group A and B. I'm excited to see the rematch between G2 and Furia as well, because Furia sending home Falcons yesterday has helped out the Counter-Strike world.
Oh, man, Maladoy looked so good yesterday.
We don't have to worry about how to say Kiyosuke's name anymore.
That's true, and it does feel like the, and we'll see. Na'Vi NIP is interesting. I wouldn't put this beyond NIP. I think they have actually a very good chance against Na'Vi in this particular matchup. We'll get into that a little bit later. Aurora playing with a standing against FaZe, that's going to be tough.
Yeah.
But for the whole, Falcons getting eliminated, I think once you see how this tournament went, obviously focus on Kiyosuke. I think Apex and Vitality are just like very, very thankful to Falcons that they got him. Instead of him going to Spirit. Can you imagine him with the Donk and Shiro on that lineup?
Yeah, well, look, Zwei hasn't had the best start in the Spirit jersey so far. However, Spirit are in the Lanxess. So
Donk got like 80 kills last night, so like how many kills are there really to go around for our boys' way?
Well, at least not go negative.
True.
So, look,
it's a low bar.
It's still very early, but this whole Falcons scenario, the only way that Falcons can find any vindication, which they can't even do that's on a hope and a prayer. And whether you agree with this or I agree with this or not, the community sentiment on this team is anything short of the trophy lift is a failure for Falcons, right?
Yeah.
Like, a realistic expectation for people going and just looking at the 5 players in the server and the change of player, that's not what happens. We don't do that. We go, this is Falcons. They spend a lot of money. They have some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. Monacy didn't play well. Nico didn't play well, right? All the labels are tested to them.
It's not even that. I mean, yes, Nico had his worst tournament, but they looked the worst as a team, I think, this year at this tournament. Like their macro, their rounds with advantages, their T side, like there's so many that's just like, brother. So I think for Falcons, like, you don't necessarily care about the start of the season, but there's not a lot of, like, you need to get that out of the way in the next like month or two, because I don't think you can give them, let's wait 9 months for them to become good. No, you have to be, reach your A game sort of by the time the major comes around.
But this is the thing, right? You sit there and we say that about Falcons, and I definitely expect to see growth throughout the season. But then you look at G2, and they've been playing very well.
Yeah.
They look very good. And they beat 3D Max 2-0 yesterday, which, you're not shouting that from the rooftops in Cologne, but it was convincing victories. The matches weren't close. And 3D Max is a team who is kind of, there is your limit tester. Are you good enough to even get close to those playoffs? And 3D Max will punish you if you're not. And G2 walked past them. They didn't have any issues. I'm loving the fact with Hunter as the in-game leader seems to be working well. Mattis is putting his individual ability on display, getting moments from all of the riflers in the team. So G2, I'm excited to see how far this team can go.
Even had Taz for a call-in to give them a more motivational speech. That was great. And I think you look at these lower brackets, whoever makes it into the playoffs, I'm not mad. There's a cool storyline about whichever of these teams. Aurora will be the only one that's like with a stand-in, so that would be awkward, but that's why you have a hard time seeing them actually make it into the playoffs. So yeah, we'll have a great bracket no matter what.
I think for Aurora, the unfortunate thing is obviously Zantara's not being here, but last season they made every single playoff of every single event they went to besides the major.
And if
they start off this season not making it, and obviously this one has the asterisk, that kind of is a bit of a gut punch. They were making so much noise yesterday, it was starting to tilt that a donk. He actually yelled back, told them to shut the fudge up. So that was quite
fun. We're getting very loud on round 3.
But they were trying to tilt him.
I know.
That's what I do.
Well, how'd that work?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, he ended up being 21-3 on CT side Nuke with a 3.38 rating. He had almost 100 ADR more than his next teammate. Yeah. I've never seen that.
It's pretty
I've never seen that in my life. He had 156 ADR and next was Shiro with 59.
Just crazy.
That's absolutely mad. I can't remember ever seeing such a hard carry performance from a player.
It's just the way he was like, just the way he was playing in that game was just like standing in the open waiting for the fight. He was just like, I'm not scared of any fight no matter where it comes from.
If you just watch that without the names, you think that guy is cheating. Like the way he's connecting to people through the smoke.
People at home probably do.
The way his spray is, how accurate it is, how great he is at reading the game and everything. Like it was just mental. Just
it looks casual though. That's the thing that's scary about Donk. He's not straining to get to that point, is he? Make sure, boys, when you do the pre-match, that you wish Emma a happy birthday.
Oh, it's Emma's birthday?
He's turned 26 today.
Okay, I would shout it at him, but he's kind of far away.
Let's focus.
Maybe as a gift, his teammates could do something today, because yesterday he
was in hard carry.
He did his best Donk impersonation yesterday. It didn't help.
Mirage was great. Nuke was still very good. Wonderful was getting in the mix there as well. So look, if Na'Vi are able to run this, there you go. Oh, look at it. Getting a birthday cake. So yeah, happy birthday to Emma.
He looks like everyone else who gets happy birthday sung to them. As nobody wants to be here. I don't want to be here. Please stop singing.
Now the performance coach runs in, pushes the cake away. No sugar for you before the game.
And they go, oh, here's your gift. You have to win 2 best of 3s today.
Yeah, congratulations. I hope you got a good night's sleep.
Yeah, you're going to have one game, then you have a break, then you'll have another. And they're going to be high-intensity matches of Counter-Strike, so best of luck with that. But we'll see how they go. Also, Joe Miller's birthday today.
Joe Miller's.
Commentary space.
Oh, Joe, don't call me Joe Miller. Joe Miller.
Yeah, so Joey.
Wish him a happy birthday.
As well. Gentlemen.
Yes.
Yeah, you got anything? No?
I don't know.
Okay, perfect. All right. I guess let's touch on some of the guys we have in this first matchup we have. I know we were going to talk about it a little bit in the pregame, but we got all the new players coming into the teams. Mirage versus Kaspersky in terms of what they're adding to their teams. Kaspersky seems to be a very, very efficient fragger, a little bit more aggressive.
Up and down, I think.
Yeah, this tournament's been a little bit rough.
But I think you also see that he's had tier 1 experience. Right? Even the time on Ends has helped. He was on NIP Academy before, went to Ends, now back to the NIP main roster. And he's definitely had impact in stage 1 in some of the games that's been seeing for Makazi. It's been a little bit of a, slower ride,
which is to be expected. The better teams are here.
They also had to play Mouz, right? Like you can, not many teams are going to find the success against Mouz with the way they've been playing in Cologne. So I think you just want to see more games, right? And once those first couple of games pass and he settles in, how much can he contribute to this Na'Vi team?
Well, you've said the magic words, Yanko. You've said the magic word, which is more games, because we're going to head off to a break, and when we come back, we're going to get more games.
Because I said gentlemen and then awkwardly paused?
Yeah, it was kind of. The producer was just like, Fred Buttons.
Get this guy out of here.
Before we do leave, however, before we do send this off to a break, remember that Krakow is coming. IEM Krakow, new event next year. You can get your tickets, esl.gg/Krakow. Check it out there, because they're going to be on sale. Come join us in a new city for more Counter-Strike. We'll be right back after the break.
Polska górą.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Right, that's the shot. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Elise, just want to be touching on the game yesterday versus Liquid, because that looked commanding from FaZe. Why do you feel like you guys were so comfortable in that game yesterday?
I felt that we were just one step ahead the whole time. I felt they were really active, and we kind of knew like the pace that they were going the whole time, and we were kind of just like waiting them out and getting the kills on their reaggression. So I think that we were just overall in command of the game the whole time.
You had a really nice quote the other day where you said the belief is back in FaZe. How do you feel like that's actually translated on the server? Like, is there anything tangible that you can see happening that maybe wasn't happening before?
Well, I would say that it's more of just like decisiveness. I think that before, in like the first part of the year, we were more just like indecisive. We weren't like playing off each other as well. There was more, you know, not as much like ping pong as Finn likes to say, like off of each other of like what we're going to do in like those tense moments. And I think that we're closing them out a little bit more now. I don't think that it's, 100% all, perfect now. We've only really beaten Liquid and Big, so we still have like a long ways to go. But I think that overall it's better signs that we had before, and we're already like winning more of the rounds that we should.
Tell me about your opponents today then. Aurora, they've had a slight roster change, bringing xCloud back into the mix. Anything that you're particularly looking out for in them as opponents?
Well, Xantares is obviously like a really big piece for them, and that was definitely like something that we thought about like going into the Veto of how big of a piece he is on some of the maps where he has like a little bit more sway on the rounds. There's not really too much like anti that we can do. They've only played a couple maps here, and we don't play train, so that map is just excluded from the anti. But overall, I think that we just have to play how we did yesterday. And whatever things that they're missing from not having Xantares, I mean, they had like a boot camp coming into this, so they had some time as well. So I think it's just going to be whoever is just more decisive in these key moments and winning the rounds that we need to.
Just as a side note, because you mentioned kind of the logics behind the map veto, how much influence do you have on deciding what maps are going to be in the mix?
I'd say it's all pretty equal. I mean, obviously, Finn has most of the say because he's like the caller. I think that's how it should be. I think whoever is, the IGL of the team should have the most weight because, they're the ones that have to be comfortable calling on the map and, dictating the pace that they want to do. But we usually just talk about it as a team, and like whatever like the majority says, Finn has a little bit more weight, then it kind of just goes like that.
Thank you so much, Alish. Good luck in the game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome in here. Final day of the groups for IEM Cologne 2025. Only a couple of spots available. We do have quite a few games going on. There's a few seeding games and things like that happening, but we kick off with the Cutthroat game, of course. It will be this first round today of the lower bracket. There's going to be another round of it on the Group B side of things to decide who goes in. So a good couple of games here. And again, the heartbreak, as always, with Cologne. We saw some pretty big names dropping yesterday. I think Falcon's kind of the key one for sure, that everyone will be I don't know, maybe quietly happy, quietly disappointed, depends on whose side you're on at the end of the day. But everybody on the Falcon side disappointed, not good enough, not happy, and indeed it's a short tournament for them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, credit to Furia, right? I mean, the way in which they approached that, they looked pretty damn fantastic. Of course, this is the bracket of sort of how we've got where we are. G2, big win over 3D Max. I think it's worth mentioning that they actually did look very, very solid there. Credit to them as well. I think another one that feels like a big upset in this tournament is Astralis going out, right? I mean, Furia, the sort of scalps they've taken actually in this lower bracket, really, really impressive. So credit to them. That's two teams that I thought really would have made it at least past them, if not actually in towards the next stage as well. And of course, well, here we are. So that's how Group A has panned out as well. We do also have a Group B as well to kind of get a little bit more of a clear idea of where we are. Of course, we're in that lower bracket, round 2 in a way, semi-final, whatever you want to call it. It's Aurora, FaZe Clan, simultaneously Na'Vi taking on NIP as well. Of course, picked up another win over Heroic that we had the pleasure of casting yesterday. FaZe, pretty confident win over Liquid as well, so they're hoping to kind of use that moving forward. And Aurora, I lost the Spirit, but fair enough, it's Spirit, and with Donk playing as well as he did, what can you actually do? There's not many teams, if any teams right now, that can stop Donk playing as well as he did. So this sort of lower bracket semi that we've got here, very, very interesting. Two sides that I think are still full of confidence, and which is especially kind of credit to Aurora, with having a standard and not having Xantares.
Yeah, it is very true, and I think they kind of just have to watch themselves a little bit. That Spirit game, pretty rough for a couple of the players, especially Woxic, I would say, is kind of the key guy that gets locked out of that game. So, they just have to be a bit careful here, I think, because they don't have the bailout of Xantares as they would usually have. Speaking of, here's a little bit of a comparison here, the head-to-head of those AWPers. Brokey back in the saddle? Question mark. I mean, I think it's still difficult, right? Because it's like they got rid of him, then they brought him back in. Was it a personal decision? Was it they didn't really have any other options? And, we hear things about FaZe and where their finances are and things. So it's a little bit of an interesting kind of move to see him be benched and then come back in. But on the other side, I mean, Woxit, we've seen high highs and low lows from this guy so far at Cologne.
Well, yeah, I think without Zantares, they're really going to be relying on him to put up some good numbers as well. And if Broky's having these inconsistencies still in his game that, of course, led to him being benched, then, you know, that's where Woxit's got to step up. You know, with the absence of somebody as important as Antares, you're looking at kind of Woxit, of course, but then also maybe, you know, your Jotas, your Acadias, you also can put up really good numbers in their own regard. They've got to take a lot of owners here. This rifling core is still quite exciting for Aurora. You know, if Exile's stepping in, this is still a guy that I don't even know why he was benched by Heroic, if I'm being completely frank, right? And I think so far as well, you know, the tail end of his career in towards this tournament, still showing bits of those signs. Of course, as it stands, it's hard to really put the numbers up, and he's not playing those roles that he would kind of traditionally like to, but I still think he's been holding his own in what has been some slightly uncomfortable matches. And I think this is a really good opportunity for X-Cloud individually to prove and say, you know, I shouldn't have been benched, right? I think you made the wrong decision. And, you know, he was even talking in an interview with HLTV saying, I don't even know why I was benched. I wasn't given a reason. And, you know, whether that's true or not, it is still quite interesting that he got dropped at quite a high. And since Nilo's come in, that side, they're insta out of this stage too, with two quite embarrassing losses, right? And especially that NIP one, which they on paper should be winning every day of the week.
Yeah, well, those are the two things, right? Like, in a bittersweet way, he's outlived Heroic here as the standard. But also, I don't know, man, like, Nilo comes in and then he's not played. Something went sideways, right, with the addition there and contracts and stuff like this. And I guess they get to a point where it's like, we kind of have to use him, right? Like, you know, we signed him for a reason. He was a really hot topic at the time, a new talent and everything. We kind of have to see if that comes to fruition. And now they maybe get to play the field a little bit, and they've got X-Cloud available if they need to bring him back, or if they, again, as Heroic, smaller organization might want to do is kind of sell him sort of thing, right, while he's still at a good peak. It is weird, though. It is very, very weird as a decision over there. But decent enough tournament here, placing well. If he can hit playoffs, I think he'd be very, very happy with just the nice little vacation that he's having, enjoying some Counter-Strike with some of his fellow countrymen.
Yeah, and a real boost to the stock as well for him. But I'm interested to see how this game pans out. I think you've got to come in towards this one saying that on paper, FaZe should be taking it every day of the week, right? As much as, you know, X-Cloud is a nice addition, he still is a standard and it's still not a full side, and it's still without their best player. So that's where FaZe, who looked very, very solid against Liquid, they're wanting to kind of use that to sort of bounce further forward, right, and find real form in towards this one. I'm really looking forward to see what we get out from them as well. And we've already seen these moments, especially the instances where we're getting a little bit more out of like the Liege and Frozen again, and them starting to kind of take over. I mean, you look back towards that game against Liquid in particular, and, you know, you've got to kind of say, like, Liege, his consistency looked fantastic all the way through. Obviously, Rain took a lot of the limelight as well. I thought he's always solid, but I think is always solid. But then Frozen's there too. So, like I said, the only weakness really still feels like it's in the AWPing department, which is where Woxic's gotta punish, right? Let's talk about Veto process. Train is the perma ban of FaZe, so a simple one to get rid of here. Overpass probably follows it, but also Ancient's not a favored map, so maybe it's even floated as a second wave ban. Neither side have played it yet, but I don't know whether Aurora in particular want to risk it. They don't, you know, all assumptions is that there's at least some prep here done by FaZe. They are going to stick with their perma of Ancient. That does leave over open if they want to punish, but that inherently would be quite a big risk in itself for FaZe.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Carrigan we're talking about as well. You know, this is the Vertigo against Spirit out of nowhere in the semi-final of a major. So, you know, they're not afraid of going a little wacky, but it would seem with tournament life on the line, they just try and stick with a clean map here, go towards that nuke. It is something that, again, starting to creep towards the top end of their pool, perhaps. Didn't go so well against Na'Vi, so interested to see whether they're able to, you know, have done some work or not. Then we get the Mirage out. Makes a lot of sense, right? I think, for me, you maybe could have gone towards Dust 2 here on the Aurora side of things, but they feel like not risking it.
Could be floated, potentially. I think for Aurora, Oh, well, I was going to say, yeah, it could be floated because I assumed that Overpass would get in the second wave ban. Maybe even Aurora still stick with the second wave ban of Overpass here. But Dust2 will be taken out. So will Over, and that, of course, leave Inferno. All good best of threes decided there. And this one might require it as well. Both the opening maps feel at least lent a little bit towards the team who have picked them. Even though, like you mentioned, not the greatest result from FaZe. But then again, that Na'Vi side are actually still looking pretty scary to deal with despite their changes. You look at Aurora as well at this tournament, also lost against Spirit, and maybe that's where you got to kind of take it into consideration. Nuke has been a map in which they've also picked up a fairly one-sided-ish loss, 13-10 on that one. There wasn't too much doubt that Spirit were going to kind of see that one off. So this becomes quite spicy. We're heading underway briefly in towards our first best of three on the final day here of the B stream as well, lower bracket semis. So survival on the line. Elimination, of course, is where you'll go if you lose, and of course nobody really wants that. We want to be heading in towards the Lanxess. That's what basically everybody's looking for in this one. It's map number one, Nuke, like we said, played considerably more by FaZe, and you're right, it's starting to become very close to essentially be considered their sort of kind of perma pick.
Yeah, always a difficult map, I think. You know, we talk a lot about the Mirages and the Infernos, which we do have coming up here, but I think Nuke is starting to creep that way as well, that it's been in for so long, and it feels like at one point as Inferno could have been considered, Mirage probably still considered by some to be like a perfect map. You know, there's not too many issues with Nuke and the way that it plays, and so I feel it does put you in pretty good stead moving forwards. Spirit's looking good there on the FaZe side of things. I'm hoping this one gets a bit loud, a bit leery. As per usual, it would seem Aurora might want to keep themselves in check. They were saying in the pre-show that it was sort of setting off Donk, getting Donk a bit annoyed, that seems to have unleashed him in that series yesterday. They were quite loud to begin with, but very quickly they were shut up, you know, by the Destroyer himself.
Yeah, they tried to tilt him, right? They tried to get in his head, and they were kind of, I think, in a way, quite smartly realized, right, we can't beat this guy just in terms of head-to-head, so instead, we're going to try and get in his head, right? And kind of force him to sort of be himself in a way, right? And start to overthink things and overfight. But what he did was he overfought and he won, right? And that's the issue. You know, there's certain people, and this is maybe where you could do that similar thing over towards FaZe, for example, right? Try and get these guys in the head. We know with sort of individuals, you know, like Brokey, it's definitely a doable thing here, but with Donk, most definitely not. It just feels like he's unaffected by everything. But looks like as well, we should be getting this show on the road. I'm seeing this one go in the distance, going all three, but we'll have to start, of course, with Nuke. Of all the maps of the first twos in Nuke and Mirage, Nuke is the one that definitely feels at least the most up in the air. So we'll see if FaZe can turn their pick in their favor and give them life in this tournament still. In Cologne with a chance of moving on forward throughout this lower bracket. We're live, though. Let's get this show on the road. T-side start, of course, for FaZe Clan. Aurora on the C2.
Quick move towards, looks like a very simple burst on the cards. Major chilling here. They will indeed bounce around. He's got nade. However, they're not fully committing. Just trying to draw attention away. X-Floud up high. Or this could be deadly. Kind of jiggles and not set as cleanly, so only one available for him there. 2 for 2 so far. Bomb plant going to come in as FaZe have created that space on the site. Done well here to just sort of keep the bait to that decoy. It's available, but not too much on that FaZe side to obey in terms of the utility. So going to come down to the headshots here. Elige spotting one towards Mini. Where are the rest of these players coming from? He's the information gatherer at this point. Still not able to spot any more out, but they will start converging onto the site itself and in the trap that has been set. But the shots are landing. It's all a whole lot of time left. And he knows that. Just try and keep them away, keep them off. I think he's maybe just managed to get on the bomb and he's going to get all the kills nonetheless. And FaZe take the pistol.
Oh my god, that is chaotic. Really, really chaotic. But round one is basically all that ultimately matters in that one. Flying out in towards the fights. And so many go back and forth as well, but Real credit to be done there, playing the time, playing the 1 versus 1 excellently. We said we want moments from Frozen, and my God, do we get them. Brilliantly done. So a first on the board for FaZe. He's going to play for Woxic. He's trying to just play around this smoke towards outside. He might break it open as well. Oh, and it very nearly, may I say, cleans the head of one over towards boxes. Whoa! Go find it. There it is. Rain. Down he goes. That's unfortunate.
Nice find. Could have a very, very big impact now, although the FAMAS going to fall. So not so much. Wakadia down below. He's got a bit of support here as well, so this could be, again, kind of devastating. 3-on-3. Looking good for the Aurora side.
Might drop close. Waiting game. Like you said, it's a little precarious. He's making a move now. Patience could have been his best friend, but Brokey just stands strong. Smart from him. Stay still, doesn't need to move, and it works well in his favor. And unfortunately, imagine if he had just played patient, it would have worked better for him. However, still, Frozen again. Now called into another clutch. 1 versus 3 with a pistol. Surely this one's impossible. No bomb to work with either. Jota, he's been heard coming up from vent, and Frozen might know. Frozen does find, but look, he's still gonna find Woxic, who's gone huge. 3 kills with the scout. Next card gets loud.
Okay, I mean this is poking the bear that we were talking about here. Young standard. You can see as well as he says it, he's a little bit like, oh, I can't believe I've just done that. You know, like he's got a little bit of that young energy to him. But we like it. It's what we're here for. And I mean, it's part of the reason I think they decided to bring things as close as possible, get everyone playing across from each other like the old LAN hall days. And it does work from time to time. Other times it can indeed blow back in your face, as we've said. We've got a quick move coming in here from FaZe. Gap being found down below, but Jota holding. And indeed, the main part of the attack has been flattened, so it's unfortunate. Rain and Frozen, they do their mission, but they are without teammates now.
And there's no real need to peek or push if you are Aurora here. This round already on that lock and key. Rain trying to make it expensive. And, well, 2 kills already. Isn't bad. Flash will be avoided pretty easily as well. He knows his body's around here, and he's making it expensive. The 4th was there in his grasp, but he just can't quite grab it. And it will be Aurora. Started well. Looking good as well for them. Nice response. Forced by, converted, and the one brought in by FaZe shut down as well. A little expensive, sure, but around is around, and now they can build upon this. A second and the third should start to come in their favor. Look, for FaZe, no real money. So this should be a freebie for Aurora. Nice start.
Quiet one here as FaZe just hanging back. The one Deagle. And I think that's really all they're waiting for, is to see if Rain can find a bit of a head. But as we like saying, timeout without a timeout. And I think indeed this will be a slow but simple round for Aurora. Just got to be careful not to feed the Deagle too much cash. Oh, close. But X-Cloud a little quicker with it. And that should be that. They start bursting forwards. Easy spray downs here, of course, for these automatic weapons. And no skin off the back of Aurora.
Okay. A nice little buffer zone built up. And well, now it is about building upon it as the guns come back into play for FaZe. This is where things can once again become a little precarious, and it's worth mentioning that FaZe have got to be very careful when coming in towards the next round. You lose this, and a pretty solid lead starts to get built up by Aurora, where all the talk about how this map is a bit of a risk and feels a little even. Wants to go up in the air a bit. xFloud holding towards our side. Gets spammed down. Died just once, but enough to sort of force him off that angle. And he'll dip away. Outside control, the priority here for FaZe, and Reese Smokes will come through to give them that cross. Bomb on the back of Brokey. They're going to try and make it. Nate will break it open. Rain, he will just get away. Was xFloud on the other side. This is risky, but it's a lead for the first. Rain, another of his own as well. So they're taking outside control, and they're taking it well. But Maggio and xFloud will combine and get kills apiece. This round's back on.
Yeah, so messy there outside. Big find from Brokey with that bomb in hand as well, mind you. So super important that he gets that frozen too quick, leaving Jota with it all to do. So chaotic to begin, slightly more streamlined to finish. Unless Jota can thread himself in here and maybe drop this bomb at the opportune moment. Not loads of time on the clock. Oh, and they're a bit split, but Brokey looks clean. Goodness gracious.
Easy find for him as well. And a really, really important round. Not only an important round to find, but just in the fashion that they find it. It's a little scrappy. I don't think it's still one of those rounds that makes me feel comfortable about FaZe just yet. A lot of, as you can see, quite reactionary shots and bits of fortune through the smoke as well. So it's not one we can kind of fall back on and hope that you can rinse and repeat. But ultimately, a round on the board is all that matters, and pressure back on towards Aurora. And sometimes FaZe relying off instincts isn't the worst thing in the world. We've seen it happen time and time again. Try to stay tucked. FaZe once again moving towards outside. That's the priority for them in terms of these early rounds.
Woxic trying to spot, but there's nothing to spot at the moment, and he may well have just missed the timing as he's sort of dropping down. Getting quite a few players in our FaZe. So really quick, really successful drop there in towards Secret. They are quietly aware. xFloud and Wakadia set up and ready to work off of each other. Let's see. FaZe with full belts. Have they got anything in store? No, it's just going to be some quick, dry swings. The trades are indeed clean. And a big catch here from Carrigan as he's on the lurk. Not the usual position for the captain of FaZe here. Looking for another one as well if he can get it, and he will. Crisp stuff, well read. Oh my goodness, perfect round from Carrigan to close things out.
It's so sharp, so sharp. Not missing a beat there, the leader, and Ollie steps up in a massive way. So, another big round for FaZe. I feel like the one make or break in that round as well comes down to Wakadia, right? If he can get even like a second kill there, it maybe gives them time for that rotation to come through and potentially something to work off it. Not to be. 3-all. Money broken towards Aurora, so FaZe the lead feels basically guaranteed. This time from lurk to entry. Carrigan looks like he's going to set the pace in towards ramp. As Jota here with a deagle to meet him and a Molotov as well to force him a little further back. Doesn't take any damage from the molly or tick, so they don't know he's here just yet. And he repositions. Frozen thankfully reacts quick enough. Carrigan again dealing damage, and it's a double for him. Brilliant work. The lurk from Wakadia in towards lobby. Shut down by Brokey, and so is this round. Magazine off. It's flawless. It's simple. It's easy for FaZe. They take back a lead.
Looking good. Looking very good indeed. There's going to be that timeout coming round from Aurora. But again, it just feels, you know, I think with the advent of Vitality finding so much success, just leaning on individual play quite a lot. Cologne feels like a tournament, at least from what we have seen, where, you know, out-fragging becomes a really, really big factor. Out-aiming almost, though, and just a lot of creating these initial kills rather than super deep tactical play and push and pull. A lot more action early on in the rounds, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a good time, though, for Aurora to call a timeout. First of all, they can have this converse about what they've spotted so far, we're starting to get a pretty good idea about what the default's looking like for FaZe. Outside presence and a missed smoke. Definitely not what was intended there. Outside presence once again. Xflower just taking some hopeful taps behind it. Nothing really on the cards immediately as Carrigan making a move and potentially might get overlooked. Ricardia won't. The drop down nets him a second. He was so ready for that. So Rain and Carrigan, the vets first to fall.
Oh, Jota trying the Molotov as well, going to make his life difficult. So Xflower does well to make sure that there's nothing going down at ramp. Stops them in their tracks and may well have just taken the round over the lip. We'll see. Brokey and Frozen, probably the two X-Factor players that you do want in this situation to try and come back. But you have to start small. Some damage and a bomb plant would be a great place to kick off from. They're ready for the B hit. Jota is here. Just having a little look, unsure of maybe where the extra player is at. He'll now start to spot. Oh, he does land the damage, but the AK bests him. Can they get this bomb down? It looks like there should be some space to work with. It depends on how things play out. Arcadia charging in, and he will indeed finish off the round. Still, they'll take that bomb plant, I think.
I think so, considering where and sort of how it started. Opening double goes the way of Aurora. It looks like the round's already settled in that sense. Get some kills behind it, and especially, like you said, that bomb plant bolsters up a little bit. It's at least something to fall back on, but yeah, I mean, settled really easily. Ricardia, fantastic round from him. Celebrations that come through as good signs for Aurora, still feeling pretty fired up. Ricardia 10 and 5 out the gates as well on CT Nuke. He's loving life in the server thus far. Enough money to buy for this and the next round, if we're being frank, for FaZe. So they're not under that financial pressure just yet. Probably not in the same vein that technically Aurora still are. CT economy, of course, a little harder to build up and keep stable. So they do need consistency. They do need rounds time after time. And look at this bold move by Magic. Goes outside, deals a lot of damage, and somehow gets away more or less unscathed.
Outside execute coming in a little later as well. Maybe going to try and double pump it. So rinse and repeat of what they threw earlier on in the round. So really just trying to sell the outside move, but there's nobody going outside, I'll tell you that much. For free, it looks to be more of an A crunch here. Arcadia smells a rat. He's seen it all before, gets in squeaky, good spot to be in, and he'll start to confirm the A hits. Madra only good for one, but Arcadia is here behind, quick! Oh, Brokey drops him, that late nader. Catches him off guard. I think he did indeed have the flank completely unheard. All the same, it's still looking pretty dangerous here for FaZe. Raised does manage to find one. Brokey in behind. Oh my goodness, some wild moves here. It's down to the one-on-one. Xflower left a little bit low. Brokey also low. Fakes the drop down. Just trying to draw some attention. He's got the right idea. He is indeed looking for it. Don't think he was spotted there. This is getting a little strange. He's got to drop eventually. Only 15 seconds to get this bomb down now. Silent drop. Yes, sir. Clean with it. And he should be able to hit the plant. The only thing is... Oh, Xflower is kind of tracking his old steps. Oh, he goes for the fake out, but he's going to get it. Xflower bites. And Brokey wins it.
Nerves of steel from Brokey. He taps it. If Xflower hadn't swung, it's a guaranteed round for him. But no, like you said, he nibbles. The bait draws him in. And Brokey, that's a big 1 versus 2 to convert.
You are so good, bro. Good shit, man.
He's having fun with it. And too right. Brokey looking pretty damn good himself. 10 and 5. Not missing a beat at all right now on Nuke, and FaZe take it around back in their favor. Frozen, how quick is the reactions? Flash, round, spray, so much better for Frozen, but Jota will still get one of his own as well. There might be a second on the cards. He needs to be careful close left. He's won this fight before, but too many angles to keep track of from this lower position, and Maggio reclaim the space.
Yeah, a little difficult, I think, to clear these angles now. And they just want to be careful what with the type of buy that it could potentially be. They lack a lot of information around the Aurora game plan. You know, there are 3 guys at ramp waiting for us. So a lot of guesswork here for FaZe. Slowly start to build up control of these key areas, and they are being drawn into Frozen. So if he plays his cards right, it's easy. Lovely crosshair placement. Woxic does not want to join his teammate in the grave there. So man advantage swings back for FaZe, and a great little move to just draw them in.
Maggio. He's already pushed through lobby. Or he's pushed through hot, may I say, just inside of lobby. And the question is Frozen wary of this? Well, the answer's going to be no. Maggio makes his move, but so does Carrigan. And Maggio down in a bit of trouble. X-File got to go huge. And the 5-7 will get 2. Rain called upon in a 1 versus 2 as Molly goes down. Maggio a known quantity. So this plant could come through unscathed, and he knows about that. 2 vets step up. A clutch lost by Aurora already in that previous round with a Brokey masterclass. We're looking to see if Rain can do more of the same. 1 versus 1. He's tucked on the angle. He's not looking the right way either. This could get dicey. How quick are the reactions? It looks quiet. I just not made the move just yet. Now he has. Shoulder round, and Rain has to do it in 2 bites, but he swallows it whole. And that'll be FaZe. Another 1 versus 2 going their way.
Coolest cat in the game, man. He's so capable of just every role. And that is a real shame for Aurora, in all fairness. Mental play up the vent. But just not quite enough. And FaZe kicking a few more 50-50s their way. Yes, it's 6-4. But we have to bear in mind the start of the game for Aurora looked pretty good. They didn't win out the pistol, but they got a reset, right? And they were able to build a lead from that. But when it comes to conventional Counter-Strike, rifles are down. FaZe have looked like the better team.
Lead down Secret, attacking away. Brokey taking quite significant damage, but Elige dealing it, and same for Frozen. Opening double go the way of FaZe. This lower buy for Aurora not looking too precarious just yet. Frozen's just going to make sure. He's going to tuck his head. Looks like it's around here somewhere. And actually, might make a bit of a move here. But unfortunately, might be into a casket. And it will. Elige, a second for him. The remaining double of Aurora. We're not expecting a lot. A double 5-7. Half armor for Jota. Constellation kills would be nice. Anything more, highly unlikely.
Oh. A lot of damage. Close to a kill, but not quite. Bombplan going to come in, and that starts to seal this one in, of course. And then I don't really know what you want to do in the end of the round. Do you want to go for those active exits? Do you want to be really cheesy and just deny kill bonus? Hard to say. I feel like a team like Aurora will be a little more active. They are generally the type to try and get in your face at the end of a round, and indeed, that is what they go for. So, kill taken away. AK hits the deck. Unfortunately, no one going to get it. FaZe hit 7, taking that guaranteed lead into the second half. They've got a bit more room to work with if they can find this final round.
Yeah, for sure. Aurora, it just feels like have started to kind of fall a little bit asleep. You can't blame them too much in that round, but FaZe have done enough to really set themselves up with nice foundations for this first. If they go up to 8 as well, trouble starts to brew a little bit for Aurora. Trying to recover that on the T side is asking a lot of a side who don't have Xantares, don't have their main port of firepower. So big ask, they needed to set themselves up well in this first, and I think regardless, even if they get towards 5, the argument can be said that it's not good enough. You want to be taking a lead on the CT at the very least. First. But Maja is good. He's so blind. And he tries to drop off from Silo, but he can't. But Wakani is here. Continues to look clean as hell. His 3rd kill in the round. His 13th in the half. Make that 14. Wakadia, a quad kill to close it. And what a way to do it. We needed somebody to step up, and this kid has continued to do so. And they're going to call upon him a lot in towards this T side. Before we get there, we've got ourselves a little bit of a break, but FaZe probably still pretty happy with that first half.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first match.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Business as usual for both of these teams, to be honest. It feels like a trading of rounds. FaZe were a little more consistent with those rifles, but Aurora squeezing out some rounds to keep things competitive here. And now move on to this T side, maybe a bit more direction of the map. But nothing too crazy, nothing too flashy. Bar a Rain 1 versus 2 to deny a low buy round. It has been pretty regular moving here. Rain will indeed open us up here. Who else? Brokey up top with the Julies. Kind of spotting all of them out, but not finding any. That felt like it was midair. He will be traded. Woxic maybe keeping the dream alive here. Somehow down to a 1-on-1. Where the hell is this last guy? Well, let me tell you a secret. He's downstairs. He's nowhere to be seen. And he's maybe got the perfect read.
This is crazy.
What? Yeah, this is crazy.
How's he going to get away with this? He's just stuck doors downstairs, and there's the kill. Woxic. That's got to be so tilting. He's thinking, right, he's got to be here with the rest of the pack, surely. I'm going to go for a quick rotate. I'm going to catch him off guard, and look who's waiting to meet him towards the B site. Red carpet. Felt like it was rolled out, and... oh, he gets his headshots. That is chaotic as hell, though, right? And I think still proof in the pudding that Aurora can put a lot of pressure on. But speaking of the pressure, there it is a little bit shown in the face of Carrigan. But a pistol round here. Scrib, they start to inch real close now to being in that point of no return for Aurora.
Yes, this is true. A very, very difficult pistol to stomach. And I think they will be frustrated to start off this second half, which is never really a good headspace to be in. Going to have to eco things out. Again, a little against the grain for this team. But as we've said many a time, they are missing that X factor. But Wakadia is kind of picking up the mantle. I think, you know, he usually gets part of the conversation because Xantares is as Xantares does. When he's not here, we do have to raise it. But usually when he is at a tournament, you know, it's Wakadia this, Wakadia that, young talent, continually improving. And he is playing his part. He just needs a bit more of that assistance, which he's not quite getting.
Frozen. Opportunity in a few here. Oh, the first with ease. Looking for more as well. He'll get support as Broky's MP9 gets into the fray and he's getting kills. He's getting money. Jota, one of his own, but Carrigan diving right around that corner with the MP9. A little bit more money in his pocket as well. And it's Woxic all that's left. There is a Deagle down, but I don't think he's going to be able to make this cross. Spotted and dropped by Frozen. Only the one casualty. You're pretty happy with that. And a 9th now on the board. This is starting to become quite the kind of wealth of lead that's built up by FaZe, where Aurora have not actually got many gun rounds left in. The way things are kind of running at this current trajectory, full buy-in, lost no bomb plant, half by rinse and repeat. That's all we can really do at the moment. This gun round here in round number 15 has got to be converted.
Yeah, no arguments about that. Early smokes coming in here. What are they going to do with them is always the question. Rain, an absolute monster outside many years ago. And I think he has kept that up to a pretty good level. Spam, not going to find anything. That's what they were waiting for. The breaks of the smoke, the little bits of spam. And it's kind of a double fake here. So xCloud goes running down and is like, oh yeah, I'm going secret, guys. So they're ready for him, but he's got his teammates walking behind him. And Elige, as you can see, is maybe a bit more prepared for a one and done. Gets the first, unable to get away, and they will trade him. That's exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah. I like the idea by Elige by trying to get out. I think he knows he's stuck. He just hesitates for half a second after the initial fight. That's what cost him. Back into the 4 versus 4. 45 seconds to work with 2. What's the decision about how Aurora want to set this up? They're pulling the troops back, and we're going to hit towards this top site, it seems. Broky's here, and those taps just evade, but Rain, that's information gain. I don't know if he spotted the bomb, but you'd assume job done. Oh my god, Carrigan, how's not a single bullet connected there? Jota gonna find one of his own as well. It's a labored spray by Frozen, but a kill nonetheless. The second, he's unable to find, and Broky left with it all to do. He's spotted, he's dropped, and Aurora, it's a chaotic one, but they convert it, and that's all that matters for them.
Yeah, like you said, very, very important that they do so. So the fact that they are able to get it over the line, little thinking heavy in that round, I think it is really quite important that they get it cleanly as well. No stress. The call works. And they're able to get it over the line. It's that man there, of course, you know, you have to keep your eyes on. You have to really pay attention to, are they getting in his head? Is it just the one round? Difficult to tell at this point, but heavy respect from FaZe. On their side of things, they take a timeout and immediately look to get the return round.
Yeah, their first one as well. There's not sort of too much to worry about, I think, immediately, but it is just this idea of we don't want to give Aurora the chance to scale in towards this game and to start really kind of running the tempo on this C side. We want to keep that pressure on. Fortunately for Broky, pressure for him is only going to be a 5-7 with that smoke. He takes a real hit. And another important round for Aurora. We said that last one was important for keeping the dream alive, right? And denying too big of a deficit that really feels plausible. This one's actually about more or less nullifying the deficit, if we're being frank, right? You win this one, you break the econ of FaZe, a 7th, and then the 8th is a gift over. It's a one-round game, and it's right back within reach and distance. Probably the most important round Aurora played so far. Let's see how they deal. Unleash under so much pressure, and he spammed through the smoke. He bided enough time for the rotations through heaven, but look who's below. Maja, one of his own. Rain struggling, but he'll get a kill. And the Molotov will keep him at bay. 3 versus 3. This is still super chaotic.
Bomb goes down. So it does get a bit tougher, though. FaZe have got some decent weapons here. Do they want to save those? They don't have a kit. I think maybe a quick look towards A. This is back then. Oh, and the draw does come round. Rain, though, he's traded quickly. Nearly really well played. Carrigan, unfortunately, can't capitalize on everything that's been going on there towards heaven. And so he just goes down a little damp squib in the end. Big round for Aurora to just send it off and make sure that there is no carnage, there is no bounce back. That comes after the timeout as well, so very solid chance for them to close this gap.
Yeah, this is where things are starting to look really, really good for Aurora. Finally, a bit of kind of form, consistency, consecutive rounds on the board, and big celebrations as well from Aurora. My, oh my. They're happy about that. This is now a very plausible idea of getting back in towards this game, and well, the idea of taking the map is most definitely something they can start discussing. There's a Deagle 5.7 P250 is all we really bring to the table. Rain not giving himself a lot of room to miss here. Let's see what he's got. Gets 2. Okay. Rain, a third is also potentially on the cards. A molly down as well. He rebeats in. Oh my God, Rain. How has he got away with 3? 1 and 2 felt somehow like the most insane thing. That third with the swing of the molly is nuts. At the same time, Brokey finds one of his own. We're about to be fully ecoed here, Aurora. This is a heartbreaking round unless Magia can save them from a disgraceful showing in round number 17.
Never take your eyes off this team. They're always capable. Always had the divine intervention. Major should be able to get a bomb plant here. It's a bittersweet silver lining to a round that absolutely should have been theirs. Molotov comes in, Elige forced back. Rain, man of the hour. Oh, spots him out and is able to survive somehow. What the hell? Just insane. Absolutely insane stuff from FaZe and Rain in particular. And they get back on, they get the double digits, and Aurora maybe have to check themselves now. A timeout most certainly going to be required, I would think.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at this again. A masterclass by Rain. That third one in particular is just something special. And Brokey just spams down.
No! What the fuck is wrong?
Couldn't agree more. What a round indeed. Nothing really brought to table. A Deagle 5.7 P250, and it's one man's real heroics that give them a chance in it. That is, I mean, an incredible showing from Rain. Ever present, it feels, in this FaZe side, and keeps proving his worth. One of 2 players, him and Carrigan, the only ones who played every Cologne, and you can see why he's still got it. So a timeout taken, fully understandably so, but you see where we are now. FaZe, double digits locked in place. 3 rounds ahead of Aurora, 3 rounds away as well. So there is not a lot of room for error. If we're being frank here, you lose round number 18, it's probably done at that point. You're either playing for overtime with a full buy, or you're force buying the rest of regulation to deny FaZe from finding this map. So we are actually at that brink of now or never.
Frozen in a pretty good spot. Might have most of the action coming his way. It seems like they're sending stand-in X-Floud to have a free day and do as he sees fit. Looks to be a B crunch, right? That's kind of what we're getting painted here as the round unravels, but kind of a case of where it's going to go. Frozen, I think he meant to get rid of that Molotov, but doesn't. Little Tetchy over here at the ramp. They will slowly make their way into him. He's going to take the peaks, man. Try and get the timing. He goes down maybe too easily, trying to create some space, perhaps, for his teammates to come in. To Liege that's down here, though. This is the guy they've got to watch. Oh, man, and he is so very nervous. FaZe looking a little shaky in places. Carrigan, meanwhile, on the backside, I think has just slipped the net. There's xFlow. They've been waiting for him to strike for quite some time. When he does, it solidifies the round, and now Carrigan on this flank, not a hop, skip, and a jump, right? When you've pushed in towards B, it makes sense that he's coming from behind. Down he will go.
Let's go!
They're trying to get themselves fired up. It's the right way to approach. FaZe going to go for a timeout of their own. We said that was make or break, and absolutely so, and they overcome. So a timeout taken, success found behind it. You're pretty happy with that if you are Aurora, and not only just success as well, but it's a really solid round, right? Everything kind of goes to plan. It's very inexpensive, which is super important for you in a spot where you still have instabilities in terms of your finances. So great work. One of Faber called, right? Obviously, really did work itself quite nicely. But a buy back in for FaZe, Brokey, AWP. MP9 has to be brought to the table, but still feels doable. For FaZe, though, with this pressure that's been put on now, losing that round, it means you lose this one and might have a tied game. It's back and forth. Neither side really have a stranglehold over momentum right now. And that's what makes this one so spicy. Nuke, in my opinion, best map in the pool, and it's maps like these that really prove why. The 4D chess that gets played here on Cedar Creek. Towards outside, man just made his way down. Spam deals a lot of damage. Ray needs to be careful from above. There's a man ready to pounce as he's peering around this corner. He jumps over him. xFlow, he'll re-peek and a find. That's pretty special.
Liege down below, though. He has the opportunity to shut the round down. Oh, got to be careful on the re-peek, and he knows it. He had a feeling. He was thinking about it. Okay, that's clean. Looking for a little bit more. They've had him down here as like a solid B anchor quite a lot, actually.
Oh.
He seems to be coming into his own. Carrigan with a big catch up top. That removes the pullback. You see where these players are at on your minimap. They were thinking about exiting B. They've got a bit of control on A. Let's do something with that. They have now had that denied, so they have to continue walking into what feels like their demise. 45 seconds left on the clock. Might even be like a soft save unless a kill presents itself.
This round's done. There's no way. They're a complete known quantity. Like you said, with that Carrigan play towards the top side, and then, of course, Brokey catching a guy who's meant to be that lurk coming through. There's no chance. I mean, they're making noise now, and they know they're a known quantity themselves. There's nothing they can do. Remaining 20 seconds. I mean, shot by Brokey. Oh, Liege, it's a little labored. It's a little labored, but he runs out of ammo, and he will get the kill before so. So Madja, the last man, he's not getting out of here alive. And Frozen going to make sure of that. But that round was sealed 40 seconds ago. Carrigan's move does really, really well. And also as well, Brokey just double checking over towards Hell, seeing what was brewing there. It starts quite nicely. This move by xFlow is pretty expert, but this is, simultaneous just due diligence checks by FaZe that locks things in place for them. So 11 now. Third and final. Pause taken by Aurora. FaZe reaching distance, just 2 rounds away.
Yeah, for a moment, I think they were starting to feel hopeful on the Aurora side of things. Guns came out, they looked decent, and then just been absolutely slammed.
Yeah.
By the eco round, and it's kind of taken all the momentum that they had. But again, this is what FaZe are capable of. I think they've maybe dipped in their level of being capable, but they can still do it against opponents like Aurora. Might struggle against a Na'Vi upwards, but all the same, it's always there.
Bro, he playing up close here. Shotgun AWPing style, but that leans quite akin to his nature. We've gone, of course, that full buy for Aurora. Nobody likes playing for overtime. You're obviously going to try and play for the win, but look what they bring to the table. Triple AK, sure, nice start, but a P250 for Magi and a scout for Woxic, and he did some great work a long time ago in that first half with the scout, but it was a long time ago, and it's a completely different game and a warmed-up phase. He called upon Woxic in this match, and unfortunately, it's a head-to-head in which he's lost outright without too much debate about it. Elige spots one, drops one, and that's one of the AKs fallen as well.
Brokey.
Oh,
contacting in. Jota, don't look away, man. Oh, he misses the shot. There is a follow-up player here, but Jota's pulled away, and Carrigan waited patiently for him to walk forwards. Oh, it's not worked out nicely there, has it? Meanwhile, Major in behind. Perfect timing for this. Waiting, biding his time, silently up the ladder. Frozen actually manages to find a kill, so maybe it's not worked quite as well as they would have wanted. 2-on-2, Carrigan, they know his location vaguely. He's left alone now, and surely his days are numbered. Down he goes. Big round from Aurora.
There's a huge recovery as well. Starts badly with kind of the outside presence, the garage player getting dropped, and it feels like the initial idea falls quite flat, but missed shot here, and I think also maybe Carrigan not immediately trading probably killed them, but nice isolation of fights. Wakadi and Jota combine well. Yeah. Fired up. Back to a low buy for FaZe. Don't get too comfortable here though, Aurora. We've already lost one of these, and it completely winded this Aurora side. It was a gut punch towards them, took all the momentum out of the sails, and don't let it happen again. That'll be death for them. 5-7, Frozen for the first. They know there's two players here as well. They might even just try and fall away. This still feels really precarious, trying to get through and force your way. I think that comes to another kill, a trade for Frozen. He's now also got support. This is a little bit more expensive regardless than Aurora would have liked.
It's true, and I mean, flashbacks start to set in. So the tension builds up a little bit here as they're not going to go charging towards B. They are going to take their time and just hope to find another before deciding on a bomb site. My goodness, never over until it's over with this bloody FaZe team, I tell you what. They have managed to start threading the needle, however. Still seen, mind you. So information's going to be pretty good right now for FaZe, and they have a crossroad decision to make. Do we try and go for the round? Do we try and take the guns? And I think they have gone for the latter, which probably means you concede your element of surprise to keep a hold of an AK and an AWP. I think it's kind of fair enough.
Yeah, it's worthwhile, without a doubt. Elige. Just sort of seeing what is on offer. I mean, they are having at least some level of a look in. Flash ineffective. Carrigan, of course, with no gun. I don't even hate the idea of him sticking around, but as that bomb ticks, I think now they're making that smart call to get out. But anything towards the end, nice to hurt that economy a little bit. It will be a safe exit, though, for Exard and Woxic. And that'll be that. But I think if you are FaZe, you're relatively happy with that. Carrigan had nothing. He stuck around to see if he could get a gun. Nothing offer but a one-round game. And this is brewing again. It was made so expensive at the start, and there really was that belief that it could be another eco coming through, but a nice recovery just to make sure. FaZe, third and final, timeout taken by them. Only one round ahead now, but an AWP save and an AK-47. It's a comfy buy to be brought in towards the next, but Aurora are still hot on their tails.
For now, not a lot of breathing room for either side. Pretty tense here, of course. A long day ahead for these teams. The winner of this one goes on to play the winner of Na'Vi NIP.
Yeah.
And that'll be for one of the remaining 2 final spots. The other spot on the cards is Furia G2 a little bit later today.
By the way,
so
just throw it out there.
Sure.
NIP have taken map number 1. 13.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 39.
Come on, man.
NIP having an absolute fairy tale run right now. It has to be said. Just even them being at this tournament, consider where they were at the start of the year. No VRS ranking, and now find themselves on the brink of the Lanxess. Fair play, man. Of course, still got another map to win, but good signs. Oh, Roki, you lucky man. He'll find xFloud with a pop shot through the smoke.
Yes. Sucks to be on the end of that. There's really nothing that you can do about it. Just pure timing moves. Elige loves this spot at the moment. And you can see why. He's always good for one. Able to just draw them in, gather that information, and catch a bit of a lurker. But again, maybe gives a slight bit much control across to the Aurora side with losing their downstairs presence. But they're not really biting on the FaZe side of things, not getting too giddy. Ready and waiting for a change up in play. As seems to be in the Aurora DNA, right? The switching of bomb sites here. Jota will catch Carrigan. There's a very quick flank on the way that he's not expecting. All part of the master plan. 3-on-2. Man up top. Will he be spotted? He's there. You can see him. Yeah, and Major will take him. But again, they're able to trade things out cleanly. Wakadia, though, he's downstairs the whole time. Going to get this bomb plant in. Brokey got to be careful. Drops down quick. Molotov going to force him into the open. Oh, man. A small blunder, I think. Yeah, really going early. Rain nowhere near to help out or trade or anything of the sort. Double doors open here. Wakadia feels like for the game to keep it alive. The flash is a bit dodgy, but he's just trying to buy time, play that bomb, and make life as hard as possible for Rain, who's got all the utility available. Waits out, and it's the fire that gets it done. He's got a kit for good measure, and it will be 12 for FaZe.
Thank God FaZe have somebody as stable as Rain. Brokey, that is, it feels like such a boneheaded move, man. It's a 1 versus 2. Why not play together? You're not going to catch him off guard. He's already started the plant as well. And not only that, maybe, you know, if you want to take the fight, sure, fight from ramp where you have the ability to fall away. Yeah. But diving into dark there, it's a crazy move. It's one of those moves that when it works, we're saying, you know, the sheer confidence of him. But when it doesn't, man, I mean, in that situation, it looks so stupid, doesn't it? And it very, very nearly cost them the round. And who knows what could have been the knock-on effects of that. Thank God for Rain, man. So smart. Nade, Molly combo, and he doesn't overfight. Waits for the fight to come to him, and the Molly does all the damage. So, 12-10. Map point on their map pick for FaZe. They've had to work for this nuke, and well, the job's not done just yet, but it's so damn close. Just one last hurdle, and it starts well. Brokey, nice find. Molly will come over. That'll slow them down, and at the same time, a push by Elige. The second was up for grabs, but it's just damage dealt. Woxic 1 foot in the grave. A lucky man in that scenario. But numbers still favor them, and with Woxic basically dead already, if you just play together, FaZe, this one should be seen off.
Hey, we've got the hero, though. Wakadia, of course, having a great game here. Looking to take over. Nearly gets the catch. Actually doesn't get that kill. I think it's going to make a big difference. Get out of the way, man. The team kill. I don't think it's going to have too much of an effect. They know where xFloud is now. He's tagged down low. The nade nearly finishing him off. A desperate attempt here. Brokey ready and waiting. Will take it. 13-10, it is dicey, it is close, and honestly, I mean, most of the rifles look good from FaZe. They just couldn't quite close things out. They got that second half pistol as well to work with. A lot of inconsistencies still showing up, especially considering your map pick, playing against the stand-in, all these kind of caveats that should be in your favor. But as they do, where there's a will, there's a way, and they will take it.
Yeah, you know, a map is a map and a win is a win, but I think the fashion of some of these rounds for FaZe, that's what they're going to look back on and say, why did things become as close as they were? I mean, they actually had sort of Aurora at one point dead to rights. That eco felt like it should have done it, but they let them back in. They gave them opportunities and over fights that were quite costly. And this guy here, Wakadia, he was fantastic in this map. Especially that first half, he was really the only one who's consistently stepping up, but he was just such a force to be reckoned with. And all for North. So a map taken and now a chance again to keep building upon this. If you are FaZe, they're so close. This elimination, of course, that's the only real option. If you do lose here, you look at Wakardia, 23 kills to his name. He tops the scoreboard across the server, but a more holistic approach for FaZe wins them out. This round in particular, this is the one we were talking about. This is where Aurora should have been dead to rights. Reina a 3K on the Deagle, a full eco round.
That last one is just absolutely ridiculous, man. So casual, running, just come on. All the things that a Deagle headshot should be at the end of the day. It's obviously annoying to be on the end of, but from a highlight perspective, looks pretty good. But yeah, I don't know, man. FaZe needing those bailout moments. It's actually Rain that got a couple of them, like the 1v2 clutch. It didn't feel like there was a lot of these crazy 50-50s. I mean, Rain towards the end as well, got to mention that, right? Like, it was a 2v1, but he does very well to just keep it together. Thankfully had the nades and things. But there are other teams at this tournament that are going to punish those kinds of moves, that are not going to let you get away with that as much. So yeah, we do kind of worry on a long term. You always want to look at FaZe on a long term, but in terms of this series and that particular map, they do enough to get it over the line, and Aurora just missing that extra 10% that is Zentares, unfortunately. I suppose we shall have to see whether they can keep it going now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing for me is that there was just too many 50-50s. Even that Brokey one as well, right? You know, if Ektar doesn't swing, a little bit more of a patient player, who knows how that one could have gone. And I think that's going to be the story for that map. We're going to have to find the story for map number 2. Before that, we're going to head to a break. But it's Mirage coming up next. It is the pick of Eternal Fire to see if they can push it towards the decider. All good best of 3s are decided on Inferno, and we'll see if that one's going to be required here. For now, though, a break. We'll see you soon.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang. Oh my, what the Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claim they we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Welcome back. 13-10 FaZe map number 1. And as much as it looks very good on paper, there was a lot of uncomfortable moments for FaZe. So still far from being a sure thing this series. Aurora now heading into their map pick. It's Mirage up next. And well, generally speaking, Script, this is a very good map for them. It allows for their rifling core to get very, very proactive, and we're looking for that once again, especially with the stand-in of xFloud. He needs to get into the thick of things, but alongside him, Jota, Wakadi in particular, we're looking to those two to really shine.
Yeah, 100%. I think that there's obviously a little bit of weirdness here, as you mentioned, rifling core, potentially not the entirety of said core. So it is a little bit of a challenge here. I mean, look, xFloud, also not too bad of a Mirage player, you might say. So I think that there will be some comfortability here. That could also lean into why they go for this pick. We maybe questioned a little bit of a Dust 2 could be seen as a punish, perhaps. But all the same, I think things looking very, very good here for the side of Aurora. We do have Frozen out from FaZe. He was at the top end of the scoreboard, of course, looking very, very good. I mean, maybe not having those incredible, massive impact moments that Rain was having, but looking consistent and kind of stands out as the one guy, doesn't he, where FaZe have been having issues and what's going on here and who's in the roster and what an early checkout. Frozen's kind of been unaffected by all this by a statistical standpoint.
I do also think as well, even when you look towards that previous map for Frozen as a whole, it was sort of not, I don't want to say like a silent, you know, top performance, but it's not like super flashy. And I think in a way that's actually what makes Frozen quite good, right? You know, having somebody who just quite consistently puts up good numbers and having him, especially if you get to those sort of forms, really, really good. On the flip side, somebody who was quite flashy was Wakadia. I thought this kid was brilliant in towards that previous map, right? And of course he topped the scoreboard across the server, 23 and 17, 1.35, just shy of 100 ADR as well. It's what you want to see from him, and especially it's what Aurora need to see with the absence of Santaros. We'll keep saying it, right? But it's such a big hole that this team has now, and he has to plug those gaps, and it feels like at the moment he's doing exactly that. And in towards Mirage, again, it leans into his sort of play style and his efficacy of how he likes to approach rounds. This is where we need to see another one of those sort of performances, especially if they want to push it towards that Inferno. We're looking a lot towards him, but on the flip side, Frozen's got to try and shut him down. So this is going to be a really interesting battle. We proposed a head-to-head as well, Harvey, right at the start of the day, where we talked about Woxic versus Brokey, right? Brokey back in the server, what's his consistency, what's his form looking like, versus Woxic, who obviously is a more stable factor in terms of his team, but is he going to be guaranteed to put up the numbers? And the answer was no, right? He really did struggle to get going. And Brokey, bar one little faux pas down towards the B side, actually had a really decent map, all things considered. So that head-to-head was settled very, very quickly in map number 1. And we're looking to see whether it'll be more of the same. It's map number 2. It's Mirage. Aurora's pick to stay alive, not only in the series, but in IEM Cologne.
Yes, indeed. Oh no. Maybe not the way that you want to start it off. It's not smoke, guys.
It's one of your smokes.
All right. Listen, mate, I'll let you have maybe one per time. I can actually smoke window consistently. Right. Maybe not from the Insta, but
absolutely. Absolutely.
He has got me. He has got me.
Sinker. Chomping at the bit for the response. Love it.
Because do you know what I had the other day? I get in the Discord with the lads, right? And one of them was like, is Neo better than you then? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, he said like, you know, it looks like one of your games. Like he was...
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Let's not debate here. Yes,
no, that's fair. That is fair. He's played at Epic LAN. I have not.
I say. What can
Maybe
I say?
a reason I cast. Let's say that.
Didn't get any VRS points for it. That was our old gen Epic LAN. But we're back in this round. It looks like a late A pop, and while Rain had some heroics on the pistol, we're looking for more of the same. At least he's just waiting. Does not need to face until the flash comes over, but he can't make best use of it. It's super ugly, but Rain and Carrigan, the old guard, are stepping up, and they might be required to come up heroics again. Jota gets that bomb down. That's, I guess, a silver lining, and it's something which Aurora can fall back on, but that round fell flat from the get-go. Missed window smoke, as we joked about, but an opening shot, and then it was just a numbers game, really, for FaZe, and they had the numbers to fight in towards A.
This is the thing, though, right? Like, you have all these stacking elements. The missed window smoke in your first round is just really not a good look, and it feels pretty rough, you know? You've given it this whole big up in between maps, let's get our heads together, and it just doesn't start the way you would want. Let's put it that way. So it can be a bit frustrating to deal with, but you take it in your stride. You do have an AK out on the big man here. I think xFloud dropping across to facilitate this, so gonna have to get that hero going. He does have some support. They've got a decent amount of utility to work with, so could make something happen here in this round. Faking things out a bit towards mid to draw attention over there. Rain with a quick spot. Has he seen the bomb there? I think he saw the tip of a head. I don't think there's really too much else to speak of, and I don't think he has seen the bomb because they're not necessarily all now paying attention to the ramp area. One smoke, maybe all that's needed. A couple nice flashes as well to create the space here. Get that bomb down, but it hits the deck through the smoke. Lucadia, meanwhile, making use of this AK, looking good while doing so. A little close, but not able to secure another. The bomb again has fallen. So this is not looking good. Lucadia goes down as the smoke dissipates. So much damage done, to be fair, folks. Maybe a conversion could happen here. You feel for them in the moment, but the kills are just not quite coming in. The timing of it. Major caught jumping up. Carrigan capitalizes and FaZe fend off against the force.
That is it, right? It all comes down to that timing by Carrigan. He gets very, very fortunate, but it's fortunate you'll take. Aiming the spams through the smoke, but denying the bomb, first and foremost important, but it's here. It's that Jota should be trading a bit better. But a tilter for Magi. I mean, he knows if he moves half a second earlier, half a second later, he probably has the advantage on that fight. He was holding for exactly that swing. But that split second, which will cost him his life, is when he makes the move. Pushing towards mid. And Leach has the chance for a bit of a shooting gallery here, and you get the support of Brokey. Here it is. It's actually a team kill and an HE from Brokey to close. That round was never in doubt. And FaZe make sure. And so far, the start of this map being very, very good. Can't really complain. There's been brief moments here, but here and there. But generally speaking, FaZe, that confidence that's been brought over from Nuke still seems to be instilled in them.
Yeah, and I mean, something to keenly consider. The stats don't look great necessarily for FaZe on this map, but they have played it 3 times at Cologne.
Yeah.
Won it twice. Lost it against Na'Vi, you know, which is maybe fair. And the losses as well, we have this caveat of, like, big player break in between. So maybe Mirage is one of these maps they've gone away and built a bit of confidence on, you know? So you have to be very, very careful here. Aurora, I think, also just picking into their own strengths in a way, but you can't check out of this one. You can't think that it's going to be plain sailing. Early rounds are difficult. They don't win the pistol, and that can kind of just determine the first 2 or 3. It is down to this, of course. Full buy coming round. And we'll see what they can do.
Smokes back in towards mid. As we creep towards the minute mark, Elige will drop a molly. Try and deny any presence from xFloud, but at least he'll still get his off. Clearing in towards connector. It feels like we're setting up for a mid to be here. But the beauty of it is they have a decision. They still have the luxury of choice. Brokey, maybe alone here. The first, found easily as well as he sets up for the second. He's posted on towards window, and he has the support. Not much longer. Might have to go huge here, but the riflists get over in time. Frozen Elige will bail out Brokey as he gets his second. He runs through the flames, and he nails a third. Brokey, that is beautiful. A bountiful round from him on that B site, and he is shutting it down. Aurora couldn't even get a foothold.
Yeah, I mean, already looking disastrous. As Aurora have maybe given too much of their focus to the previous map. It doesn't go well. And now they're just not able to get their heads in the game for map number 2. FaZe looking really, really quite good early on here. It will be another attempt at the Hero AK. This time for Jota. And this truly is a full Hero AK. There's no backup this time. Couple Tech 9s, of course. Make things a bit sweeter. It's that utility you got to keep an eye on. They are, again, just gagging for a bomb plant if they can.
Okay. A lot of time in the early part of this round just taken conversing. The old existence timeout. 2 smokes and a flash, so they're really hoping for that bomb plant. But 4-0 start for FaZe, and most likely 5 if we're being frank. Really nice spot to put yourself in. Aurora, I think it goes without saying, feeling a lot of pressure right now. At least there was these back and forths in map number 1. We're not seeing that just yet, and I doubt we see it here. But a low buy round converted might change the tide a little bit. Brokey, I'm gonna say, does get tagged, force off the angle, but Rain's here. Has the support of Mirage, so there's nothing to be gained. And Jota, 2 points of HP on AK. Surely we hunt, and it looks like that'll be the case. The long road for Frozen, and he'll catch you in the side. Nothing gained, nothing saved. FaZe, another relatively effortless round.
Again, it just speaks for itself. Not even having to utilize the entirety of the team, you know, couple players to hold down A and win the round on their own. So Aurora got to start giving us something soon, or we will be waving goodbye to this side. Ooh, close there. Very, very close on the timing. Brokey, meanwhile, going to get a fast one in the apartments, also with a teammate behind him, so they really do want to take control of B apps. It does feel like we've not really seen much B presence from Aurora, so it kind of makes sense, but Wikadia's got it red. Carrigan goes down. There's no Overface coming in either. Aurora will take that kill, worth its weight in gold.
Smoke down front side of Con. They're trying to funnel them up through short here. But it does go eerily quiet. Of course, there's a gap on the top end of that smoke, which FaZe are trying to utilize themselves. And the numbers are in their favor. They've got to find a way to bring it back level. Nadal bound round, but still nothing. They know they're in towards mid. The only place they can realistically be. I think the question for FaZe right now is where is it splitting towards? And Brokey, well, he's ready for that first fight. How good's the swing? And can he react in time? 40 seconds though. And good timing on that molly as well. He's leaving B. Okay, now he's back.
Bit weird. He is out of position, is the thing. Elige, he's maybe kept it together. Ooh. Shot's nearly landing. Nade does a bit of damage. Elige, got to be careful here, trying to keep control of short and just hem them in a little bit so they don't have as many options available. There is a very, very quick flank on the way. Rain not really slowing up. Oh, swaps off the angle. It's all on Rain, though. They're just waiting patiently for this guy to get in from behind. He's going to get an easy catch onto the first. The trades are really quite clean. They work off of each other perfectly, and yeah, it's a gorgeous retake. Just nothing happening. You know, Elige staying alive at short means that they really don't have that freedom to just move around the site completely unseen. It's just really, really well done.
It's a fantastic retake, right? You know, really, really effortlessly played again, right? This has been kind of the word thrown around in towards this map, and that's how it feels for FaZe. Everything that can go right is going right. Nothing's falling short. Everybody trading off at the back of each other so well. Frozen and Brokey both playing brilliantly. I mean, Brokey's still yet to die as well. Frozen 7-1 for him. I mean, this is such a difficult position that Aurora put themselves in. You're 6 rounds behind. FaZe have already guaranteed worst case scenario is a tied game, but there's surely just no way that is going to be the case, and forcing these timeouts from them where they have to have really hard conversations, and it's with tournament life on the line. So things continue to build pressure on those shoulders. We buy it back in. That's the one thing going for them. Loss bonus plus bomb plant. That means buy each and every round. It'll break up in top mid smoke. Nobody there. Of course, no warps. Not a fight that Aurora want to be taking without the big green, without the scope. The one thing I do worry about in this round, though, is just the lack of util. Double molly, double smoke. Not exactly the best thing when it comes to towards executes. Even just one flash would really go a long way in this sort of spot.
Feels like quite a lot of rounds Aurora have been light on the ground. Yeah, maybe a little. Maybe a little. Listen, man.
Welcome to
That's the least of our worries.
Yeah. I can't
next
believe
patch, man.
Can't strafe.
He is fully
sound
floating,
weird.
though. That's crazy.
I don't, I don't really care that much about the animation side of thing, like too much perspective, but like the movement feeling is definitely a little weird, a little wonderful. We'll see. So we'll get back to the action at hand. I'm sure we can podcast that for a while. 45 seconds.
Also,
hit towards A.
Another missed smoke towards mid. Just want to point that out. So Aurora still making a few basic mistakes. They're going to charge in towards A here, but as you mentioned, lack of utility makes it a bit harder. Not afraid of the flames is Brokey. Rain's still alive. Down below, he will lose his support of Unleash, however, to try and bail him out from here. Ends up falling frozen in a bit too quick, and the mechanics of Aurora have taken over the round. It's Carrigan on this AUG, able to find one. He had some magic on his side over at B, but it's not here, and Aurora will get there first.
Oh, a couple of nice individual moments that just benefit Aurora there. They needed those sharp shots to be connected, and this time, thankfully, they do. Doesn't start well. I really thought that FaZe did enough, but fantastic. Wakadia, imagine, of course, in particular, Wakadia stepping up in a huge way. And we need it, right? We need those big numbers out from him once again, especially considering, you got Woxic going 0-7 currently, xFlower 1-7, Maja 2-7. I mean, the individuals are not finding their form over towards Aurora, and they're calling upon Wakadia once again to just be that facet of firepower, just be the numbers that they desperately need.
Ooh, chunky nade as they try and pick up the pace here towards B. Carrigan is somewhat alone. Only one for him. Elige had gone under. He catches a straggler and pulls off what could be a very quick, very scary flank. Brokey going to fall to a lurk on the Aurora side of things. It's tough. It is a good flank, but they know about him. At least you would say so. There's not really any heavy eyes on him at this point. Big find from Wakadia. Smoke out here. Elige gets going. Able to find one. Traded quickly. It's all going to be down to Rain. Planted default. They are softened up for him. A wide swing coming in. But Rain is just so good in the clutch right now. Another 2v1.
My God. Ice cold from Rain. So well played, so cerebral in terms of his, just even like the small things like his pathing, right? Getting out a window, opting to go on the left-hand side of that smoke, swing on towards, get right to take that first fight, isolates, patient, waits, puts the pressure on, and then Magic caught in the open. You see, he just does the due diligence to check clear and a swing and a find. Lovely stuff. 7-1 towards FaZe as they're inching closer and closer to life in Cologne. Elimination for Aurora. Grouped towards the A site. Like we said, loss bonus, bomb plant, a consistent factor of buys that come through, but so far it doesn't really seem like buys are making too big of a difference. FaZe in a wonderful spot.
Rain up close. Only one for him. Brokey's still here at triple. What can he do? Takes another wide swing as per usual and punish this time around. 2-on-2. Frozen's got a full belt is maybe the only thing that I look towards here. Carrigan could have gone for the spam. Opts to play it a bit safer, but the nade finishes off that planter. Jota as well going to be forced out into the open by the Molotov. And another clutch for FaZe. Man alive, the 50-50 situation's looking very, very good for them. Aurora getting closer, but just not able to take them over the line.
Yeah, and speaking of ice cold as well, Frozen, beautiful from him, man. The nade gets the first, lot of damage as well, meaning that they just can't stick around. In towards default, Molly forces a fight, and he was so ready for it. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Nothing really to complain about at all, bar maybe Brokey's overzealous nature to fight. I think that's the only thing that's maybe costing advantages. It's happened now twice. But a tilt, though, for Woxic, and completely understandable. And look at him, 0-9 for Woxic. Less than 30 ADR. He cannot seem to find a thing right now. Sometimes you have these games, right? And, you know, it is one of those where it's so difficult to shake off, and where we have to look towards the leadership and the other voices in this side, like your Madges, like your Faber, in terms of trying to put him back into a comfy spot, give him easy kills just to get him on the board, right? And try and set him up for success. They're really going to need him, especially, you know, with how well and confident Broky's playing. They've got to find ways to put pressure on him, and Woxic would be the guy we look towards, but unfortunately so far, not the case. Same for Exiled as well, of course, only a standing shore, but struggling to find his impact, especially comparatively. He had his moments in towards Nuke, but none of them here.
Gonna be a quick move at B. Desperation maybe starting to set in for Aurora. And Broky's here. They're just changing the setup on the fly. It was frozen this side of the map last time as well, so, you know, a lot of fluidity here from FaZe at the moment. Decent damage done either way. Carrigan kind of trades what he takes, but to just multiple different members, so it doesn't look quite as dangerous.
I love this. What a great information play. Ramp is open. No one's here. It's about to be very not open. Let's see if Alicia is wary of this. This double setup, though, is difficult to deal with, and they're setting up for Util. That's the bomb as well. From bad to worse, a nightmarish scenario for Aurora. And surely there's just no chance in hell of making this one stick. There's a guy trying to lurk his way through Con, being that of Woxic. AK in hand, and Carrigan on an AWP. Don't see it all too often, but with his low HP, Bogdan's law going to be abided by. They've recollected the bomb as well, but 20 seconds, they've just got no room for error.
Well, yes. It's Woxic in Con that I'd maybe say is the danger man. X-Floud too quick for Carrigan. Rain, though. I mean, surely, but Woxic is a little smart, so we'll see here. Could make a difference. He does lose his life quite quickly. Maybe a bit more time to buy for X-Floud in the clutch would have been nice. Molotov comes in. It's going to force him into an awkward spot, but I don't know. Have they heard him? They've surely heard the flames, but it would seem not. Just a bit too much going on at this point. Are they going to fully clear out Firebox? Brokey, yep, he's going to do his due diligence and take that position back. So, FaZe, they will take it over the line.
Well, there was a moment there, wasn't there? Especially when...
Yeah, a little bit.
Sort of where they obviously hadn't heard the tick in the molly, and he was able to sort of safely tuck himself in the corner. So, in a sense, credit to Aurora for making something out of that round, but it's still ultimately ending the same. A lost round and a 9th for FaZe, and it already feels like we're starting to get towards the beginning of the end. There's just been so little on offer from Aurora. Such a flat showing on their map pick. Oh, but Brokey on the break of the smoke catches Madra. Is now got a call from the grave. 2 more rounds left in this half, including this one, and even just a 9-3 would go a long way in the potential of a recovery, but it's dwindling. Chances and statistics do not favor them.
Rain. Clean find. And another. Just far too crisp with it. Going back in for a bit more. He will be punished this time around, but he's done his work. 10 rounds for FaZe. Where have Aurora gone? I mean, FaZe looking very, very clean, but there's just no bite to the bark of this Aurora T side. Their pick. Something that they're meant to be a bit more comfortable with, and we're just seeing a real lack of get up and go, you know, and so many rounds like this where they're just not helping themselves. Sure, this is the last round and a half, don't get me wrong, but, you know, lack of util, lack of weaponry in places, some very sideways economic decisions, I think, have sent them into a deeper and deeper hole that they're only helping to dig themselves. Jota will open here in the final round of this first.
That's at least a positive. It's only the second opening duel that's gone the way of Aurora this entire half. First one being kind of a while ago for Wakadia. Ray makes a move through Palace. It's so smart. Tunnel visioned a little bit, double scoped as well. It's a bit precarious, but thankfully he's got the rifling caught in support. The nade could really deal a lot of damage, and Brokey flicks to find Carrigan to close 11-1. FaZe making light work out of Aurora here in map number 2 and looking to seal the deal in a 2-0 fashion. Is there any life left in this Turkish fight, or is it goodbye from them for Cologne? Well, we're going to have to find out after the break.
Welcome back. Oh my goodness. I mean, they've done them dirty there on the reaction. I think that really sums up the entire half for Aurora, though. Look, it's 11-1. I think it still deserves to be a heavy FaZe scoreline, but there were a lot of rounds that Aurora, I think, they could have had. Maybe looking more like an 8-4, right? It's very unfortunate. A couple of them go against them. Just couldn't clutch up when it mattered in a way. And we'll see if they can survive things here. But this is tournament life on the line. Not looking good. Jota up close with the Julies. Deleted. Major the next man to defend this B bomb site. And he's not looking too hot either. It's Xfloud who comes in from the side, though. That might just keep them alive here.
Frozen. Couple of taps and he'll find. Oh, Frozen. He's so clean. But Woxie's also got tricks up his sleeve and that range as well. You probably favor that P2K, but you should always favor Rain. In a clutch situation, this guy continues to deliver, bailing them out map upon map, round upon round. And another one from him. I look towards this half to see whether we get another lights out showing from Brokey. He was 15-3 heading in towards this second. But Rain, that is such a big one. That'll seal it. Surely no two ways about it. 12-1 FaZe. And Aurora look flabbergasted by how this has fallen so flat. Of course, they're going to force double FAMAS, triple MP9, and 3 flashbangs. That's as good as it gets. No kits to work with either. So if that bomb goes down, life becomes even more difficult.
Yeah, really cool to see Brokey bouncing back. I think it's always hard to read this guy. He's a funny guy in the interviews and whatnot.
Yeah.
But maybe this, and I think you can see it on the server, it's kind of giving him a new lease on life, so to speak.
Yeah, agreed.
So we'll see if that can kind of take him back to those 2022 days, towards the top end of the scoreboard more consistently. Well, here we are, Aurora. Can we survive things? Arcadia has found a gap, but his teammate's falling. Left, right, not quite centered just yet. There's still time. There's still hope to stay alive at Cologne. Bomb goes down. No kit available. 1 flash. Maybe reality starting to set in. X-Cloud taken early. Info gained, but it doesn't matter. Brokey on the Mac 10. Nearly closing it out all by himself, but he's done enough. 13-1. Classic FaZe performance. Make Nuke look a little tight, little close, and then just absolutely demolish them on their own map pick. All the same, Aurora, with their stand-in, are not going to make it further than this. FaZe stay alive, but still a bit more work to be done before the Lanxess.
For sure, and still a lot more work to be done before we're really confident in this side, but really nice signs, right? That map 2 in particular, at 13-1, it's hard not to be happy about that if you are FaZe. And like we said, Brokey back to looking like his best. Frozen, Rain, both super consistent. Maybe looking for a little bit more out from kind of a leash, but there's only a certain amount of frags to go around, and he still didn't do bad by any means. So a really nice showing, what we like to call a holistic performance, because everybody gets into the thick of it, but you know, when it's that dominant, it's hard not to play with confidence and play with this kind of sheer audacity as FaZe did, and it works so often for them. It's commiserations, Aurora, but unfortunately a very weak showing from them on their own map pick. They could not get going at all, and it is some maybe quite stark signs in a way of when they don't have Xantares, how things can look a little weak and a little flustered, and they do lack a bit of the consistency in the rifling core. I mean, sure, not in the rifling core, but Woxy started incredibly so. He was like 0-10 at one point. It was really looking quite rough for him. X-Cloud as well as a stand-in, so we want to give him leniency, but also was really struggling. Only 1 kill for basically the entirety of the first half. So a tough one to fall back on if you're Aurora and be even kind of take any nice happy moments away from. That's one you want to try and forget as quickly as possible, but with it being elimination, it's hard to do so.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think, you know, Arcadia hits himself a little bit more consistently. It was Woxic, though, in the NIP game that was the guy that, you know, was able to fill the gap, as it were, in a way that you would want, in a way that you'd maybe want, even while Xantares is in the team. So his inconsistency really makes life difficult at times for Aurora. And then you've got, like, Madger on an individual level also is very difficult to work with. I think, you know, there's a bit more going on there, of course, IGL, all these kind of caveats, but it's tough to give those when you do have a team of players that just sometimes are not able to deliver. You need, I think, a couple more of the players to be consistently better, you know, somewhere in the middle. You need a guy, we like to call him a Crims type player, who's like 3rd on the scoreboard, but every single game, right? And not really dropping, not really becoming heavyweight. And unfortunately, I think for Aurora at this tournament, that has been the case. And yeah, it's difficult for them to now, I think, you know, argue a case without Xantares. And even with Xantares, they seem to have maybe hit a bit of a ceiling. Funnily enough, for me, when they've come under this Aurora banner, things have kind of started to slowly filter out a little bit, and they're not quite as exciting or explosive as they were maybe 6 months ago.
Sure. I mean, you know, even kind of touch on what you were talking about, right? Saying that kind of like, you know, you want somebody to be sort of the 3rd best on the scoreboard and just sort of be there. In a way, it feels like the issue with Aurora, especially in this tournament, unfortunately, is that all their riflers are guys that would be the 3rd best on the scoreboard. They actually don't have that hero. They needed somebody. And we got that step up from Arcadia. I'll give him credit, but in a similar vein, he's not meant to be this hero, right? And I think they just couldn't fill the big boots of Xantares, and that unfortunately is just how it is. I mean, there's no one else they could have gone to. I think X-Rod is the right person to pick up, but unfortunately just not the day. And of course, I think credit to just how good FaZe did play as well. We got some stats, of course, to bring you off the back of that, but I mean, what a showing from these guys. Electric all the way throughout. Brokey back to his best, and an MVP level performance from him. Frozen, incredible work, especially map number 1 was so solid, and Raid as well. I think, you know, maybe even kind of touts the MVP, not only in terms of the ever so slight rating difference that benefits him, but it's the clutches, man. This guy is so consistent, so solid. The amount of times he stepped up in a 1v1 or a 1v2 and he makes them stick for FaZe, it would have been a completely different game, even if he only won 50% of the clutches. But honestly, it literally felt like he won every single one.
Yeah, to be honest, and I think that, you know, there has been, for me, maybe a little bit of a shift in what FaZe are doing with the approach. Maybe not on purpose, but Rain finding himself in the late round situations a little more often. Elige as well, as we mentioned, not quite having as much impact, but I think becoming more of like a safe pair of hands, as opposed to, you know, trying to control the rounds as much. But still working Brokey back in maybe, and it's the whole kind of Carrigan method. Is it just give all the resources to this guy? Is it this freestyle kind of approach that FaZe can have sometimes that's working there? And again, we have to question whether they are ready to break a couple of the bigger teams, right? The smaller games, the lesser teams. I don't know, the Liquid game was pretty good, to be fair, from them. But it ultimately, for me, again, still has a degree of inconsistency in places against some of those bigger names. So still a bit more work to be done, as we said as well. Can't talk about it like they are going to be playing those more solid teams. The other game that they are sort of waiting to get concluded looks like it is going to go to a third. Actually, will go to a third. Yeah, just concluded. So indeed, a lot to play for over there. Is it going to be NIP? Is it going to be Na'Vi facing off against FaZe here now?
We'll have to find out as well. We're going to be going to break, but before we go to this break, we've got a little interview for you as well. Freya is sidelined with Maja over from Aurora. And of course, I mean, it would be great to get his insight in towards that. And then when we're back in a fair decent amount of breaks time, we'll be getting that second series underway. It's a bit of a banger as well as Mouse take on Spirit. But first, go and check out what Maja has to say with Freya.
Sadly, Aurora do fall to FaZe over on the B stream side of things. I've got Maja to kind of break down what happened during that series, because first map it looked reasonably competitive, second map not so much. Can you kind of tell me the struggles that you faced in the server today?
Yeah, I think on Nuke we lost like 5 clutches, very important clutches, I think. And when you lost all these clutches, we lost the map very closely. And in Mirage we didn't start very well, doing like a simple mistake, missing with no smokes on pistol, or losing also 2 or 3 clutch, but generally really bad Mirage, like you said. We try our best today with X-Flood, and I want to thank him because he tried his best to came for 7 days, try to learn all the tactics extra. So today it was not good at all, but we're gonna bounce back. Yeah.
I wanted to pose that kind of similar question to you, right? Because it's less than ideal to come in without your full starting 5. Was there any particular challenges that you faced with that? Obviously, nothing on xCloud. Appreciate him kind of coming in for the squad, but did that present any challenges that maybe you hadn't kind of prepared enough for?
Yeah, I told my guys like with Xantares, I think everyone need to take more responsibility in the game, because I was not expecting like xCloud to take the same like performance as Xantares, but he's a good player. But I think this tournament individually we didn't take too much responsibility. I think this is the things that we lack in this tournament. But we will see in the future. I think Xantares will come back, and we're gonna be full strength again, and we're gonna try to learn of our mistakes.
Obviously, this is only the beginning of the second half of the season, right? As you said, plenty more events on the horizon. Anything you're going to be doing between now and what's next for Aurora?
I think we have a tournament in some days, in 2 days, 3 days, so not a lot of break. I think we're gonna start boot camping again with Xantares, because with X-Flood we did 7 days and we changed a lot of things. So we're gonna work with Xantares, and fix things, I think, and we will see. Yeah, we have. I don't remember what is the tournament, but there is a lot of good, complicated shaders. So we're gonna play Counter-Strike. We will do what we love.
Sad to see you go, Maja. Thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to seeing you throughout the rest of 2025.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at FaceIt, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. FaceIt.com/watch.
The importance of fundamentals in the modern meta cannot be overstated.
He makes Alo sound animated. I know. I miss Victor.
Especially given the meticulous nature of map control protocols.
Wait, I can't stop yawning. Alright, wrap it up, little man.
This is important material.
Bro, look what you've done to my boys. We have a game in 30. Hold on, I know what we need.
Yo, Nema. What's up?
Is that Victor? Bro, I've never been so happy to hear your voice. We have a game in 30 and I need some of your magic. I'm putting you on speaker, okay?
Let's do it, brother. Alright, boys. First round is the pistol. You're gonna need to win that.
Easy.
Shit's gonna get tense. So I need you to breathe and relax.
That's more like it.
Because you're gonna need to win some rounds to win. And then you'll be good.
He's right. He is right.
Win by rounds. Don't lose ecos. And boys, listen. The most important thing in Counter-Strike. Play your own game.
Yes! Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go!
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. And then out I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. The fights, the fear, the fear.
Let's see if they're able to find a little bit more success with their crowd control utility early NIP. I'm sure we'll see mollies towards pop, more of those similar HEs, but we have noted NIP like to have these tone-setting rifle rounds early on the CT and the T side. So what is the first call? What is off the script?
Mikaze all off.
So both teams getting what they would hope for in the early stages of this round. Shush with foxhole, Snappy with light pop control. As you touched upon, the rookie getting Olaf, Emma up close towards E-Box, and now holding them at bay. CT's with only 2 smokes remaining. It doesn't look like they want to outsplit right now, NIP. So in through pop, Ujux to throw some util, Kaspersky to try and break through T main. Oh, bomb floating back B.
Okay, but Shush gets out E-Box, so they feel that pressure. Keep their boots planted. And Shush, he's really forcing fights here. Remove this one. Somehow alive. Closing that gap further. Imek gonna get hot and bothered by the potential spread. I think they whiffed that a little. Wonderful wash through the smoke and hits it. Ooh, not a hard shot to hit, but Imek makes it look easy. Hang on, Snappy. He opens up, removing Imek with Wrinkle's help. Bomb should be going down. In fact, they're pivoting to B. That's just extra salt in the wound for Bit. He's going to be extra detached. Arrives on the wrong bomb site and even held by Ujux here. Yeah, just looked away. Bit might have a chance in the first. A bit of damage done by Ujux.
A bit remiss about that if I was Ujux. I had a good idea. I was sitting, I was waiting. I peer away for a moment, and then he steps out and takes me down. And he should be able to get himself the upgrade into the AK, which he does. But great shooting from Snappy there. They are trying to make sure that Navi can't carry anything through. Wrinkle just clearing out yard, but if he heads towards Ivy, we can see Bit's tucked in quite deep. Bomb. Probably about 10 seconds remaining at this point, so I feel like Wrinkle won't have the advantage in this duel. And he's just going to hold on to his gun as well, so trying to get the cash flowing on the T side early. Shouldn't give away another kill. And Bit gets to retain an AK-47. So after we saw Na'Vi up close and personal, the util starts to fade. They have to drop back into more passive positions, and Shush gets out quite easily. I think that's what allows Na'Vi to just team in towards the yard, but it's the Snappy double. That's the difference maker.
Yeah. And it was just that single kind of smoke flash from Ujux that got Shush into E-Box or out from Pop.
Well, again, we talk about this a lot. If you are on the CT side, essentially when you're going aggressive towards E-Box/main early, you are hoping that the Ts want to fight you in those early stages. Sure, you might get caught off guard by a bad timing on flash or a push through a smoke, but that's when you want to inflict as much damage and get as many kills as you can. Think about the amount of resources that you're using to block and try and turn those fights in your favor. When it's late and smokes are starting to become few and far between, you're in no man's land. Here's the Snappy double. Oh, very well done from Snappy, looking like a young man.
Yeah, an important one there just because of the missed Molotov back bomb.
Yeah, I don't know what that hit. It bounced. Very odd.
Yeah, some geometry. Missing the mark. Clear focus. You can see the stop util just to stop any pop aggressions, early info for those CT pushes.
It's not an easy lineup. The fact that they're getting off so rapidly as well. They've got their reps as Ujux takes a tag. That's towards Ivy.
Okay. Well, it does look like Bit's going to get a bit of a challenge here.
Wonderful gets the tag. Ivy rotates straight to B. This feels like it's something that they are prepared for.
Well, Makazi's got full main control.
She's like, why do we see Ujux early? You know, is he intentionally showing himself so it feels like they're playing out? Because the fact that Wonderful rotates truly immediately tells me that Na'Vi understand. They've seen this one before.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of damage. 150 damage from a single HE, and then Bit just does the finishing touches. Wonderful and Bit repel the Ninja's attempt on B.
Yeah, you're hoping to execute into just one player and catch them in rotation, not to have two standing ready to deliver, and now you're boxed in, hoping that you can save. Considering how low you are, that's going to be tough. But we'll remind everybody, this is Train, T-side.
3 to 4 rounds, I think, would be par for the course, especially with the buff to the CT side finances after the most recent update. And speaking of updates, we had a big one last night that I'm sure you're all reeling about still. Getting upset about the cosmetics, that's fine. I think the big changes, at least as far as the competitive aspect of Counter-Strike will be concerned, is the changes to the map, and Train received the most drastic updates.
Right, yeah. No, I just want to make sure that everyone who's played the update jumps to conclusions.
Yes, that's what we love doing around here.
You jump to conclusions, you speak in absolutes.
Here's one thing I'll say that I'm okay with people being upset about.
What, bunny hopping? Being moved from the game?
Yeah, let's assume that's not an intentional thing, so let's call it a bug.
Yeah.
Same as the bomb bug.
Yeah,
it's
the bunny hop bug.
Those situations, they should not be happening.
There was a couple of like old school bugs that came back, like the knife going through your hand. That's just cosmetic.
Yeah.
The bomb being invisible.
That's not good at all.
Not cool.
But anyway, that'll be for another day. We are still using the old patch right now at IEM Cologne, and whether or not we will use the new patch for the playoffs will be up for discussion over the next couple of days. I would imagine if those bugs persist that we were discussing, the answer to that would definitely be a resounding no. A tactical timeout called by Blade. Actually, no, excuse me, by Exist. I was just getting confused because Blade's color is very similar to NIP's.
He does have an NIP branded sling, yeah. It's all part of the mind games. Exist gave that to him.
Okay, so they're able to get out a couple more rifles. A deagle for Wrinkle, but right now, Na'Vi keeping up exactly the same form as we saw in Inferno. Looking comfortable, reading the play well. This time it's on the CT side on the third map.
Okay, Kaspersky, he's actually going to try and make a play here. You can see it. There's intentions written all over his face. U-Jerks to be providing the flashbang assistance. And he's going to have to trifle with Makazi on towards that Olof fight. Shush. Ooh, lovely. Finishes off the job onto Imen. That's the go sign. That's the signal. Doesn't matter, though. Kaspersky cut down by the AK on Makazi.
Now you want to try and quickly pivot towards B while the communication is a little bit more frantic. Na'Vi need to piece this setup back together, and the boots are planted. Never mind, they are ready for this.
Yeah, just in time, right? Wonderful gets to free up Bit to move.
On the fade.
Easy peasy. Howard's just traded that. Really quick work. 2v3. Getting a little more sketchy if he could land that nade, but Snappy, only a Desert Eagle to his name. He had all those nades. Hasn't got a chance to use them. Could scuttle one down the stairs and hope to catch Bit.
Just being in the right place at the right time. Very good setups at the moment for Na'Vi again.
Yeah, it's always informed. You know, they're not kind of flying blind in the dark.
But that's exactly what NIP are going up against this Na'Vi's train. You haven't seen it with Makazi. This is the first time they're playing it. Oh, Snappy looking awfully sharp. Bit is extremely low. Makazi at half HP. 26 seconds on the clock. I'll pick your poison.
Jinx.
Oh, both of these, it feels like he should have absolutely no chance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it should be a single bullet to take him down. Makazi will report that it's coming his way and gets the job done. 9 frags for Bit. All started with that quad kill in the pistol, and he just didn't really let us foot off the gas.
I think the important factor of a round like that is it's still close to only 2 players staying alive. The CTs, even though they do have money, it's not getting out of control just yet. So NIP limiting the funds of Na'Vi until they, or would hope they can find that breakthrough. This one here is great. That's the round decider, essentially. So another partial. NIP looking for a plant, maybe a bit more damage short. And Kaspersky can't even get out main.
Ooh. He can try. He can try, and somehow he succeeds. Makazi down. Alexi tested on towards Ivy's side, and, well, he's actually handled it with poise. The smoke does sow seeds of doubt. You can see Snappy, a very small gap. He could be able to perhaps weasel his way through. Shush the same with his Desert Eagle on E-Box. They're going to try and work with the chaos, but cleared out nicely. Imet doesn't back down from the fight. And Bits just cleaned up the round. Never mind. Alexi waited out behind the smoke. Snappy and Kaspersky can't avoid Bit. He is inevitable.
Yeah, you'd really hope for NIP that we can find some friction. Again, T-side Train, a couple of rounds, that's all they need. But still, you would hate to have Inferno and then Train just blow by and your run that you've had throughout Cologne, your return to the big boy events to be over like this, because they have shown some decent Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
They've taken down Heroic twice, sure. They beat 3D Max as well. They lost to Aurora, but they had good chances in that. And I'm not saying I'm expecting NIP to be one of the best teams in the world, but this team has pieces with promise.
It's just a question of where their expectations were, you know?
This is their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This is the return. This is the chance to get some points within the VRS to make sure that there are more invites down the line, that you can stay within this realm. This is where you want to be, because we know that the season, it's all about getting enough points to qualify for the major to round out the year. It's going to be Starlight of Budapest. You jerks a little bit slow to get going right now. Wrinkle as well, and they're still don't have an AWP for Wrinkle, so apparently it's not part of the game plan, or at least it doesn't appear to be a focal point. They're more than happy understanding this stuff. Oh, look at this in-push. Shush again, delivering.
Okay, yeah, I think Bit emboldened by the half he's having. Tries to start a bit of a fight early, and oh, Kaspersky walking through the smoke. Makazi goes down. It's just been a reaction speed test there. He doesn't have any trouble with the first. The second is naughty. Very quick on that. Alexi B might oblige with the third. He just looked away. Still can't adjust. Alexi claws one back for Na'Vi, but his back is turned to that Ivy lurk, and Wonderful smoked off for a second longer.
Snappy will be planting. Wonderful will have a moment of surprise. But no, to no surprise, it looks like he's going to back off and retain this AWP. So the damage that they've been able to do has kept Wonderful honest in a situation like this, 6-2. And you have to thank Shush for that. He's been quite good, surging forward in pop for a fight. Now the B push comes, he's ready for it, gets them the opener, deals with Bit. So even if they don't get consecutive rounds, right? Really, if you're NIP and you want best case scenario, you win multiple rounds in a row, you break the finances of Na'Vi, and then you get a slew of rounds on this T side, and everybody's happy. Worst case, you get this one, you lose the next, you get the next, right? So as long as you're getting around that 3 or 4 mark, you're not out of it yet.
Yeah, it's just that sinking feeling, though.
Terrorists win. That's more like it. Take the fucking chances, right?
There you go. Take the chances, says Snappy. Gotta let your players play.
Whoa, just pull down on the transfer, finds the immediate headshot, and this one was tough.
Yeah, Makazi getting stuck on the box there. If he parved a little bit wider, maybe he had the jump.
I will go left side, guys. I can do more. No, don't do that. I'm holding SK. Left side, you're right.
A bit can't quite believe that.
Yeah, disbelief. Kaspersky's gotten out to Olof and decides he'd rather not. Makaze coming to ask questions of it.
Fun head-to-head between these two youngsters.
Yeah, right.
They both love aggression, they both have good aim, and Alexi's found the opener.
Ooh, Snappy tries to push on out for a response. Kaspersky's behind the smoke, can't chip in. Shush already bleeding out as well, so you talked about, you know, the worst case, which would be trading rounds back and forth. Feeling more and more likely. Can't believe Alexi's still there, though. Pretty audacious. It's going to work out for him. Oh, a free frag to the backside. You jerks, damage done. Look at him. 12 points of health, all he has to work with. This 2v3 just doesn't seem realistic. Shush paid a heavy price early towards the pop side. And yeah, a headshot to secure the lethality.
Okay, well, they know Shush tends to play over towards the box holes, so shouldn't be with us for too much longer. And the bomb out towards E-box is going to make this round done. So there you have the back and forth nature. Different approach there from NIP. Try to pop out of main on a bit of a timing, but they can't catch a fortunate one.
You can see the conversation from Na'Vi is that he could perhaps have slipped.
It still feels like a tense moment, but as the clock continues to tick on down, 10 seconds remaining, 7-2.
Counter-terrorists win.
We're in earshot of the players directly above NIP and Na'Vi just on the other side. I think Alexi was just asking something about Ivy, which is where you'd normally see you jerks having it. Oh.
Okay, well, they just attempted a pace change. Yep. And it has not gone to plan. It gets better for Na'Vi. Makazi finds Kaspersky. Shush has a go. Oof, hits the first headshot and a second as well. Massive output, combines with Ujux as well. Just in there, wonderful. Him on the back of this bomb train. Elevated angle. Wonderful missed shot, missed opportunity. Still though, it's ground for a clutch. 1v3 and a smoke to play with, gets walked on. Ujux secures it for the Ninjas. A third already in the bank with room for more.
That's a 3v5 disadvantage. Shush is the guy at the moment. His impact, whether it be openings or a couple of nice kills, it's like him and Snappy. So the Danes, they have contributed for, I believe, the 3 rounds that have been converted. Remember, Snappy coming out late, got a 2-piece for their first. Shush got that kill on Bit for the inside push, and now he gets a double coming out of Pop late after he'd lost 2 of his teammates, 2 of the heavier hitters. And this is acceptable. 7-3, back and forth on the rounds. Pressure still being felt. A shake of the head. Some frustrations from Alexi knowing they should have had that, as Na'Vi will call their second tactical timeout. And this shows you that par for the course I'm talking about in terms of T-side rounds exists, boys. They are encroaching on that damn quickly if they're not already there. And that breakthrough right now would spell a potential for a 7-5. NIP would be extremely happy with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The score at one point reading 6-1. 7-2 goes 7-3.
Wrinkle's got that orb now.
Okay, we'll see if that's a difference maker.
Pretty quiet at the moment.
You're definitely not getting early pop. Interesting setup. Yeah, he's going to get flashed in. And they were, I was going to say ready, but Ujux deleted by the MP9, gets the maximum output out of that SMG investment. And with first blood drawn, Na'Vi now can sit back and relax. Imet, he's got an incoming challenge to his authority. Snappy asking questions of Pop. Oh, what is that?
Right now, Snappy and Shush, both 8 kills apiece. They are looking like some of the sharpest aimers in the server.
That's all, yeah, you know, the star players in the server. Obviously, there's Imet, Bit, Wonderful, Snappy, Shush.
Well, Shush is lurking out high ramp.
Yep, and he's actually just taken down the anchor. He's actually just opened up the B-bomb site.
Massive rotation forced. Alexi jogging back over. Makazi into mines.
Oh, he's even double HE'd. I wonder if that even sells Makazi on it further. Cheeky angle. Trying to get the most out of this low HP.
Oh, and but Wrinkle might go down for free.
Wrinkle's planting B. Oh my god, no! Alexi's going to get another one! Wrinkle can't quite believe it. He commits to the plant. It costs him his life.
Miles away.
Yeah, Kaspersky, hang on.
Oh, Snappy's got a free kill. Snappy's got a free kill. Get your gun out!
Oh, okay, lots of things happening at the same time. Wonderful hits the quick scope. It falls to Kaspersky in the clutch, and it's Alexi B's round. How does he leave the round with 3 there? Wow. From frustrations visible on the captain's face to incredible scenes with the Force MP9.
I don't think Snappy can quite believe that a player is rotating that late, considering the circumstances.
Oh, mate. Cheeky smiles on Na'Vi's faces. They know they kind of got away with a lot there.
Alexi had so much to say within that round as the opening kill over towards Ivy.
What is this? Damn, a pixel. Finds the head of him. Snappy still not able to profit. Nice shots from Akaze as well. Oh, yeah, this was that weird exchange.
Very heavy Ivy presence right now. It's Wrinkle and Ujux going again. I thought Snappy was going to join them, so they really want to try and pepper this side of the map.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Kaspersky, that's crazy! Oh. Jeez! He's got a laser beam! Oh! That's Kaspersky's round! He had us talking smack about stars, reminds us what he's got. bit, denying that plant though, and it opens up the door for some serious chaos. Is the 4K not enough? He's holding for Shush as well. That's what you need to see. One hell of a way to end the half. Kaspersky announces his presence. 4 is what they muster on the harder half.
ISL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this that we've got on the docket for you. Mouz up against Team Spirit. They have both qualified through, and this indeed is for that extra little step that you can get yourself. Miss out on the quarterfinals. It would be a nice treat, I think, to just have a bit more time off, a bit more time to prepare. But in terms of the game in front of us, it's going to be an absolute banger here for these two teams. They've both been playing pretty damn well. We got Big Donk, of course, fragging out of his mind yesterday. Shiro the day before, looking pretty good. So I think that we are in for a very, very clean one here. Mouz also not dropping a map yet and looking good in their own right.
Yeah, exactly. Mouz playing in that solid sort of level that we expect of them, if we're being frank, right? But it's with Spirit, where they've been up and down throughout this year. Of course, New Boy as well, entering into the fray as well. We were unsure about where they're going to stand. And in all fairness, it's 2 flawless wins. 2 2-0s as well over Heroic and Aurora to put them in this specific spot where now we can start pushing our way forward. But you look at kind of where we're at with this Spirit side, and Mouz have always been a bit of kind of a kryptonite for them, I think is sort of safe to say, and we need to see now them finding that form once again. We're looking towards these two a lot when it comes towards firepower. Donk and Xertion, right? These two will bring a lot of numbers to the table, and especially that man on the right, he's got to find a way to shut down Donk. It's not always the easiest thing, and you can't always really rely on one man, but he will probably be that first port of call.
What is going on? What are those numbers, man?
Yeah.
Insane. It's absolutely insane when you see it pop up. You know, you say head to head, and this guy is nearly 50% better than Xertion. It's just crazy. It really is. And I mean, we talked about it a little bit with Aurora and their energy and trash talk and whatnot. They tried it a bit yesterday, and supposedly Donk seemed like maybe it got in his head initially, but got in his head in the wrong kind of way, and he just took over the game there. He's also got a bit of a fire under him, I think, because on that first outing, as sort of quickly mentioned, it was Shiro who stole the show. Donk still had like a good half, but beyond that, he wasn't quite the same sort of carry. And I think that we've seen a lot from this guy. We've caught him a bit in person and whatnot behind the scenes. He likes being in that position. He likes being in that limelight for sure. So he's going to battle to get there as much as possible. Another guy who's sort of stealing the limelight away from him ever so slightly in terms of name value, in terms of news, is Vi. Maybe not quite hitting in the same sort of way. Look, the shoes that he has to fill aren't like the biggest in the world, and you know, they don't need him to be this crazy player. They've already got a couple of those. Just a bit more support, and Magic's too inconsistent. Look, this is his first tournament out. It's a massive jump as well for him, right? You come from the big fish in the little pond. You're now the little fish in the big pond, and he is maybe holding his own, but still not quite hitting any heights that have impressed us just yet.
Well, I mean, honestly, I would say he's not even holding his own. That is the issue. I don't think he's. I think he's been pretty bad this whole tournament. But it's also kind of hard to be good when Donk's playing as well as he is, and same for Shiro as well. We got Veto rolling through, but I did really want to bring up Zwei just because I think he really has been underperforming compared to the level that we know of him, but within tier 2. And this step up in towards tier 1 seems to have been quite brutal for him out the gates. Veto, of course, rolling across your screen. Ancient and Mirage are going to be our maps to be played, and the decider is going to be Overpass, no less, as well. So we do get to see it. Neither of these sides have played Overpass in an official just yet as well. So this will be a very interesting litmus test if we get there, and arguably sort of when, in a way, as well. I mean, this is a series that obviously has been played time and time again, and basically every single time they have played within the last, what, 6-7 months or so, it's always gone to a third map. So I feel like this has got more of the same. They're very evenly matched in terms of how high their ceiling can go. But if you look at consistency, you look at form, you do probably have to favour Mouz there. You look back at Austin, Mouz won that one 2-1 with a bit of a reverse sweep as well. You look towards before that, Blast Open Lisbon as well. Same thing, 2-1, Mouz with that reverse sweep. So you look at this and say it really does feel like for Spirit, as much as they are such a solid team, Mouz always seem to have their number when it comes towards playing the game of attrition and fatigue. And let's see if that'll be the same here. Ancients, of course, is where we kickstart things, picked by Spirit, as they'll start on the T side. This is only a seeding match, quote unquote, but only is the big word there. Getting a more preferential seeding heading in towards the Lancers is unbelievably important.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you're going to get yourself locked in for the prize money and the VRS points as well, I would imagine. So it is very, very valuable these days, as well as just a better chance at winning the tournament overall. Shiro holding on the corner. Zertian comes round quick with the dualies here. He will go down second time of asking. Spinks as well falling. It's been a bit of action towards the cave area, finding the player at slant. So man advantage does swing in favour of Spirit. All of a sudden, Donk flying round for the final couple of kills. Casual high fives. Another day at the office.
He is just playing a different game to what we all are, right? It's moments like that. I mean, I want to see from his POV this first one. It looks so quick, and it is. Oh my God, the second as well. That's just classic Donk. That's just an average round for him, which is the scariest part. But it's a long road for this Mouz side to break him down. This is a map in which he does a lot of good work on because he gets so active. And Shiro, he'll crack open mid with a double. The transfer is excellent, making sure that this force buy has no legs behind it immediately. MP9, Deagle, and 5-7 is all we're left to work with. It feels like a non-existent case. Zontic's going to hold for this flank as well as the smoke phase. But the right idea, how's the execution? Messy, scrappy, unfortunately for him. He'll fall.
Good info, though, isn't it, really, that I think they can pretty comfortably work with. So, bar an insane Spinks moment, which does not happen. They know that they have the round under lock and key. Bombplant going to come in as a small creep around this dropped player. Is there a gun to be retrieved? I suppose is the question that they are asking. In the same vein, hanging around it, maybe thinking that there'll be some sort of a counter hunt from Spirit. Money-making opportunities for the MP9.
Brilliant. Looking around at the tail end, but nothing on offer, really. I guess having two MP9s kept over is a somewhat silver line. Because that was a force buy, you have nothing to bring in towards the next round. So it's better than nothing, is what I'm trying to say. But it doesn't really feel like it's going to be too big of a response in towards round number 3. So now we're Spirit looking pretty good. Expect to win that round, but Shiro does a nice job of making sure. Zontix should a little better there. In the end, it doesn't matter all too much. Tech pause. Unfortunate. Not sure who on what side it is, but wait and see. I don't really see anybody kind of messing around with headsets. I'm assuming maybe over towards Halley.
Possibly. It looks like he's adjusting his chair.
Yeah,
to be honest,
honestly, yeah.
I would not taking a tech pause for that. But yeah, it does seem relatively chill. Could just be a very simple game crash. I'm scared, man. I'm very scared.
What are you scared of?
This new patch is just not good.
Well, at least we're not on it for
I know,
stage.
but
probably
that's what
not
I'm
the
scared.
playoffs,
Maybe
yeah.
They did say, oh yeah, we're going to have a look and consider it and all that sort of stuff, see if it's workable, basically. And I think the answer is potentially not at the moment. But I do worry for future tournaments, you know. It just, I don't know. There's some good things, some bad things, but there are objectively just some broken things
as
well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm hoping we get, you know, a pretty abrupt change. I mean, you know, it is Tuesday, right? Tuesday is standard kind of Steam goes down a little bit, Valve fix some things, so I'm sure they're keeping a keen eye on what's happening in terms of what the...
putting a lot of stock in them to do it within 48 hours of the update dropping.
I'm just putting a lot of stock in Valve as a whole, maybe, to even care what we think. So we'll have to see. Some of the things, animations, I don't mind that much. I know they are...
affect gameplay.
Yeah, some people feel like it makes them feel a bit more awkward. At least kind of the vibe I've been getting. But generally speaking, I don't mind it too much. But it's the movement and the strafing and stuff like that, which could be a little funky. We'll see. Either way, we're back on the way. Only a brief attack pause. I think it was just a bit of an FPS issue, but concluded. Double MP9s is all we've got to work with. 4 miles, of course, saved from that previous round. Around it, half armor and a 5.7 and a Deagle for Xertion and Spinks, respectively. And Brolin going to get up close here as well. Could catch one off guard, and does. Can't really get away, but deals more damage. The Deagle trying to get this kill, but a drive-by from Chopper will bring things back to a doable position. This is still really awkward, though, because 5.7s can be difficult to deal with.
Oh, Jimmy. 1 HP. He's going to back off, even though he's only got that 5.7. There's not really any hope that he can do anything into this round. There is an opportunity to take a gun. They're aware of that, keeping an eye on where this guy could be coming from. Meanwhile, Xertion will keep his MP9, and that feels much more workable. Shiro with a good sense of timing. Make sure there is no shenanigans from the young Finn. Xertion, though, looking to grab an exit, potentially, of his own. Just misses the window, and Donk teaches him a lesson. So, looking good here for Spirit.
Yeah, exiting to anybody else. He can maybe catch them off guard. Exiting towards Donk. Unlikely. That is the case. Nice work. Making sure that round is seen over the line. It's maybe a little bit more expensive than they would like with a couple of casualties, but for the most part, you're still pretty happy. So, 3-0 stop. Coming towards the first investment here at 4 miles. All for Torji, who's... I mean, recently, you know, as of late, Torzi's been looking excellent. We're looking towards him a lot. Put pressure on towards Shiro. Put pressure in general on towards Spirit. And with the AWP in play as well, now's the time to show it a big dink on towards Zwei as he gets spammed through the wood. Unfortunate way for him to start at 7 points of HP.
Pretty slow going here as the round unfolds. Spirit are looking to contact onto this A-bomb site. Maybe see how far in they can get. A lot of noise from Jim Fat. So I know that he is in the donut. One CT smoke coming in. Could easily just be one guy on a lurk. So not quite panic rotating just yet. They will start to move a few more in. There's a boost up onto the tree here. This is a pretty dangerous spot to be in, and man alive, Spirit are just keeping it quiet. One smoke, full contact for the most part. Gonna start slowly making more noise and making themselves known. They will try their best to keep that player at bay. Chopper trusts in his teammates as he gets that bomb down. It's Brolin with the triple kill. Swapped onto an A1S now, maybe trying to get the ace with 2 different weapons. Zontic's going to have to do most of the work. Zwei is just nowhere to be seen. I think they know about him as well, given the fact that he has taken damage already. Zontic's trying to hold for the clutch. Not going to happen. And they know Zwei too far away. Get on that bomb. Brolin making it look easy.
Yeah, massive round from the IGL. What a time for him to step up. That was looking a little precarious, especially when Donk finds his kill. That's when I was thinking that there might be something brewing here for Spirit. But yeah, great round from him. Laser sharp as well. So confident to swing. And the defuse just as the cherry on top. It's a sumptuous round. I mean, look at this where we are now as well. I worry a little bit for Spirit. You know, for Zwei, it seems like we still haven't found his confidence. Feels like we're still not fully sure about how and where he wants to play on this C side. He can't get overly aggressive because that's Donk's territory. Can't be too passive either because that's Zontix's. So where does he slot in the middle? Well, Donk will show how you do it aggressive. A double opener for him. And middle is taken.
Yeah, back with a bit of a vengeance. None of this slow moving BS. Let's just get in the face. Ooh, maybe. Tip of the barrel spotted. Surely Torji knows there's a guy on the right, but just can't really punish him. Calls upon a teammate to try and clear the rest of it out and perhaps, yeah, move in there. Full confirmation. Patience pays off. However, it's an A move. And they've left Donk on an island. Let him do his own thing. He's created enough space here. They've tried to turtle up on B. It's the wrong bomb site.
It looks like this is where you probably, if the bomb goes down, use the auto-save. Yeah, it looks like Mouz. I'll do exactly that. It's the smart call. It's the right call as well. Especially considering where, you know, Torzi's tagged. Spinks is barely alive as well. Just keep hold of what you've got. You've got no chance of retaking that. Especially with the util set they've got. Double flash nade and a smoke. No real chance in hell. So a nice move by Spirit. It actually comes off the back of, obviously, a Donk double opener. Always going to help. But actually leaving him alone there, it draws attention away from the site and allows them to contact through. Exiting out in towards, not a CT spawn, but they're not going to peek in towards the AWP of Torzi. So everybody survives in a 3 versus 3, and Spirit extend the lead once again to 3. Good work. Easy stuff, and really, really good signs to see Donk out the gates. Super confident, so crisp as well. I mean, that reactionary shot is nuts. And sure, he gets cut short at just 2, but you'll take that every day of the week.
All right, timeout in. Let's see what Cyclone can instill into the squad here. As the game maybe starts getting worrisome now. They have picked up that first round. Individual moment. We always talk about them being difficult to replicate. And you see that immediately with Spirit getting back on the board. You know, keep them on one round, keep them at arm's length. They're not going to be too bothered. Every now and then you will let one slip, but kicking off the series well feels good. Never a guarantee against this Mouz team, it would seem.
Yeah, if we're talking about replicating individual moments, though, there's one guy, he's in the server, who you sort of feel like he can. Everybody else, you're like, okay, you know, we shouldn't rely on that. And Spirit do, and well, so far, we can't blame him for that. It's Chopper to find the first exertion. Tried a little maneuver up towards Shelf, and I like the idea, but unfortunately, the execution, not quite there. Oh my god. Of course. Of course he wins that against an AWP at range. I have to see that from his POV in the replay. That is so quick.
I think we're just reveling in it, you know, like it's different gravy, isn't it? You can watch the game and there's kind of casting the game, I think gets you a bit closer. Imagine playing in the damn thing, you know, spectating this guy. Absolute monster. But again, they're kind of leaving him to his own devices. He will join up with the pack, but it just leaves Mouz a bit confused as to like, okay, he's sort of doing his own thing. Is he lurking? Is he faking? And Spirit, it looks like they're really in the heads of Mouz here. Yes. This is 2 rounds in a row now where they have thought about the wrong bomb site, and Spirit, like, look at what they have left, man. They've got so much utility left, and they've just fully walked on to B. There's nobody home.
Yeah, and the hunting as well. They know there's no one here. And they know as well with that angle of in towards just outside of CT. They're already shelled up towards the A side. Things are going to get a little dicey here. In fact, Molly behind him, Shiro in front. It's a lose-lose spot for him. And you're against Donk here as well, Spinks. There was no chance you were winning that swing. He starts it and he closes it too, but I have to kind of come back to the point you were bringing up. You're absolutely right. Spirit are in their heads 100%. Chopper is calling a really good game right now. And that's that sharp shot. My God, that's quick.
Monstrous.
Yeah, I feel you, buddy. I feel you.
It's just like, you got to take it in stride. It is a guarantee. I think I said it yesterday. Death, taxes, and donk. Mental. Absolutely mental. But he lives for it, man. Look at him, you know. Ali's talking. He's just staring over. Trying to catch an eye. Little cheeky smirk if he does. No nose tape for Chopper.
Yeah.
Interesting development.
We're gonna have to get some scientific research into this.
I'm telling you, I started like boxing recently. We'll keep it, you know, quick, and it's pretty intense. But I've been on the
Tyson.
Yeah. But I've been on the mouth tape while sleeping to like promote nose breathing. It does make. I think my cardio is way better than it should be because I'm like so good at breathing. So up the breathing game, guys. You never know what it might unlock.
Well, you know. Dunk back in towards mid, a nade that'll bound round, but it's Torzi on the break of the smoke that finds one. Damage dealt as it just taps him down enough to make him shy away from sticking around for the fight and the spam. Spinks, he'll chunk a grenade. So Yuto so far has been excellent for that spirit, but they don't have the numbers in their favor. Got to do this from a very early 4 versus 5 in the hands of Mouz.
Yeah, pretty good looking round for Mouz, actually. They're so far back. They've got very little control. Chopper left low. Should be able to convert from here. And look, we love talking about Donk, but Shiro is also a really big piece to take early.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one of the fangs taken out of the attack here. Torji picks up Donk as well. They left him again to lurk around. Over on the B side of things, does not go well. He's not going to take the head clean off this time around. So, looks pretty good. Conventional execute coming in for the rest of the team as they will burst forwards. Gonna get the control. Whether the bomb plant is a guarantee is another thing, just because of spam and breaks of smoke and whatnot. They will eventually get the plant in, but it's just cost them everything. Zontix has to really pop off. That's his first kill of the game here. Gonna need 2 or 3 clean ones to go along with it. Set up with Chopper. I like the crossfire. What can they survive? Chopper comes in for one of his own. And somehow living it. No, Zontix, clean headshot, all down to him now. 1 versus 2 to try and stay alive here. Needs this, needs this. Spinks will rush into him. I think if he gets his hands onto a kit, he should have enough time. Goodness me, it is far too close for comfort.
Oh, honestly, it's a great effort from Zontix and Chopper. Chopper sets him up for success, and Zontix so close to delivering as well. Credit to Mouz for not being too flustered there in that retake, but numbers drop so quickly. Oh my, there was a moment. And they needed Spinks to step up and get this kill quickly, which he does. Thank God the kit's close too. Oh my.
Nice boys! Nice boys! Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Bit of noise being made as well, Mouz. They need to get themselves fired up. That open play, of course, for Torji. That was recovered right at the end there by Spinks. No AWP on the flip side, so sure enough to do it with the rifle, but he's been pretty damn good with it. Oh my, damage for Spinks. It's so unfortunate to get the kill, but Brolin, he'll get both.
Big finds. It wasn't really the main idea, it would seem. Up through middle here. Spirit playing a very slow mid-round. Quite often here, actually, in this first half. Sertian moves away as the smoke starts to dissipate, but they are ready and waiting here on the Spirit side of things. The bomb lagging behind a little and sort of scared as other smokes start going down. He doesn't want to drop on one of the many crosses that he has to take. Pretty unforgiving pathway to join his teammates here, so yeah, looks like Zontix is just going to sit around, see what his team can cook up, hopefully create some space. Oh, towards A. Torji gets timed on. They spot him, they jump across. Bits of information coming out now. Zontix staying alive. Bomb's going to have been spotted. 20 seconds, don't really have too many other options. I think he just had to go All gas, no brakes towards A. With that bomb spilling, the panic ensues, and there's just not really much that can be done here for the rest of the Spirit side.
Sure, save, and that's a luxury that he'll be given. No one's really close enough to see him off, but it's a big round from Mouz, right? Brolin, again, another multi-kill round from him where he takes charge. Now, should we be relying on Brolin with the numbers? Probably not, but it doesn't matter at this point, right? I think when you're Mouz and you're trying to climb your way back in towards this game, getting him stepping up in a big way and being a consistent factor and being really in the thick of all these fights and coming out on the right end of them, it's positive signs for Mouz. They've got these tricks up their sleeve to put pressure on towards Spirit. So far, so good. Molly and Nade down. Donk, he tries to go through the flames and the flash, but Yimfat will find him. So a nice opener, and Donk stopped at nothing. A real rarity in the early part of these rounds, and they're going to have to do it without him, which Spirit sometimes they struggle to do.
So I crept past the smoke. Oh, deleted. Unfortunately not having the same sort of success on those lurking plays. And again, Spirit really drawn out kind of round. Few solo plays. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting here, the approach. And works in the early stages. I think bit of timeout, bit of chatter for Mouz. And just have your gun up at all times. Be prepared for a fight at all times. They're looking to abuse your fundamentals, so just make sure that they are solid enough.
Posted. Who spots who first? Only a mere few pixels to work with. Bersertion's not peeking. Not yet. Not worthwhile. Speaking of, there's an AWP on the corner and a dink on towards Torzi. With support, it's Jimmy, and he'll come up huge. Optics falling, Shiro's stuck in no man's land of mid, leaving Chopper with it all to do. 1 versus 5, 25 seconds, a Tech 9. Does have the bomb, so a plant is maybe a luxury he can get, but even that might be a bit of a big ask, and he might just save the AK-47. He scoops it up. It looks like he'll slip the net as well to keep that alive. So Mouz up to a 4th, a 1-round game. And something on the cards here. Slowly but surely scaling their way back in. While that round was concluding as well, we've got a conclusion on the A stream of Na'Vi versus NIP. It went to that 3rd map, which in itself was already a surprise. Na'Vi won it 13-11. Right in that final round. So, an insane match, apparently, over on the A stream. This one set up to be more of the same as well. This one for seeding, sure, but still super important in VRS and that prize pool and going deeper in the Lanxess.
Charging towards A to try and just retain their lead here. Jim Fat, though, will hold all too easy for him. Got to give him more of a challenge than that. They're on top of each other a bit at default. But, you know, Jim Fat, he makes use of it. Donk on the hero AK. Only one for him, and this game has flipped upside down for Spirit.
Yeah, we've absolutely got a game on our hands here. Second time out going to be taken as Hallie re-enters the fray, and you understand why. They've lost control of this completely. 5 out of the first 6 rounds won by Spirit, and now a really, really good and in some ways kind of effortless. I mean, these last few rounds have felt quite one-sided from the get-go. I mean, look where we're at now. All tied square. It's 4 in a row. 4 Mouz and a lot of pressure being put on the shoulders by Spirit. And we keep saying that it feels like they're the kryptonite for this side right now. And a team of Spirit who are still a little shaky and still trying to properly integrate IEM towards this side and all the rest. Well, against the side of Mouz, who apparently have no weaknesses. And we haven't seen one for a long, long time. It does worry us that Spirit, just too many gaps in this side. And can they rely on brute force alone?
Big mid control here. Lots and lots of utility down. They will look to reaggress on the Spirit side of things. Again, though, looking to just sneak a man in behind enemy lines. Oh, Zwei. He does come out at the right time. Nearly on for the double. He's unlucky to not get the headshot there. Torji backs away, tagged up, and avoids the nade, but there you go, the young gun looking to prove himself in a big kill here in this round.
Torji going to reclaim space in towards red. Bomb not committed, but it's all alone towards elbow, so worth keeping an eye on as there is a push coming through. If Yinfat wins this fight, this round already might feel done. Oh my god, it's so damn close. Zontix just about sees that one off. That would have flipped the momentum in this one, absolutely. But now a 3 versus 5. As long as we play together for Spirit, we shouldn't have too big of an issue of seeing a 6th on the board for us.
Bomb rotating round. Couple players teetering here. See Shiro pushing out on A, and the bomb will move back. So, yeah, they've got deep control over there. Big killing towards middle, but I think that kind of just locks them in a little bit. 10 seconds? Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, it's close, man. It's very close. Maybe 3/4 of a second getting in the way there. So if he'd been slowed down or if he just misses the pathing slightly, Zershan doesn't check his angles. Oh, they're a little disjointed because of how panicked the bomb plant is. Maybe had an opportunity to isolate a fight. Shiro further forward than they expect as well. And goodness me, top teams in the world can still also get caught off. Completely blindsided by this round.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played by Spirit. It's a little funky. Keeping it fresh and for Mouz. All that will have brought in towards the next is that AK. Of course, plenty of money to work with, hence why towards the opts for the AK. He can buy back in towards an AWP. No issues. Yeah, nice work. Spirit take the lead. A slim one, but a lead all the same. And if they can just get up towards that 7th, guarantee it in towards the next half, it goes a long way for the feelings of this map. Seaside has been a little scrappy and they've obviously struggled for a while. But that's big. Dunk. A little upset, gets caught, but it's fine. Round is a round, a win is a win. And a final one of the half, number 12 here. Mouz looking to tie it up once again.
Ooh, donk on the entries will be traded out. A mess here in towards middle. Jimfat, while blind, keeps it cool, but what's happened here? Svi and Shiro chiming in. They will open up the B bomb site. Svi in particular, the deep smoke just stops Torji coming round. And the bomb should get planted. Might be a walk away in any other moment, but final round of the half, so they're going to have to give it their best try. Both got kits. Time not too much of a squeeze. Shiro as well. Pretty far back here. So if his teammates go down quickly, it's going to be a tough little 1vx situation for him. But they just have to make so much noise coming in here. They don't have time. Molotov will keep them at bay. Nade to follow up to just soften and continue keeping them back. Looking good. Shiro's now joined the main crux of the defense. It's Zontix to hold, and it's Spirit to take a slim lead, but a lead nonetheless going into half 2.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll work on that, and they'll work with it for sure. I still feel like with that little run from Mouz at the end, this map is still very, very much up in the air. But, of course, we have to wait and see. We're still looking for a couple more players to step up on both sides. It's been Brolin who's been looking excellent from Mouz. Can he continue it in the second half?
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome back, Mouz, with a resurgence in the middle, but Spirit still able to find a slim lead here. Looking good while doing so, having a good time, courtesy of the big man. Kind of interesting that, you know, Donk, a lot of freedom given across. It worked early, Mouz seemed to figure it out a little, and then a slight change up from Spirit, actually putting some pressure into the hands of Zwei, and he does deliver a couple rounds there, so we'll see if the 2 will be enough. A pistol on top of it would be very nice indeed. An open B-bomb site. And Mouz seemed to know this. Execute coming in. There is Shiro with the Julies in cave, but the site itself has dropped. Chopper is a full-on utility mule over there, by the way. So we'll see if he gets put to use. I think they're already starting to feel a little saving in the air, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Unless some kills get gifted over really early. I mean, they do have a kid. That's one thing to work with. Shiro trying to be a bit of a nuisance for Spinks. He's going to find 2. He looks for more as well. And he'll have no issues delivering it as Torzi closes. What a pistol. What a pistol for Mouz. An open sight, sure, that's a gift, but that post plant is excellently done. And they put the pressure right back into the core of Spirit. It's off the back of this man as well. Spinks has an absolute blinder of a pistol, and it's flawless.
Let's fucking go!
You see what it means as well. Torzi getting loud, getting proud. They are going to force Spirit in towards the next 1 MP9 is basically all they bring to the table.
Yeah, good opportunity here for Mouz then.
Yeah, for sure.
Could bounce and get themselves some really nice rounds. Pressure is on. It feels like a very important map, as we talked about the recent history with these teams. Reverse sweeps from Mouz, generally the pick of Spirit going well. So if Mouz are able to break that, it would be signs of improvement post-player break. Chopper looks scary here in the Jag position with that automatic weapon, the only one. Oh, on this force buy. Very, very cheeky standing out in the open there from Brolin as the smoke goes down. And, well, Mr. Zwei is going to go unchecked. And he's like, thank you very much. Look at this. A nice little prize for him. Man advantage comes through for Spirit.
So, moving towards A, it's just Zontix here. As they creep in towards the site, well, I say creep, they're going to go loud about it, but as they now move in towards the site, his best option might even be a bit of a gimmicky push through this smoke. He's trying to tap away. Oh, and he'll find Torzi. Can't deny the bomb as the Infa sprays down for one. Looks for a second as well. His pistols that are putting pressure on, and he'll run out of ammo, but he's done enough to get out alive. Give him time for that reset. Back into the 2 versus 2. They know where they are as well. Smoke that'll come down, a huge gap in behind of it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That's going to make life a little awkward. They'll drop a lurk smoke of their own as well. We're just sticking it here as well. I don't even hate the idea. Yinfa, he runs through. It's all going to be on this man, and Spinks gets both. Spam through the smoke, and he finds a second, and he keeps Mouz ticking.
Just, I thought that first kill from Chiro may well have been enough, you know, get the guy who has sent it. And Spinks just a hope and a prayer. And there you go. There you go, man. Torchy is a player as well that, especially recently, has really been commenting and been noticed for just keeping the energy and the positivity up on this Mouz side of things. Will it help? Will it find improvements? I mean, it's always going to be good, but sometimes it can take a bit of your focus away from the game. It's a tough balancing act, of course, but Mouz, at the moment, balancing it well. Upgraded pistols for Spirit, stacking out on B. Quick find from Zwei. Oh, careful here. Do not want to go into the Lion's Den without a game plan. Team kill. Still a little dicey here for me. A smoke will come down. That kind of makes the decision for them to pull away, in all honesty.
Yeah, I think you're right. Deagle and a double P250. Probably nothing really to be found here. Contested kills would be nice. They've already got a couple, which is still pretty decent considering the level of investment they brought in. But the only unfortunate thing is, with those 2 kills, there's nothing to be recovered. Mouz, they're still committed to going towards this B site. I do think that's the right call. There's 2 players here to meet them. There's a charm to being pinned, so they just don't really have the time to reset and go back towards A. And as well, they don't really have the util either. This could be funky. It comes down to whether they can hit the shots, and Torzi, he will for the first. Another spotter, just where's that last man lurking? Where is the deadly donk? As that Deagle starts to flank and he's left all alone. 1 versus 3. And Torzi's got the right idea as well. He spams through the wood, but there's not really a lot Don can do here, surely. He's had some heroic moments, but this little menace in a 1 versus 3 with a Deagle, surely too big of an ask, and he deals damage on towards the second, but that'll be that. Brolin sees him off, and Mouz find yet another, and slowly but surely they've been scaling in towards this game. When you look at the tail end of the first half in towards the second, could the gun rounds actually be looking pretty favorable for them. It's the one big worrying thing is that Spirit right now, this scoreline feels bolstered by the pistols and the force buys.
Maybe a little closer than we would like, to be fair. So just something to keep an eye on as Mouz develop into the game here. 2 taking lane control. Told you actually very, very far back. It's kind of a late smoke coming in on the inside of cave. So there you go. Cool kind of lineup for you. A lot of utility downrange in the first 30 seconds. Rotations round as well from Spirit. 3 out on B. 1 towards middle, just having a little bit of a look. Donk does move fast. He dishes out some damage, not quite a kill, but he also can't stop them. And also, I think, just leaving Spirit guessing, like, where is the main part of the attack? Where is the finish right now for Mouz?
Donk moving his way forward just to try and catch them in the back lines. He's going to set up deep in towards spawn. Doesn't want to re-aggress on any of this red room control, and it is the right call. It's being held for by Xerxin. He's slowly kind of moving his way forward as well. This is a split to A angle every day of the week, but it's a pretty mean double stack on the site itself, and a third rotating over to Donk and Shiro being your first. people to fight, and Shiro, who will get the first. He's tempted by the second. Body that comes down as well. Forces towards the open. Oh my. It's Spinks who gets one before the Flame sees him off. It's Zwei who will find one in the back lines. But he's now all alone. 1 versus 2 for the new boy in this side. Spirit Savior to rekindle the flame of a top level side. Can Zwei do it? Oh! Yes, he can. New boy, he's had a slow tournament, but what a time for him to step up and shine. Zwei, that's why he was brought in towards Team Spirit.
God damn, and just a little moment there, just a little moment of excitement coming in. Doesn't get straight on the bomb. He's trying to act cool. Just stay cool, man. But no, huge round. Absolutely massive. And it could be a key turning point. Does not come a moment too soon. Holy hell. So damn clean.
You could have done something pretty damn good if you made Donk surprised, eh? Well played. Well played. We've been calling on him. I mean, me and you followed him throughout the tier 2. We know the level this kid can play at. It's just whether he gets comfortable back in towards a new side and, of course, ultimately a new level of Counter-Strike. And it's moments like that are proof in the pudding. There is the idea there. He's got tricks up his sleeve.
Certainly a monster within there, just waiting to be unleashed. Slow hit. In the A-main. Looks to be a crunch. Dong is met by Brawl and Shiro up close. Can only get 1 bullet out at a time. Ooh, Zontix. Oh, the MP9 at range does make you worry ever so slightly, but he will retain the man advantage for now. Bomb to go down. Weapon recovered for Brolin. Got the entire force of Spirit to deal with. So it's just going to be Torji remaining on his trusty AWP. Will drop the first, looks for the second, and going to get it round the corner. He's too quick. Oh, and Zwei denied this time.
Guys, no money, okay?
It's 2 back-to-back rounds. Torzi saying no money as well. But 2 1v2s that flip this narrative, and Torzi, I mean, this second shot so quick on towards Zwei. He was kind of right about no money, but not fully. And this smoke there as well in towards elbow. So Xerxian rightfully a little bit cautious of it. Wasn't done on purpose. Double FAMAS, MP957 and an M4. It's Donk wield the premium rifle. No surprises there. He's not been as lights out though. 14 and 13, it's good, right? Don't get me wrong, but still not the level that we're used to and know of him. Zontix up close. MP9 does well, not even a point of damage. He's got no util, so he can't smoke them out here. He just has to fight.
He's thinking about it. Just going to hold for now. I think something really quickly to add to your Donk point. He started really well.
Yes, yeah.
I think they have managed within the game to sort of shut him out a little bit more. So, also something to really consider, that it's like, it's not just he was on for one of those lights out performances, but not quite been able to keep it up. Chopper, 5-7, clean. No one else around to get the trade in, so maybe a needless life given away there. I'm going to try and charge in towards B, but they're more than ready for this. Chopper, his life is forfeit, but he gets the information as a trade. The shot's just not landing. Shiro keeps the dream alive. We've got Zontix on the backside as well. So very late with this flank. He had that A-main control. He's been waiting for this moment all round long. Torji knows he's got to try and isolate a duel, but he cannot. And Spirit straight back in there. It's going to come all the way down to the wire here on Ancient.
Well played from Shiro as well. I don't even hate that idea there by Torzi, right? Because he knows in a 1 versus 2, he has no idea where that second guy is properly or where he's actually going to pounce from. And he knows there's basically a timer on his head. So he's got to try and level the playing field as soon as possible. Hence why he flies into the fights. But what a massive round to be taking. That was a full investment, of course, by Mouz, but there was not a lot left over in terms of the econ. I think it's understandable why we've got to pause here. Their second called. Cyclone back on the mic for him, but the buy going to be less than adequate, as I was alluding to, and you can kind of see bottom left, money's not exactly flourishing. Speaks into an AK, and I wonder if this is a hero AK spot with Tech9s around it, or whether the full buy will join him. And judging by Brolin, looks like the full buy might join, so they want to test the mettle of Spirit, saying, all right, you guys have just forced bought in against us with a less than perfect buy, made it work. Well, we're going to try and do the same. Is this too audacious of a call, however? Because you lose this, Spirit find 10 and they gift an 11th. That gives you one gun round left to stop Spirit taking this map. So a lot of pressure put on this full investment here, and they very much could have ecoed and full bought in towards the next.
Oh, nice molly. Actually not quite going to meet the mark, unless it was specifically for Cubby, but it felt like it should have been more of a cave move, as that's where they've put the resources. Spinks nearly slipping the net, but not quite. Torji left alone all of a sudden, and this round has filtered out. Nothing to it at all. No worries at all for Spirit. Yeah, I would maybe like to revisit a little bit. I feel like that Molotov was more meant to get into the entrance of cave. Not sure.
For Torzi, he's got 45 seconds to decide what he wants to do. They don't know where he is, so he's hoping by essentially doing nothing here that he can sow the seeds of doubt. They fall away from this B presence that maybe if he can scoop up a gun as well. Winning the round, of course, is completely off the cards. But a gun recovered, and him staying alive, that'll be something. Oh, it's a bad time to jump. I don't know if he ran out of ammo there or if he did just panic jump, but either way, a big round for Spirit to take, and with only the one casualty as well, you're pretty happy with that. Judging by, it looks like a bit of a panic. Can't do that against Don. Double digits. First had to crack into it, being that a Team Spirit as they inch closer to their map pick going in their favor. A Mouz left onto nothing. Not even the upgrade of the pistol brought in towards this round. This is a full eco and potentially a shooting gallery for the youngster. Zwei has bodies on the line and he has Chopper in support. Nothing gains Zwei, starting to show moments of that confidence.
Hey, and this is it, man. Sometimes that's all it takes. Big 1 versus 2 from him, of course, earlier on. And you get the cool round from a little bit of a hero, a little bit of a mate of yours. And it is just enough to give you that extra level that you've been looking for. Timeout coming in here. Hallie gets up, gives them the breakdown, as this is a very important round. Bye coming in. And a key map in this series for Spirit to take.
Oh, well. Yeah, you are right. I mean, this is the round. Let's see now whether Mouz have got anything left up their sleeve. I mean, this is the now or never, the do or die, as we like to say. In this map specifically, you lose this, it's 12 for Spirit, and money once again broken. And 2 Khalils will have to come to play here for Mouz until round number 21. Of course, that's for Yumi and Brolan to prioritize utility. Zershin, he's sent out as well. Shiro will be first. Contact, and he misses what felt like a sitter there by his standards.
Spinks, meanwhile, joined by Torji. Shadow spotted, but it's not enough. And Zwei, the lone holder over here, gets dropped. Zontix, Chopper joining him. Mouz with a big find on a simple contact, individually based round, and they win all of their jewels. Spirit left reeling, Spirit left scratching their heads. Whatever was said in the timeout doesn't really matter too much now, because it is going the distance.
The question being now as well for Shiro and Donk, will they save? In particular, really, Donk and that AK don't really mind too much about the AWP. They've got the money to reinvest into it, so that's not the end of the world, but yeah, there's looking for the hunt here. Donk will get one, but now he's in trouble about staying alive, and from behind, Spink sees him off, so no AK saved. That's a huge way to sort of nullify Donk on this CT side. Massive work. Mouz aren't dead just yet. They're still showing this proof in the pudding. And that this game plan for them is enough to shut down this Spirit side. Buy back in. Spirit still closer to the finish line, but Mouz looking to tie it up and mid-control priority, and one which starts relatively well, unconfirmed, but Donk is damaged. Oh, it's a healthy nade though.
Chunky start. Spinks. Ooh, going to have been heard. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the jump peak not going to be good enough. Not going to be good enough. Brolin somehow survives. It's actually Torji to find the kill at the backside. I suppose broke the smoke at the perfect time. Something like that. Either way, there's kills going down all over the shop. Zontix with another pesky A main push. Regains the advantage for Spirit. So relentless aggression across the map seems to be the order of the day here. Brolin, meanwhile, looking for space, looking for something they can abuse. Jag is as far as he will get, and as brave as he is to go at this point, the bomb itself is headed towards A. So a big sell from Brolin. Maybe going to be required. He is drawing most of the attention right now.
Yeah, Zontic's going to be called upon here. He might even want to just stay alive. Kind of allow the plant to go down and buy time for the rotation to come in. There's nobody close to him. Oh, bad time though. Jiggle peeks in. Brolin will catch him. 3 versus 3. What's the play here? Do Spirit actually give this retake a go?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think even in their minds,
yeah,
bar Zontix, they'd kind of written off A. They were just, you know, hoping that they weren't going to go A. No one really even feigning a rotate. They just turtled up on B. Tiny little spot. And even then, Zontix, he dies because he starts to get a bit more aggressive towards the B side. It's maybe a stretch, but you know what I mean? I think they were really just, at least A main, banking on no one being there.
The Hunt might have legs behind it as well for Brolin. He's close enough to shop around that corner. Not that killing him would do all that much. I mean, of course, money is still not exactly flushed on towards the CT side, but they would have had enough to buy it regardless. Well, there's still a lot of life in this game. Get tied square now. Still feels absolutely like it's anybody's. Another really good round, which starts with the default of Mouz getting out in towards mid. Moving forward from there, Mouz going to call for the third and final timeout. So all timeouts now used in regulation. The onus of taking this first map, the priority behind it, and how it can set you up in this series, it's so important. Both teams understand it. 11-all, we're guaranteed the full rounds in regulation, and, well, knowing these two, probably, and some more.
As we said, it had that feeling coming into the second half with the way that the early rounds were going. Full distance going to be required here. Man alive. Delivering as well. If you are just a fan of Counter-Strike, if you're a fan of one of the teams, I'm sure it is nail-biting action. But we'll see here. A, again, left a little vulnerable. Really quick execute over there.
Chopper.
Trying to sell a bit of something. Chopper just asleep at the wheel, not checking his angles. Why would he, though? All the info he's being fed is A this, A that. He's maybe expecting a lurk or something, but not a player already tucked in. So a big kill, and it has worked for the first. That's all Mouz were trying to create. Just a freebie, and they get their reward.
Yeah, just a real oversight there from Chopper. He's made life difficult for Spirit now. Zontix and Donk Move back to claim mid control. Zwei is here for a bit of his own, but can't get anything. Caught by Zersh, numbers kept, and Brolin's, he's lurked out towards A. The bomb's nowhere near him, so this is still a little bit awkward. Shiro, he's just staying tucked. He's trying desperately, doesn't want to get tunnel visioned in. Has support, it's Torzi up close. It's who can no-scope the better it feels that those two fight. He gets the first, pistol pulled out, and the nade of Zontix is huge. 1 versus 2, and Brolin's low goes from being super strong to now quite weak.
Still not considering him. Zontix will have a quick little look here. Will go down far too wide. Not expecting him that close at all. Shiro then on the AWP. Got to try and find him. Brolin clips his head. Huge 1 versus 2. Game saving, game breaking potentially. And Mouz hit 12 first.
It's another big moment for Brolin. He started off this game with some nice ones, but man, this 1 versus 2 is so well played. Shiro maybe doesn't need to fight. You are good, mate. I'll give you that. Very, very good round. Mouz, map point. And what a way to do it as well. Oversights by Spirit, and a 1v2 that falls flat. But Spirit aren't dead just yet. Shiro going to find the first. He'll open things up with Torzi getting caught. The buy isn't exactly completely bountiful towards Spirit, though. Zwei only an MP9. Zontix only a 5-7. So you've got to do it from the back foot.
Nate stack. No one over there, though. Zontix will learn his lesson from the first. Brolin, meanwhile, on a contact. Yeah, really, really tough way to kick things off, but looking to battle their way back in. They were bailed out in the previous round. I was ready to make comments on a bit of laziness. There was loads of utility. They just charged into B without thinking. We've got a similar situation here. You're already a man down, giving Shiro all the parameters to find success. And look at him. Just doesn't stop. He's so confident. Will finally falter. Down to Spinks and Brolin here in a 2-on-5 overall. Brought it down to just 3. Space for the bomb plant. And this would be a hell of a thing if they could steal it in this fashion through the smoke to cancel, fully cancel the bomb plant. Brolin has no idea, and we're going to overtime.
Of course we are. I thought Brolin might have another clutch moment, but not to be in this one. So more rounds required in this game, and it continues to be a bit of a barn burner. This is only map number 1 as well, and this is only for seeding. I say only, of course, seeding's still super important. It's not like there's elimination on the line or anything of the sort. Bit tilting there for Donk. It's still not been a lights out show from him. Mouz have always found ways to nullify him, right? And like we said, it feels like at times are the bit of the kryptonite for this Spirit side. They can slow the game down to a pace that they want to play. Donk trying to fight through mid. It does well for the first. He's flashed in for the second as well, but Aussie hot on his heels there to get out and get to safety. And he will get a kill as well by falling back. Donk will fall. So, nice little regress.
Feels like the kind of game that we could just be locked in for perpetuity, you know, like just endless cycle. I'd kind of be here for it. I don't know, man. I don't know. Where's the point that you start losing your mind, you know? We have to kind of figure that out. We had 1 triple overtime the other day. That's maybe, I think triple is the limit. Nothing really happening here. 45 seconds left on the clock, and you can hear a pin drop at the moment.
Yeah. Bated breaths in this round, isn't it? You want to get off to a good start in overtime. No two ways about it. And they're going to try and do it by putting pressure on towards Zontix. He does have support. Shiro's not far away, but Zontix, you probably want at least 1 and to stay alive. Well, damage though to start will help, but Yimfa on the regress. Nice find from him. Shiro Superstar moment required to get out in front of the Molotov. There's a guy in Cubby, and he hasn't confirmed the kill. Shiro's still there, but the nade will see him off. But Chopper makes a move. Look at the time as well. Zwei and Chopper, you stay alive, you win it. And that's how it'll be done. Chopper, that move alone secures the first round in OT for Spirit. That is a miraculous move from the IGL.
Yeah, and a real kick in the teeth, I think. Mouz, you let it slip to overtime, then you let this round slip. Feels like things are falling through your fingers. And just a little bit of red in the face, a little bit of frustration, but you have to let it happen, move into the next, and retry. Let's see here. Mouz looking to keep things even at the very least. I think if they can grab that T-side lead, it's going to feel nice. Lots of options on the CT side overtime. Shiro hits the shot, but there's a wall in the way. Spinks lives. For now, the nade will finish him off, though.
Start for Spirit. Of course, for them, that round that I was eluding them of seeing off this map, they start off this OT well with, and they get a second behind it as well. It puts them in such a good stance. This one man who's creeped in the backlines. Chopper, oh my god, 4x3. Oh my god, no way. Xerxin, how has this worked out for him? There's only one on the cards, but he gets a second behind it. Oh, Chopper. He had an oversight late in towards regulation where he didn't clear Cubby on shelf, and now he doesn't clear in towards CT. Not that you expect anybody there, but 4x3 is his worst enemy in that sense.
Do they expect Zontix, though? Meanwhile, Shiro's gone hunting. He will become the hunted, but I'm still keeping my eye on Zontix. They've waited so patiently. Surely they have to clear. Surely they have to be prepped. Plan coming in. Oh, there's eyes on it. He's done a lot of damage. He has done a lot of damage. Zwei, big 1v2 from him in regulation to keep the dream alive. Looking to do the same once again. They're not considering him at all. Takes the healthy player. Jimfat on the AWP. What have you got for us? And he finds the kill. Ooh, it's as close as it comes. One bullet the difference. And if he'd missed that shot, he is a goner. Just able to keep things even.
Yeah, honestly, it's this moment here. Xerxin getting the second behind it. Unbelievably impressive. For Zwei as well, maybe making kind of like a full swing might have been the better call. Oh, but you see what it means to Mouz to tie this back up. So who takes a lead heading in towards the second half of OT is the question we ask. Zontix flying into the fight, and he gets both. One through the smoke, but they count all the save. And a missed shot from Torzi will leave him a little damaged. Nice aggression from Spirit, putting pressure on towards mid immediately.
Yeah, really good, I think, channel of how close they come in the previous and just use that angry energy to their advantage. The A-bomb site, though, continues to be a thorn in their side, and they have sacrificed much of the control to create the two-piece. 5-on-3 here as Spinks moves forward. Zontix with a small look. Did he see him? Is he ready for this? I think he is somewhat ready for a push coming his way, but timing everything. Shiro backs him up. They must have seen him. They must have seen him. So well played to not give the kill away, create the space for the AWP. Brolin's boosted up. He's been seen now. Donk splits the difference, just softens them both up. Surely his teammates can convert from here, he thinks. The bomb as well, struggling to cross. Torji so low, right? Like, even if he does get space for the bomb, surely just get spammed from somewhere, and it's gonna be the donut right on cue.
You're a prophet. Foretold how the round will end, and exactly that. Just a bit of spam, and they line up for Chopper. It starts really well with this move from Zontix. That double that he gets to open things set the tone of aggression that Spirit want to be bringing. Chopper will close. Still seeing the moments of frustration out from Donk. It's not been a bad performance by any means, but it's just not that Donk takeover in a sense that we've just become so accustomed to, especially this tournament. I just have 19 and 20 right now. 90 kills, 20 deaths, but with just under 100 ADR. So He's still doing a lot of damage, just not quite seeing them over the line. Either way, timeout going to be used here by Cyclone. Of course, all three are used by both sides in regulation, but you get an extra one when you come to overtime. And for every other overtime that we get, if we get, I guess I should say, you get another pause to work with. Advantage Team Spirit, though, looking for the all-elusive 16, the magic number in this OT number 1. 2 rounds they've got to get out of 3.
Man, be such a disappointment if Mouz let this slip. So damn close. But definitely what we wanted from the series, and definitely the rivalry that these guys have had this year coming to a head. Arguably the most prestigious tournament in the calendar in terms of name value. Brolin spamming away. Eats a little bit of a nade, spamming back again. Spirit able to avoid most of these bullets.
Nothing really on offer just yet. Chopper just having a little tap in towards Cave to honestly try and bait out some aggression, it feels. They know there's a donut player who's spamming up close, but it's Donk who's going to move just to play inside a red room. He gets a lot of coverage here, and he has a lot of support too. This could be a bloodbath in through red room. Red in terms of the colors, and the blood as Shiro and Donk find kills a piece. Missed shot by Shiro, but he gets Donk to bail him out as per. When you need somebody to save you, Donk will step up to play, and the move by Brolin gets clipped. Chopper will find him, Donk will close, a 3-piece for him, and that's a lot more like it. One more round as well.
Surely has to be the round. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's got to be the moment. Just a bit too easy, isn't it, if you're trying to keep that pressure on?
Yeah.
Oh, nades out. Donk ahead of them. Nobody hanging around. We got a quick break, but it backfires. How many times have we seen that? Donk finding the entry here. And Spirit look to crush the spirits of Mouz. We will be headed into their pick next, but it's very difficult. Overtime fatigues you out. Donk, though, not looking like he is letting anything go here.
He's getting better. He's warmed up into OT. It honestly feels 3 kills previous round, 2 to open up this one. I don't know about you, Scriv, mate, but I feel like this one might be done. A 3 versus 5. However, Brolin is still alive. He's had some magical moments in this map thus far, and Torzi can hit a nice shot or two. The flames will tickle the toes as he's forced over towards spawn, and he's eating util damage.
Ooh, a few too many targets maybe from Torji. He's a little panicked, a little flustered. Knew he had to find something. Zwei cleaning up. Hal sits down to Spinks. They know where he is at as well. Surely not going to happen. Spamming away, hoping for something to just walk into his bullets at this point. But they know. Play it strict. Keep him at bay. There's nothing that can be done. The jump spots keep coming in from the orb. Shiro will eventually get one of these, yeah. But Spinks just days numbered, round over. Map concluded. And Team Spirit will take it in the overtime. Just able to keep the energy going a little bit longer. And now we'll see. They take their own pick. Yeah. That was their own map. Maybe a bit closer than they would have wanted as well, given some of the history that they have on that map together. All the same, looking good.
They found the real second wind, didn't they, as well? That Spirit side, I looked towards the end of the regulation, that things were falling kind of flat and Mouz were figuring them out, and they reignited the flame a lot in towards that OT, and you could just see, I mean, we said I got a Don coming alive in particular, but everybody found their form. I thought Zwei looked excellent late in towards that game too. He had these big moments as well to prove his worth. Chopper too, putting up decent numbers and decent rounds. I'm sure there was a couple of oversights, a couple of lazy clears towards the end. I think, you know, Chopper had 2 of them in all fairness. One at the end of the regulation, one at the start of OT. But you can brush those aside and you can forget about them. It's a map under your belt, and sure, you're made to work for it, don't get me wrong, but to start off the series like this and be in for, you know, kind of reaching distance, a really good seeding heading in towards the Lanxess, it's where you want to be, man. Spirit, they've obviously had their issues with Mouz, and we still don't know what the ceiling is for this side, but as a whole, that map, that is good signs that they can grind out tough victories.
Yeah, it's true, and you know, Zwei having a few moments again, still leaving a little to be desired, but it is hard. You're playing in a team with Sherry, playing in a team with Donk. They both have their moments. They seem to ebb and flow really well into the game. Donk having a resurgence in the OT because they kind of know him. It's Chopper as well, to be fair. We see him a bit more on the highlight reel than usual. So indeed, when we're looking at individuals and whatnot, but as a unit, looking good. I think Mouz just losing themselves a bit into the overtime, bit more panic, not quite able to keep the headspace. And I think that does come from the very natural reaction to your 12-11, you're against the weaker buy and you just let it slip. You know, a kill through the smoke on the bomb plant when it looked like you were maybe in a decent position, all this kind of stuff. And then another slip up into OT to drop that first round of OT. So there's a lot to kind of come back from within the game, which, you know, regardless of how good a guy Torji is or how solid a leader Brolin might be, it gets very, very tough, I think, to keep it together in a situation like that.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, of course. That's only map number one, despite it feeling like an absolute marathon of a map as well. And this series feels like it's still got real life left in it. I feel like this is one of those ones that's destined to go all three, but I guess we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to find out as well. We're going to head into this one to a break. When we are back, it's map number 2 coming up next. That's the pick of Mouz as well. So let's see if they can respond. For now, we'll see you soon.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Hello, guys. Crazy summer, right? How you doing, bro?
Yo, brother.
Couldn't go anywhere without people asking for pictures.
Yeah, same. Wait, you guys have fans?
First major win and I'm even more motivated. I don't know what Jail was talking about.
Same, brother.
Boys, not gonna lie, it feels we can do no wrong. We're blessed. We're unstoppable.
On t'avait dit quoi? On t'avait dit Robin. Voiture de merde.
So what do you guys think? Non, Dan. C'est Porsche 911, Dan.
T'es vraiment...
Dan.
Ah.
Would you feel better if I said that this touch could last forever? Every moment I'm with you feels like heaven. If I said this is love, would you
Welcome back in, folks. We are looking down the barrel of map 2 here, and indeed the barrel of the semi-final skip on the way. A very, very close one there to kick us off, but Spirit just able to keep it going. Second wind, extra gear, however you want to put it. They looked a little better in the overtime and just seemed to have some of that pressure released at the right moment. Mouz now their map pick, so hoping for a bounce back hit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mouz, and they need to, right? They need this step up back into things. And they were so close, and I think that's going to be the big thing that fuels them in a way heading in towards map number 2, thinking, all right, look how close we've just brought that, and there's even arguments we made that we maybe even should have won it at times as well, letting things slip and fumbling around. But all that matters is that they keep their confidence up. Of course, Mirage is where we're heading next, but this guy had a field day. Shiro looked absolutely fantastic, right? And having somebody who can step up like that and be such a menace to deal with, this little spray transfer was lovely. He's versatile on both the AWP and the rifles. He stepped up in a big way. You look at that series, or this series as a whole, and we need, you know, more than just the one man of Donk, right? We need different facets of firepower for this Spirit side, and especially considering that Donk wasn't exactly running away with the numbers for the bulk of regulation. He picked up a lot of the slack, so a lot of credit towards him. I think he's an absolutely fantastic showing in map number 1. This tournament's been very good for him as well, still proving why he's one of the best AWPers that we have, and we need it again. Mirage is a map that leans to a certain style of AWPing in a way quite well, and it could work in his favor. He's going to be required. Torzi, he still seems like he's heating up, so that's where we need Shiro to put a lot of pressure on towards him.
It is an interesting conversation around Donk, Shiro, Zwei a little bit now, but I think the key thing in that game that felt pretty prevalent, especially in that first half, was they just figured Donk out a little. Seemed like they had left him on more of like a lurking entry type role rather than in the pack, and he was playing it pretty well. Mouz figured him out, but again, tiny bits of bailout. It's just every now and then they need somebody else to just fill the gap. There can't be too much dead weight on this team, and towards the end of last season there maybe was a bit too much, and they had to go one way or the other. Magic's was the obvious, maybe Zontix as well could have been on the chopping block, but they just went one piece rather than two, and we're slowly seeing whether it's going to work for them. First map successful, second map doesn't start the way that they might have wanted. Zershan, 2 quick kills, a bomb site secure, should be their round, but we'll see here as we do still have some pretty heavy hitters and that kit left in play.
Yeah, with a smoke behind it too, so the Ninja Diffuse is also a potential. Zonta's going to be so far away, right? He's trying to see if he can catch people on the cross. It feels unlikely. I'm going to send Zwei in for that first point of contact. There was one in towards jungle, which took a pop shot at him. He's also spotted the shoulder. A nice flick and a find, but it all feels for naught as well. That bomb planted open. The smoke will come down, but the kit is dropped, and so is Zontix. First round taken by that or Mouz with only the one casualty. You are very, very happy with that as a start, as a response, as a bounce back in. Nice work.
Looking good as we will move into this next round. Spirit on the force buy, trying to hit that same finishing point, I suppose, and just get a little bit of the secret sauce that they had to close out Ancient. Would be a good way to kick things off. The reset into a new map can be hard to pick up where you left off, but you can see Mouz tentative, to say the least. They've got a lot of strong weapons here as well, so I think they're ready to have to fight something, but they don't quite know how to approach things. Tiny bit of mid control and just waiting around, see if anyone peeks into them. Tiny one from Chopper, but not too much to write home about.
5-7 is moving forward. Has the potential of a fight, but it's against Zershan's AK, so no real chance there. They were trying to mid-crunch a little bit, Spirit, but they weren't fully committed to it. I mean, Chopper's making a move while the two comp players are at the top end of it, so they can't do all too much with that. Molly will just tick once on towards Ontix, but enough for that they know about him. Donk or fall. Leg spotted. Spinks a little bit of parkour to jump across as he gets both. And it's Ontix left all alone. No chance in a 1 versus 5. Mao's that 2-0 start is theirs for the taking. They've just got to see off this last man. The bomb will go down, which should confirm it, and it is flawless. So, good work. What we wanted to see from Mouz. Feeling pretty solid. And they know it was a full buy as well, so they know that money is going to be a little worse for wear.
Yeah, it should be an easy third here. See if there is anything in store for Team Spirit. Any kind of spooky moves. They got a man quick out the window there, and I think he has gone unseen, so might be able to nick away 1 or 2 heads if things go to plan. There's Donk. Here's Shiro. A little worse for wear thanks to a nade, so he doesn't stick around for too long, but keen headshot coming in. That's also the A presence taken down. I mean, you look at this angle, could actually come into play sooner rather than later.
Could be a smart move there by Xur. She doesn't realize it, but just to fall away. Numbers favor Spirit. Of course, the buy doesn't and the situation doesn't. But it's why, oh my god, he's in the backlines. Oh, back spotted. That's the bomb. That's the bomb. And it's a free B. Surely, yeah, there's a second potentially brewing, but he can't quite get it. But that slow roll and contact towards B that was being set up is now known about. You may as well just send it.
Gonna be dangerous. They got a couple bodies here in good time. Shiro is low. Oh, a lot of damage, not the kill. And Donk falls quickly thereafter. Nade nets another, but unfortunately the bullet's just not quite landing. Chopper finds himself on the backside. Only a Galil, no point in saving that. It's a flank. It's not the fastest, but not the slowest. Jimfat has a chance to check it. Oh. Yeah, the jump peek. Beautifully done. Safest way of going about that. And now Chopper. He will reluctantly save the Galil, but nothing happening for the round. Mouz moving up to 3. That one was a bit dicey, though, and some good damage done ahead of a buy round.
It's one of those where internally you're thinking there's no real point saving, but there's no point giving them the kills for nothing. That's why, if he had got the second there, feels like the round could have been done itself. Even Shiro, right, gets so much damage off with that deagle, but can't find the kill. If he had, it would have been a different story. It's still not a bad round regardless. Made something out of that with a minimal investment. And that's just a thing of how scary the Spirit side can be. All times, though, back into the buy. Coming momentarily, and Spirit still looking pretty damn crisp. Up in play for Shiro. Yet to get on the board for him. Same for Chopper. He's going to keep hold of that Galil. Why not? Keep some money on hand.
A little boost up here on the cards, maybe. No, just going to send it down. Looking for short presence, it would seem. Winding this one down quite actively here on the Mouz side of things. They do have decent apps presence. But goodness, I mean, from the word go, the tension has just been built in this game, honestly. There's no fast sends like we were seeing on Ancient. It's much more build-up play. And most of the build-up is just to not reveal your hand too early, not to really give anything away. Simple mid-smoke comes down. Looking to work their way up short and split towards B. Oh, the spam and the smoke there. Maybe not good enough. I don't know if it's been broken, perhaps. Either way, not looking good. Shiro with the orb. Just letting them in. Surely a scope heard there. Gonna have to deal with him quickly, guys. The rotations are coming. Time is against them. Shiro just does not give anything. There is a kill off the Chopper, but the trade is there. And man, I just completely flattened, completely outread.
Yeah, there was nothing we could really do there as well when it comes down to one. So, nice response coming through. And it does feel maybe a bit of an overzealous nature from Mouz, really wanting to fight there, but they fall quite flat. Hope will be brought out for Torzy to respond to that of Shiraz, who does finally get on the board with the kill he got. And now we need to start rolling a little bit, Spirit. Put the pressure right back on. Towards mid, that presence being a real priority for Mouz, understandably so, and something that Spirit have been tempted with fighting behind themselves. We saw these gimmicky moves in towards under, for example. Brolin's pushed the smoke here. No way, he's way ahead of the curve, but he's also been spotted. That's unfortunate.
Spy creeping up. Oh, going over the boundary. Weird bits of control here for Mouz. Brolin's position in the connector feels pretty good, but he also maybe doesn't want to stick around and see what's on the other side. So they will back off once again. Man, it just feels so very strange here. Really difficult to read what's going on, where the stacks are going to be, where the resources are for either side. There's 3 on A. They seem pretty confident in that. Shiro, right place at the right time, but on the crack angle, gets the better of himself, really. Torzy's AWP also coming in. Chopper dealt with quickly, and that will be that. But, man, it felt like Spirit had everything in the right place at the right time.
It did. And all it comes down to is a couple of missed shots, right? It can be sometimes as simple as that. Zontix, he's trying to save it. He is going to be hunted. There's no real safe escape, and Zershin making sure of it. Dealt, I think. But that'll be that. First time out taken by Spirit. Worst case scenario, unfortunately for them, is the fact that their one round they find is a flash in the pan. And the fact that the one in response is quite dominant. So Halley re-entering into the fray as he gets back onto the mic, and for the first time this map, 4 timeouts are used in towards that first map, one of which, of course, being in overtime. And to really decent success, if we're being frank. So we're looking for another one of those specialties here. We do have a buy as well. AWP, M4, a couple of MP9s and a FAMAS. It's not the best, but we've seen Spirit win these in this series.
All right, let's see. Is there going to be a pace changer? Particularly from Spirit. Are they going to try and get something going early? It seems like the answer is no. Again, just moving towards their conventional setup. So there's not a lot to test Mouz in the early round, and I think that gives them a bit too much room to work with. But we'll see. There's plenty of rounds still to play with here on the CT side. Nice nade to open up. Spinks gets the funny number, but he will be softened.
Smoke down, front side of con. Mouz are happy to whittle away the clock a little bit, but Spinks going to go for a quicker maneuver. Takes a lot of damage in getting here, and Donk will swing, he'll slide, as they say. Chopper, uh-oh, should have found that. That one was a gift that he fumbles it, but thankfully Zontix won't. Donk's here quick enough, but he's tagged. And now a known quantity too, as they're still trying to hit towards this B site. He wants to flash the fight, but it's why he's going to find one of his own. Donk will then swing in for the trade on Yimi. And he puts it all on the shoulders of Torzy. 1 versus 3, 35 seconds, no chance in hell. That'll be Spirit surviving a bit of a scare and a bit of a quicker tempoed play by Mouz, but around back in their favor finally.
Yeah, believe in the process, and eventually you will be rewarded by it. We'll see what they have occurring in these next couple of rounds. I'd still like to see something a bit faster from Spirit themselves. But I think they just feel a lot of weight on these rounds. And denying chances is maybe not the same as giving them away. But still a gap to close. And still a Mouz team that have shown some formidability in the late round situations. A bomb site in particular has looked pretty good for them. So one would assume they're going to try and get back there. Shiro angles for an A play. It is a rougher buy than they're used to, but still one that Mouz might be able to do something with.
True. Back towards B, this time as the pack as well. Early molly is good, that'll slow them down. Look like they want to go quicker though, this could be a little funky. Brilliant nade. That'll soften up. In they come as well. A second nade behind it as well, but they're going to bound out as Spinks wants to get up close and personal. That won't favor him, but Zontix is caught at one, and same for Chopper, so Dong gets called upon again. A second for him, but in fact, could get a plant here. Oh, we actually could have stuck that. Molly gets extinguished. He gets one more as well. 1 versus 2, but it's a Mach 10. He tries to upgrade, but there's just so much util raining down on him. And a shutdown by Spirit, but they're made to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, super awkward there at the end. Your brain kind of tells you that Molotov, for all intents and purposes, is coming towards you, but just sort of the corner of the smoke denying it. Also in Go, it may well have landed, and obviously these guys have put a lot of hours into that, so fighting some instincts there to get the bomb down can always be a bit tough. The round never really got going. And so long as Donk has space to work with and teammates to work around, he will always deliver. This is a big opportunity now for Spirit to really start to solidify their position and confirm some more belief in this style that they're playing. Really shelled up. Okay, there's a quick trade there. So just got to be a bit careful we don't lose any more. And you can see the bomb is isolated by itself, so we might have the old make noise on B, I'll go A. Just keeping Spirit on their toes, even in a low buy.
Smoke down. They just want to get a plant out of this. That would be nice. Of course, being a one-round game and a Galil being the only thing they got to work with. If you can get a plant out here, it would be nice. Is this setting up for an A split? 2 in through Palace, 2 going to come through Connector. And a AK scooped up. So, might just be life here. Of course, a lot of noise being made, and they walk straight into Shiro. Nice find, Nado bound round to try and do more, but a smoke to stop them in place. They still are trying to get out, but Zwei's here to meet them and just make sure he'll be caught in the end. But it's a no-scope headshot through the smoke by Shiro, just to style on him.
Locking it in for the following rounds here as Spirit. Slower start, and like I say, I'd maybe questioned a change up, but they stick with it, and it has now started to pay off. And again, the buy here from Mouz is really not the best. A lack of bomb plants is starting to cost them in more ways than one. Quick up short. Spy, meanwhile, in towards the ramp. Doesn't have the support, but Shiro's there with the AWP to make sure he's traded. Brolin also goes down on his quick attempt, so it's Mouz that have decided to change things. It's Mouz that might be faltering. Oh, Jimmy, gotta get this, gotta get this. He does. It's a lot of work, but he will indeed even up the numbers. It's that bomb that needs retrieving, but look how out of position the last 2 are. Zontic's low as well. All over the place right now.
Massive overfight. I mean, Dong, that swinging towards Connector feels so unnecessary. I don't know whether Zershin would have heard Zontix there. I'm going to hazard a guess and say yes. But he's also got control of the bomb. In towards ramp. In fact, in the open on site. Pinter maneuvering towards ramp here. Oh no, he's going to go early.
Wow.
In fact, goes very early. Smoke down, and there's plenty of util for Zontix to cycle. Not only his, but one of the bodies we'll be moving to, though. There's a freebie. And now into the 1 versus 1. Chopper versus Zershin. Bomb collected, and he has time to run towards B if he wants.
Oh my god.
Chopper ain't biting. He ain't biting.
He can't hear him. It's just overthunk. Overthunk so heavily We'll see here, though. He does have the molly. Wrong place. Chopper doesn't move. Xerxia not considering him at all. Now as the smoke goes down, Chopper will make his move and makes it look easy at the end. Of course he does. Oh, man alive. A couple moments like that. Zontic's not heard somehow.
Yeah.
Gets his kill. And just... You want to try and keep it simple, but again, with how tense this game has felt, you're going to be double guessing, triple guessing those decisions. And if he'd just gone, get the bomb, go B, he probably has a decent chance at it, but unfortunately overthunk in the end. And it will cost Mouz their lead now.
Yeah, absolutely. Spirit inching closer and closer to a favorable start in the Lanxess. Of course, those who are only just joining us, this is a seeding match. Both of these sides have booked their spot, but getting an extra day off, ooh, that goes a long way, right? Time to prepare, time to rest, recover, recuperate, all the buzzwords you want to throw out there, but getting ever ready. And Spirit are getting closer and closer. A map already under their belt in a marathon of a fashion. We want to go quick towards B. There's 2 players here. We need a third to rotate over at some point. Bro, going to get caught in towards mid, but in they come.
Chopper. Oh no, the flash. He's just trying to hide away, buy some space and time. Zontix, meanwhile, sits strong, but only for one. Donk is in through the smoke, looking to isolate some fights. He doesn't know about the guy towards short. Maybe he's slipping through the comms a little bit that there was a guy over on that side of site. He really was not considering it. So bomb plant happens. Shiro with the AWP here, looking to change things up. Onto an AK. No. Spinks with his retrieved M4 brings it down to the 1v1. Zwei bails them out. And he looks all right in a clutch when it matters most. Huge finds once again. Gets the kit. Gets the AWP. And gets number 6.
Predator as well, you know, for Zwei in a big 1 versus 2 in towards map number 1 of Ancient, and a nice one there as well. Just a real oversight again from Shiro as well in a similar vein where he's just not looking over towards short. And down he falls, but Zwei does well. Of course, a lot of damage had been dealt already. A nice swing, real heads up play on towards Spinks. And a rare big celebration from Chopper like that. It will force Mouz into their first attack timeout, but Spirit have guaranteed worst case tied game at the half, which you're happy about. If they get up towards an 8-4, which does really feel like it is plausible, the run that we're seeing here from Spirit's looking very solid. Mouz have to put themselves in a lot of real trouble. T-side Spirit on this map as well can be difficult to deal with. Even if they get just a slight lead, that 7-5, that and a pistol could go a long, long way. So I think it's understandable why Cyclone wants to slow this down. He knows it's a little bit of kind of choppy waters here, and try not to capsize.
Many flashes towards mid. Big fight on the cards over there. Just some spam in the end from the CT side. And they will concede it. Soft concede it to Mouz. Palace is also a spot to keep an eye on what's going on over there. You know, who's going to move first? Who's going to take the bait? Shiro has not moved a muscle. So surely that fight has to come his way. That's what he wants. That's what he should get as the reward. Slow scale up middle. Oh, Zwei moves in. And he actually finds the kill, so works out nicely. Frees them up. Donk. Locking it in. He's too good with it. Far too clean. Absolutely disgusting here. A whirlwind of destruction from Connector. He's left low from his exchanges. Spinks will see him off, but the round in the bag.
Miraculous, isn't it? Spinks, all he can hope is to stay alive here. A 1 versus 4. He's got no chance in it. No option of recovering that bomb or anything of the sort. And there is a flank brewing. Uh-oh. So even saving might be something he's not given the luxury of. And Zwei making sure of it. There is residual cash for a buy, especially because of the loss bonus for Mouz. But just remember, ladies and gents, this was 4 out of the first 5 rounds that went the way of Mouz. They were 4-1 up. And look where we are now, 7 on the board. And you can see frustration starting to kick in and celebrations maybe early over towards Spirit, but they're loving life. This is plain sailing. That's their 6th round in a row. 7 in total, of course, but 6 on the trot for them. What a way to end the half. Like I said, that 8th really feels like it's looming because there's not been that much of a response from Mouz.
Yeah, getting pretty scary, to be honest. Spirit, they are the ones that take some time to scale into this one, but scale well. And Mouz, again, trying to change up the pace. They will catch 2 with the window play. One of them being Donk, the other being Zvi, who's having a great game here as well. Zontix in con. They know about him. Down he goes. Shiro, now would be a great time to step up. He reveals himself for 1, and they just put a pin in it for now and make sure that he is firmly dealt with. Space created. As soon as he shows the whack-a-mole to take his head off, it's all going to be Chopper. 1 versus 4 has to go for this. IGL trying to put his best foot forward, hoping that a free kill comes his way to kick things off here. Flash in. Xerxin does charge forwards, but Xerxin's enough. Xerxin is enough, and Mouz break that drought. Xerxin taking over the round.
Yeah, all 5 for him as well. A really, really nice round from Xerxin. Opens and closes. Nobody even else gets a look in. They needed somebody to step up, and my God, does he. But Mouz still need more in the second half. We're going to go to a little bit of a break. When we are back, we're going to see whether Mouz can still have life in them to push this to a 3rd. 7-5 at the half. A slim lead, but arguable that it can be very workable on both sides. If Mouz get a pistol here, we're right back on. On the flip side, if Spirit find it, they can start extending further and further away. So round number 13, first of the half, has a lot of weight behind it, as it usually does, but in this instance, very particularly so. If Spirit find it, they inch closer to taking the 2-0.
Yes, sir. Spy leading the charge here. Whoa, a little dodgy, but he will get the kill. Torji has managed to find one here from the back end of triple and another, actually. Still alive. No one able to close the gap on him. Support flash coming in. And he is completely out of there. So, great round from him individually. Spinks goes on high while they're tracking Torji to punish another kill. That's going to be the bomb dropped by him. Shiro on the P250. Don't do it. Oh, be careful here, guys. Torji with the swings. A little taste of it. They will eventually drop Chopper. P250 can't get it done. And Torji holds the line. A lifeline for Mouz.
Oh, man, that was a bit of a scrappy one. A little bit ugly. But yeah, you can see it's a real sigh of relief. Torzi steps in a big way. Has the support of Spinks as well. But yeah, Torzi has gone huge there. They needed a bit of a hero. That was getting dicey as they were starting to move out on towards that A site. Smokes were down. There was the chance of the bomb plant, but all denied. I thought maybe Chopper as well. He had the real chance of the double in towards CT, but he just falls flat. With the second. For Spy in for Spirits. Don't know how big of a fan I am of this. Brolin, he'll move in and he'll find his. Dunk will deliver one of his own, but not before taking a whole heap of damage to the HP.
Chopper. Oh, no. Okay, still gets the kill. Good spot is what I was going to say, and a good find. He does go down quick to a trade, but it's to be expected with a lack of utility here. Torji, the lone holder, if they take him cleanly, I'm going to try and avoid the connect across. Oh my god, Shiro! You can't be serious. The timing on that is ridiculous. Spinks just takes his eyes off the mark, and he will cross. He will catch the lone A defender. I honestly think you may be safe here.
Yeah, I'm with you. Unless they get a kill more or less immediately. We don't have a kit. I think it looks like Spinks is angling for it, and in fact gonna join as well. That is the save. What a response from Spirit. Sort of have no right to win that round, and yet they do. Zwei wants the upgrade of a gun, and Spinks smart to stick around just to make it as expensive as possible. The silver lining in a bad round, but it's Spirit who once again extend the lead to 2. And they're going to put pressure on. I mean, of course, if you're Mouz, you have to force buy back in around here. Double eco scenario. Finance is still all over the shop. But losing that is bad. I think, like you said, it comes down to that move by Shiro. Just getting away with it. Gives them the luxury of space and security to plant. 8-6 there, of course, is that force buy. Scout for Torzi and P9s for Brolin and Xertion. Famas M4, of course, to round it out. Firepower arguably a little bit more favorable over towards that of Spirit. Let's see if they can use it in their favor.
Quiet start as Spirit look to push things over on B. Oh, Torji's here, though. It is only the scout, but it's still a tag nonetheless.
Damage.
Yeah, really good damage, actually. A failed nade? That was a yellow trajectory line, actually, so even more damage coming in. Some of it a bit needless.
Bit of damage in response towards Torzi, too. Very tentative here, isn't it? Round number 15. Of course, these rounds really early into the half, especially when we're in the thick of the force buy war, hold incredible amounts of weight. Especially to kind of how the momentum's going to be set, where the control is for the early portion. This move could be everything. You probably favor Jimmy here in the head-to-head with Chopper, but there is that possibility of a trade behind. And if it's a donk in a head-to-head, that's a different thing. He's taking a step there. He's now known. That's probably not the move he wanted to make. Just being an own quantity, that puts his life at risk. If he was still unknown, it might have been easier, but Torzy backside door. Okay. He nearly cocked the gun for the second, but not to be. And I think once again, Mouz, you're just safe.
Ah, man. Super tough here. Zontix is going to try and deny the save away as well. Two very, very big kills. Could make all the difference going into the final dying moments of Mirage. That's if Spirit have their way. Mouz looking to keep it alive and maybe knock on the door of another overtime if it is required. Spinks, miles away, should be able to save what he has.
He's good enough now for the save. I don't think they're going to get close enough towards him in Palace to be a real threat. They won't. 9 now for Spirit. 3 ahead. And of course, as that was an investment, Money once again put in a weird spot. Torzy, it's a commendable effort with the damage he's dealt in towards that round, but just not enough to lock down B. So Hero Rifle, saved over by Spinks, is all we wield here. I'd like to see Mouz just do something a little gimmicky, try and set that rifle up for success in some way. Even maybe the pistols just be cannon fodder for him. Looks like that might be the case as well. In towards mid, a molly early and a flash as well to try and keep him at bay. If they just go quick towards B here, the round's basically settled. The bomb's not with them.
Feels a little weird here. They will retrieve that bomb eventually. Ah, there you go. No harm, no foul in a round like this. You know, if there was maybe aggression coming their way or something, it could be a different story. Nice little boost up. Spinks doing what he can with that M4. Finds the first kill, and now they just decide to go for a gamble. It will be the B angle alongside the M4, which also commits into the site. So, hoping for a B hit. Jimmy on the information gather, though, and he's going to see there's no one really around. So now they will switch things up and move back towards A.
40 seconds. Smoke down as well. Gives them room to work with. Moving through mid. Just have to be worried about that short player. Spinks not playing in front of the Molotov here. He's going to take the gamble. They're not looking. That's the bomb. Uh-oh. They've crunched in towards mid. What a round for Mouz to find at this point in the game, no less. Oh, that is such an oversight by Spirit. And it might get worse. Zonti's going to try and nullify the pain in this one, but there's no way. And he probably wants to go down before time. 5 seconds. He's got to be a bit careful here. Is he trying to save? Yes, he is. Are they going to hunt? Surely they are. It doesn't go down, though. He's fortunate in that favor, but what a round for Mouz to take. The crunch through mid, 2 pistols in through con. The saved rifle of Spinks does a lot of work in this round. And, oh man, Spirit, if they just played it simple. Tilter, like I said, just play it simple. Go for a bit of a push, a rush round. They've got to know that money's in a weird spot. And just try and brute force their way. Obviously, it's easy to say in hindsight, but that is a real tilter to lose.
Yes. A lot of talking, a lot of panic. And I think it is maybe, again, where they just become their own worst enemies. Really, really, really tense in a lot of these rounds. Starting slow. And sometimes there is such a thing as, you know, too slow, too much respect. Whatever kind of angle it is that they're taking, they allow a bit too much room for a faster, looser round. But we'll see here. Full buys from both sides. Maybe the kind of counter-strike that Spirit are looking for. Donk attempts the one-tap, denied. Ooh, he gets caught. Spinks with a big kill. And another. There's some trades back, though, from the T side of things. Orp trained and ready. Torzy spots another player. The bomb is not here on B, so might have been space for a bomb plant, to be honest. Just a slim window of opportunity. As it happens, it's just Svi making his way down. But again, Mouz giving so much room. The AWP is trained in and ready. Pete comes in from short. Shiro able to drop him on his trusty AK here. We'll see what he can get done with this over the AWP. 1 versus 3 overall going to be required, of course. Gets the plant. Can he back off here? What does he want to go for? He's just playing in towards the van. Nice and safe, nice and quiet. Well-placed nade could make all the difference. Mouz not taking any chances. Just still as statues right now. In goes the nade. Softens up Shiro. That's the best they could really hope for with that. They've got kits available. And it's a wall bang. So the softened up Shiro probably does make a difference there. He really could have found that spray down on full HP.
My God, it's close though. Sort of a nice idea in a sense, but really nice crunch that comes through, and it very nearly falls flat. I think it's like just a couple of oversights. Why his clearances of sight were super methodical, but getting hyped up as well. They're giving opportunities now as Mouz start to find their way back in. 1 round game, but with no money to work with for Spirit. We should be tied. All square, 9 apiece. This might be another map that goes distance potentially, and some more.
Flash round. Brolin close to the smoke. Oh, the spin around and another from him.
Ooh. Wow.
Oh, damn. It's a lower buy round, but Brolin keeps it together with a keen moment. And the game very much alive here. Spirit have lost their mojo right at the tail end. Just as I said, you know, we could be going into the dying moments of Mirage here, but no. It's an extended game. Mouz are not done just yet.
Aussie loving it, starting to really get fired up. Guns back in play for Spirit. But control of this game is up in the air. That's for tied all square. It was looking so good for that of Team Spirit, but they've let it slip and they've given a bit of a runway for Mouz to now work with. Brolin tucked in towards Sandwich. Unorthodox angle, not always clear, but the Molotov will make sure of that. He's forced into a fight that he doesn't want to take, and Donk will deliver, as always, as he usually does. And the A-side's taken here. This is a wonderful spot to be in. Bomb can go down. And Donk, oh my God, that is such a ballsy move. I cannot believe he gets away with it. It will be shut down at the second as Torzi looks for a second of his own, which he finds. Of course he does. The third is potentially on the cards, just round that corner. He's trying to bait in the fight as Chopper does not want to take it with a red-hot Torzi, but it's Spinks on the flip side who brings the numbers back in Mouz's favor. This round slipping, potentially, but these two have got to step up, make that one. Zontic's got to do it all alone.
Oh, big. So big.
Look at the patience.
All the tap on the bomb. There's no time. There's no time. There's no time, and he's done enough. Oh my goodness. He does live the bomb, but all the way down to the wire, and it's finally Spirit putting another one back up.
Great patience, isn't it? Great patience from Zontix. That kill, jumping up on towards boxes too, so necessary. Torzi was so blind there as well. Incredible instincts looking at that from his POV. Donk giving it back a little bit, of course. Torzi getting loud, and Donk, well, we know this kid has the vocal cords to make things feel a lot more pressured as they are now. Third and final timeout taken by Spirit as Hallie has a few words of wisdom to throw over, but still a better spot in general for Mouz. As much as Spirit have the lead, sure, finances look a little better on that CT side. Maxon has to come into play for Zwei. They got money to buy in towards this one and basically the next one as well, with Torzi sitting on 6.8. So Spirit, if they're going to do this and build up some consecutive rounds on the board, they've got to do it the hard way. And they're going to go quicker. Look at the pace, but it's paced straight in towards the scope of Torzi, who continues to be such a menace. He's really warming up in these rounds, and Xerxin will support as Wise Mach 10 cut short.
Zontix. Oh, Zontix. Big kill from Shiro. Zontix is finding his way through the smoke here. He's bumping. Oh, he finds the head. Any more? Any more? The odd shot misses. Zontix. Spray lands. He will be dealt with. But he's created the space, allows the bomb to go down. Shiro, the nade, misses him, taking a wide swing of his own. Oh my goodness, the confidence, overconfidence maybe leaves Chopper to do it all by himself. Torji wanted nothing to do with the market action. He's gone for a super long flank. And Chopper might just have heard a footstep. He seemed to have a reactionary move towards short here. Low HP is an easy deal, but now it reveals his location. Playing in and around Get Right. Will it get a new name here? A firm hold coming in from Jimmy. Oh, the spam is enough. The spam is enough, and Chopper takes them over the line for 11. He might just have netted the most important kill of the series.
Yeah, that's a big moment from Chopper, leading by example in that 1 versus 2 and stepping up in a huge way. Heroics in through market door, has to be said. Wild moves there. Maybe an overswing from Shiro that made life a little difficult, but I do wonder how different that round would have looked if the short jump had been made. And of course, noise would have still been made, but it would have been there a hell of a lot quicker. Still, a 2-round buffer that Spirit hold on to now. And they're 2 rounds away from the map and the series in their favor. Another full blind kill for Torzi. His raw instincts are incredible. But I mean, Zontix, this whole maneuver is so wild. The fact that he gets away with a second is crazy.
Kitchen! Dad, I need people, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. Frustration's kicking in there. Or Xerxin. 9 rounds for Mouz. 11 for Spirit. And they're so damn close now. They can basically taste success in this one, and overcoming this round would probably seal the deal. It's the last of the residual cash for Mouz. That wallet now left empty, so you lose this one here, your chances dwindle to next to naught. Now or never for the CT side to stay alive in the map and the series and extend that lifeline. He's not going to be aware, Donk.
Oh, Toes. Xerxin goes a bit early, though. Whether he was aware or not, there wasn't much in it, not much to see. So I think nerves all round. You can definitely feel it. Previous round, a couple moments like that for Spirit, to be honest. Donk remains ever unbothered, as seems to be the trend. You know, I just enjoy playing Counter-Strike, most of these youngsters are saying. And they just so happen to be pretty damn good at it. Zwei tagged up massively, but still stands. Is there space for this bomb to get in? One smoke at jungle is really all that stops them, but they're just all taking peeks, all taking shots. Torji chimes in. Donk looking for his moment to strike. Looking for his moment to strike. Has he been seen? Surely, I mean, they know about him now. He's just being a thorn in the side. Can't find that kill, and somehow Mouz are getting all of these in, man. What is going on? Nobody on Spirit able to find a frag. They found the crazy one above the smoke. I thought, okay, here we go, chaos, pandemonium. But it's Mouz that come out on top.
It's a really, really nice round to be taken. Just the fact that it's so clean. Torzi really trying to will them through this. It's a great round though, isn't it, man? They just shut them down. Well, feels like, again, so effortlessly.
I fucking text him, bro. Oh my god, man. Fuck this shit. Keep it up, guys.
10-11. Money shot for Spirit. Swing round successful for Mouz means the Econ swings their way. A Deagle for Donk and Shiro is as good as it gets. So we're going the full distance, or maybe we're not. We have to see that from Donk's perspective in the replay. He was moving from what we saw just there. Poor Jimmy. That's a nut shot. And it's why you can never get too comfortable rounds like this. Donk, and also in all fairness, Shiro on the Deagle can be a real menace to deal with.
Xertion also a bit fearful, checking between his angles. They've heard him, I think, and they're looking to get the timing here. Oh, he swings in, and they will trade him. A keen 1-for-1 is pretty good. They get the gun, or at least try to, and get out of there. They actually don't recover the gun, so at least there is that for the CT end. But where is this bomb going? Oh, they're pulling away a bit from A as well. A swap up of positions. There is a window to abuse here. Brolin will look back. Could be anywhere at this point. Chopper on his trusty Glock, I think, is just going to try and draw some attention to get this bomb out through Palace. 30 seconds in which to do it. Brolin, though, is now doing what Xertion was doing, checking all the angles, doesn't quite know where to look. He spotted one Palace player, but the bomb has yet to reveal itself. Shiro forfeits his life completely. Chopper has got his hands onto the M4. The dink lands. Spinks manages to stay cool, but the bomb will go down here. That's maybe all they're going to get unless Zontix can clutch up. Not going to happen. In from the side comes Torji. Ooh, edgy of seat stuff, but Mouz will get it.
Yeah, very dicey. The game tied square again. These two sides continue to battle back and forth, and it's still so hard to make a prediction. Oh, that is such a disgusting drive-by. Feels like they didn't even get time to sort of counter-strafe there, but that's classic Dunk. 11-0. Anybody's game. And ever being frank, it feels like it's unlikely to be settled in regulation. We had a beautiful overtime in map number 1. This could be more of the same. Chopper will get on over towards Delpan. Should be considered here, but will he get cleared? The flash over is beautiful. The flash is great, but Chopper can't make it a second. He still spotted 2 in towards short, though. So that's good information for Spirit to work with as he now calls from the grave.
Severely split across the map at the moment. They will start to group back up. It looks like it's going to be that A finish. But again, Mouz have got to put their resources in the right place. And I don't know, some well-placed smokes here. It feels like this setup is hoping more for some mid-play. But they're just keeping it simple. Execute over the top. They'll go through the smoke. Torji to play patiently. He does have some support from jungle, but it's smoked off. The short player also smoked off. Torji falls. And with that, your control of the site also going to go. They're expecting a bit of a lurk, but again, keeping it simple. Brolin misses the mark to drop the bomb. They're so low. I mean, Shiro's 1 HP, to be absolutely fair. Zvi finding his also left low. A couple bullets make all the difference, but it's Spirit with a simple round after all this complication to find number 12.
A hit towards the A site. All they're looking for in that one. Spinks will save the AK. Of course, they can buy in towards the next. I mean, that won't be an issue, but it's just the fact that it's now map series point Team Spirit. And like you said, just a few bullets the difference, honestly. Zwi, 15 points of HP. Shiro, 1. Fortune favors Spirit in that one. And they're now so close. They've got no timeouts to call on that Spirit side. They've just got to go straight back into it. That's a really good round to follow from. A real confidence booster. And the real tilter, as you can see. While Spirit don't have timeouts, Mouz do. Their third and final. Their last one is Cyclone. Enters back on. They've already taken it to overtime once. Fell short, sure, but they got themselves there. That's the narrative that they want to bring in towards this round. We've done it once before, we can do it again, and we've already had a good streak of our own in this half not too long ago. Let's chalk it up to being a fluke. Back underway. What potentially could be the final round?
All to play for, as it always is here at Cologne. Semi-finals await versus quarter-finals. You're still through, but It'd be a lovely scalp to be taking here as well. Spirit in clean fashion. Sets you up in pretty good stead, doesn't it? You'd feel nice and confident to slay one of your demons. But we'll see. There's time for more Counter-Strike if Mouz have their way. Mid control looks good. What are they going to do with it? Getting in connector, see if there's anybody hanging around. Not the case. Severe bolster of this A bomb site right now, by the way. So if they've read this well, Spirit could walk into a weakened B. There will be Xertion moving round eventually as the round goes on, but now they've left the mid area a little vulnerable. But we got a push from Brawlin. There's little bits all over the shop right now.
So why is drawing attention towards B? Oh, hang on. Xertion, he goes for a double check in towards mid and he spots Chopper in towards connector, and this might now change things. There was a real information drain right at the start of this round. Neither side had anything ready to work with Zwei trying to go it alone here. He's trying to get in the backlines, and he is. Oh, it's a timing play. I don't know if it's going to work in his favor. It won't. And same for Donk as well. So it's all on the shoulders of Shiro and Zontix. 2 versus 5. 20 seconds, surely no chance in hell. Shiro going to go have a look. It's Zontix here. He's got the bomb as well, so he's got to go. He's trying to find Brolin, and he does. But Torzi's here. Bomb dropped. 7 seconds. No chance. And Shiro seen off. Mouz are not done just yet.
Just pure let it out from Torzi there. Man alive. I can't imagine just playing under these circumstances. In this atmosphere, another overtime. And surely not going to let it fall through your fingers again. But you never know. Ooh, you never know. That's not a great sign.
Donk on the orb.
Based on the spawn, I think. Oh, yes. And the trigger discipline, he spotted him.
Yeah.
And he's just so cool with it. It's already in his head, I think, that it's like, right, I can't keep taking the hard shots. Just make them easy, but they all look easy.
Shiro, take a seat, Sunshine. We've got our new AWP. Lovely little two-piece. I love the lurk here from Zontix too. Doesn't need to do anything drastic. It's just an insurance policy and also just trying to cause a little bit more of a ruckus. They have creep past him though.
Oh my god.
So maybe a little too slow, a little too patient. But the round's settled already. Nothing Mouz can do.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe hoping that there was like a bomb lagging behind a little bit or something and they could have done anything else with this round, but not going to happen. Just have to let it go. It does always feel a bit weird. Do you want to save in the overtime? We talk about that quite a lot, but just futile, isn't it, really? Especially on this CT side, sometimes it is a consideration just because money can get away from you slightly. All the same. Spirits find themselves number 13. Is it going to be a similar sort of case we saw on Ancient? The pressure was relieved and they thrived in the slightly different parameters that overtime brings.
Yeah.
So Mouz have got a lot of work to do and again not able to find that first to the OT.
Yeah, and this is sort of what happened as well with that first map where it was Spirit unable to close it out, but when they got into overtime, they took a lot of control. And they did make it look so smooth. It's going to be more of the same. Donk looking to go back-to-back rounds, starting well, but a smoke down bottom con will just keep him at bay, and a flash over that he doesn't want any part of. Oh my, Chopper is so lucky. The second nade doesn't see him off either. Very fortunate.
Small reset after a chaotic start. Shiro just trained for the boost, if anything. Really, really, really ready for this fight here. So Spinks, you have to be careful. Feels inevitable that at some point he will move away. So who bites first? Oh, it is Spinks, you know. dinked through the corner of the wall. You can see the bullet hole, but Shiro, he had a clearer shot. And he capitalizes. Now the burst on towards B. They do have to watch themselves. I was going to say because there's two still here, but it doesn't matter. Donk and Shiro taking over. Brolin alone. He will fall. And Spirit hitting 14. 2 more rounds.
The dynamic duo, man. When they start playing like that, it doesn't matter what you bring to the table of your Mouz. You cannot compete. Timeout taken. Cyclone again, of course. All three, both sides used in regulation, but you got an extra one heading in towards OT, which Mouz use early, but very understandably so. If Spirit go 3 for 3 in this first half of overtime, I cannot fathom a way that Mouz can recover to a second OT. So they've got to get at least one here. Give them some level of a foundation. Oh my god, these two have such a blind of a round. Donk, brilliant for 2. Shiro, again, so secure. Yeah, I feel you. That's the face of a man who has to face off against those two. What can you do? They're just so quick.
And you just have to keep it together, you know what I mean? You cannot let the sort of outbursts and, you know, the little comments that you might want to make. Why didn't we do this? Why didn't we do that? Have to
rein yourself back.
Unfortunately, let it happen and just be like, okay, go next.
Ooh.
Shiro, not that fast. Brolin will take him on a dry peek in towards the ramp. So there you are. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it's a nice move. It's unorthodox, and it completely catches them off guard. I really do like that. Nice little play. I think this is a really solid way for Mouz to put pressure back on towards Spirit. If they play them in just a standard default round, we know that Spirit are looking red hot right now. But wait, Donk's still alive. There's always still a chance. 23 and 20. Again, you know, for Donk, it's one of those maps where it's not lights out, but that's just by his standards. You know, we're just so used to him getting 30 kills and a 2 KD. 23 and 20 still very commendable. The numbers he's putting up looking good. Torzi, missed shot. New boy Azwai finds him unscathed.
That is round 27 fatigue for sure.
Ooh.
There will be the trade back at the very least, but the bomb itself... Thinking about A, I mean, he was up short, so maybe just seeing what Zwei could create. Donk on the edge of the smoke. Somehow wins out. Spinks though, unchecked, takes the bomb. Could he have gone for a bit more? Chopper trades it. Donk, cheeky, very cheeky to try and get away with that. Chopper going to get this bomb down, but he doesn't survive any longer than that. Oh, man. Chaotic kind of end to the round there, and I think indeed a bit of... long game, been playing your respective sides for about 20 years now.
Yeah.
A change up needed, I think, for sure.
I think you're absolutely right. You know, wind blowing out of them a little bit, but they go for a bit more of an unorthodox play, and it works. Complete oversight, unfortunately, by Zontix as he's crossing. And Donk, he tries a bold move. I don't even hate it.
Nice, boys! Nice one, nice one.
Torzi. Just trying to motivate. He does everything right in that sense. Spirit gonna call for their overtime timeout. Still, this is exactly the same spot that we were in map number 1. And from this position, Spirit got 2 in a row. They now head into what a lot of people would say is the more favorable CT side as well. So, Spirit, what have you got for us? Have you got a response? Have you got a rebuttal? Or will Mouz tie this game up once again? It's been a relentless back and forth, and you've spoken about it. Fatigue starting to play a real factor, it feels, in this one. A long map number 1, and as long on a map number 2 thus far. That 4D chess can be weary on the mind.
Spirit played the super turtle shell style during regulation. I'd be curious to know now, given they have a bit more money, if they want to try and mix things up. It does seem again, though, they're just going to let the action come to them. Mid control to come round here. Torji trained in. Spinks holding B. He will get some support from Jimmy. So maybe a short pincer would be the game plan here. And it does seem, to be honest, with a lot of players towards connector and short itself, that Spirit are in a pretty good spot to deal with this. Zontix just goes digging, gets his info, catches them all with nades in hand. Nearly 2 for Donk. Not quite, but he sets it up all the same. Bombs hit the deck. And there's no B split if the bomb's not with you. The second part of the attack can't really do too much about this. So looking very, very good now for Spirit. 30 seconds left, and they have to come to you.
Trying to keep peppering Ute around this corner as well. Spinks, something special needed from him. And what has he got for us? Well, he got the spot of Gym Fat for the first. That'll help. Up on the corner, but Jimmy cut short there. Just a couple to his name. And once again, look at the position we find ourselves in. Map, and now series point over towards Spirit. And in the exact same sort of fashion that we saw in towards map number 1. Great individual brilliance. I think Zontix was super well in towards short there, and sure, same for him. He's been such a secure factor late in towards this game. A little quiet in the early parts for damn sure, but as this map has progressed, he's warmed up more and more. Map and series point, Spirit.
Okay, Xertion will open up. Pretty rough for Shiro there, but it is going to happen once in a while. They'll see if they can turn this into anything now. They know Zontix has liked a bit of freedom over at short. Tip of the head. Need to follow up. Not going to do anything. The one big thing to watch is Vi in behind.
Yeah.
He could get really good timing here. They've left the bomb away from the group. Oh, man. You can't be serious. They move into him as well. I thought maybe the timing was just off. He's dropped the bomb, but now it's a big question. You know, what do I do from here?
The flank as well.
Deep behind enemy lines. So deep, and he just gets caught jumping up. So maybe crisis averted for now. It has bought some time for Spirit, but they still find themselves a man down.
I'm going to go back to A, it seems, right? No one's here. Spirit, that you're going to rotate over now, make a move. Or we're playing retake at a numbers disadvantage, and the disadvantage gets even worse. Chopper going to get caught. All down to 2. Donk and Zontix. The 2 have played together for such a long time, and they're going to gamble towards this B site. It's a gamble that will not pay off. As Mouz move in to A and move forward to a 14th. Nothing that can be done here. Just a couple of small things that go wrong for Spirit. And a couple of moves by Mouz where you can maybe argue they even get a little fortunate. All that matters is they converted all the same. 15 to 14. So on one side, a 2-0 in this first overtime for Spirit. Taking Mirage. On the other side, double overtime, and it gets completely reset again.
Yeah, I mean, sticking to the same kind of style on the Spirit side, Spy does well to get in behind, but like I say, what the hell does he actually do from there?
Yeah.
But I think the Spirit CT side just feels a little readable. And again, there is going to be a degree of looseness to Mouz. Overtime removes the money effect, which I think is a really, really big deal. And that just allows, in the back of your mind, especially as a high-level player, less pressure, less double guessing. If you've got a good spawn, if you feel like you got a good moment, you're a bit more likely to go for it. And I think Spirit's rigid style can get picked apart by moves like that.
Sure. Well, final round of this overtime. That question still looms. 2-0 or OT2? All down to round number 30 to find out. Looking to close it right at the tail end for Spirit. A slower start by them. Shiro went down very early in that previous round, and they kind of needed him. This time, they'll change things up, and Zonk's going to go up on high as well. He's been getting a lot of info in through mid, and not always going in his way in terms of winning out the fights, but getting info nonetheless. But look at this, bit of a group towards B. 3 players in this direction. They don't need to commit to apps here, though. They could very easily rotate in through under. But Looks like they're going to have a little poke and prod. Just see what the response is for now.
Oh, that's actually a much bigger nade than I thought it would be. Goodness. Molotov as well. By a lot of time. 45 seconds. But utility over A. Oh, and they bought it. They've bought it. Oh, no. Zontix. The smoke in. I don't think it's really going to be enough to stop them, unfortunately. There is the rotation here. Maybe it's bought enough time. They know about Zontix. Chopper in the back end of the site, though. Ooh, he sells his teammate down the river. Zontix fallen. Chaos ensuing here. Hot feet gives his position away. Donk in for one trade, but he's dealt with by the AWP. And surely another overtime here, unless the speed and ferocity of Shiro in particular can keep them alive. Zwei, though, new boy on the block, as we've talked about many a time. He has bailed them out of a number of situations. It's been another great time to come alive. They know the vague location of these final two players. Zwei looking to thread the needle. Can he get the timing on Jimmy? Oh, he kind of does, but he doesn't land the spray down. Neither does Jimmy, to be fair. So it's not easy. Not easy to get in. Shiro can't find it. He will fall. Zwei, they know about him now, and surely dead to right. Shadow spotted, but he doesn't notice it. And another overtime needed.
Oh, man. This game still got life left in it, but unfortunately, big oversights there. I think, you know, Chopper's moving away as well. Sold his teammate down the river, and sure, if you're going to do that, at least get the kill behind it. But no, he ticked in that molly, and that cost him his life. Well played, though, from Mouz. I think that's so well set up in that post plant.
Boys, come on!
Huge sigh of relief for them, but we're completely reset. Double OT now in this map, and equally as hard to predict, but it starts well for Xertion. Swing and a fight onto Donk, no less. What a way to kickstart things in round number 31. You want to get out the gates early, that's the perfect way to do so.
Yeah, the pendulum swinging their way, I think, and you can feel that at the moment. Chopper watches for the boost up, and a keen find. So Mouz may be getting giddy, maybe getting excitable, trying to see what moves they can get away with. And they will bring it back down, reset the pace, and try and find the best possible spot for this bomb. It does look like, as well, starting to buy a bit more of an A play. We have Shiro on the AWP. They're not really paying any attention to apartments right now. Jimmy as well, looking for good timing to sell yet another fake. It worked for them in the previous round to get them here. Oh, he's close. It's a gun difference, maybe. The AWP trained in, meanwhile, dropping the bomb. 30 seconds, and now Shiro just has to buy a bit of time. He knows, surely, only two here. Support flash in. Looking for a bit more, the no-scope. Shiro drops the bomb.
That's it.
He doesn't need any help. He doesn't need any help.
No way. No way. Shiro. A quiet start to this map, but my God, has he come alive late, as we've been saying, and there's another example of it. All Jimmy can do is save, right? He just didn't have time to get over there to even fathom the idea of recovering this round. It's one man's antics, but it's a superstar showing from Shiro. Stoic as ever. But that was special. They were looking really dicey there. The first, fair enough. The second is so well isolated, and the no-scope just for fortune to favor him. Brilliant work. Advantage, again, to Team Spirit. Inability to close it out right now. They've had two chances at map and series point, both of which fumbled. If you go 0 for 3, and they can't convert double overtime, you've got to start really leaning towards Mouz, just in terms of the mental game.
Alrighty. Let's see, a big moment from Shiro. Gonna need some assistance to get this one over the line. Slow creep up here. Torji. Ready and waiting for this peak to come in. Zontix just sort of switching up the angles. Whoa, the double jump. Goodness me. That's a risky move. He nearly goes down for that.
Very nearly. We saw Mouz do a contact play in towards ramp that put them towards overtime. Might be more of the same as Donk's on that corner. He might have a little look in here and he's gonna lose it. You always favor him in those sort of situations, but a labored spray from him. Spink trying to make his way out. There is still support of Zwei up close, but he'll be burned a little bit. He's got to do something a bit special. It does get one before dropping, so you could argue job done. On the cross as well. Shiro trying to stick around, but he misses opportunity. Hang on, though.
The fire getting in the way. What's
Chopper.
going on here? Chopper, he could have denied the bomb plant. He just didn't know how good he had it, but it's still a big kill. Still a very big kill here.
They've got to know where he is now, surely. Especially on this plant. They haven't got the util. That's the one thing that kills Spirit here. No smoke or flash to force a fight, so Jimmy can play time, he can play patience, and we know this is something that the young Finn has. Tap on towards the bomb, or a stick, may I say. Well, how's that internal clock? Oh, it's wrong, mate. It does not chime, and they will get the defuse and the kill behind it, just to make it all the more sweeter. Close. And Jimmy, he has to take a gamble there. He himself so low, he can't afford not to. But it's a gamble that doesn't pay off. That's back-to-back rounds for Spirit. And a timeout called for Mouz again.
Sometimes you need the alarm bells to ring. And a player like Jimmy's just not got him, it feels like, you know, which sometimes is beneficial. Other times, maybe too cold. Timeout coming in. It's a tough call. It's a bit annoying to be on the end of as well. Try and call their bluff. But they're just playing the simple game. If only I'd swung. Oh, this guy was low. It all starts to stack up. And they are again down by 2, by the way. So rinse and repeat of that first bout of overtime. Timeout comes in. They're able to just slowly turn it around. So they are again looking to at least get 1 here and not have the dreaded 3 rounds in a row.
Sure. Feed in. Just takes a pop shot out of hope. Nothing there. Similar vein that where we were in first OT with the opening 2 rounds go the way of Spirit, and it's looking towards Mouz just to make sure they have something in this first half. Cannot afford for it to be 3 for 3 for Spirit.
Just smokes all over. Anything that you can do behind them. Shiro watching for a play in towards window. Zwei has found a spam. Kind of the worst way to die in such a tense round. Donk, meanwhile, with the resmoke. I think that might hit the player in there. So he gets a bit of information. Quick moves coming in, though. Oh, my goodness. And this has indeed not gone well. Zontic stays calm. Gets them the man advantage back. Just needs to live it here. Just needs to live it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, scrolling through. He's down to the P250, but he still gets the kill all the same. And Torji left to clutch it up. He's got that bomb down. There's nobody coming in from CT. They're all on the same angle. He just has to figure that out, and I don't think he has. The gap is going to close, and surely not on an AWP can he get this done. But they don't consider him massively. He's just not thinking about it, hoping that they get on the bomb, and then he can play around that. But again, much more simple from Spirit than you would expect.
3 for 3, and again, advantage in the court of Spirit. Now just 1 round away. And Mouz, it was very, very ugly. I think Zontic does so well in that round, though. Under pressure, and it doesn't seem to bother him at all, as is usually the case with Zontic, to be fair. 18 to 15. Map and series point, and they've got 3 of them. Surely, from this sort of a spot with a flawless first half, unlosable for Spirit. And yes, maybe that is me trying to cast the curse this, because this has been an incredible game of Counter-Strike so far. One of those ones you don't want it to end, but at some point it's got to. A slower roll and heavy, heavy mid-presence by Mouz here. 2 towards Con, 1 short. They're going to go looking for an information play. As Horsey falls off the angle, this under push becomes more and more of an issue.
Yeah, something that I think could definitely be unexpected. Gonna have to do something with their spots at the moment. Spinks seems to have an idea as they've gotten themselves up to the top end of short. It also makes sense. So much top mid info. Donk's little toes taken off. Zertian, spotting shadow. Chopper after him. Flash comes in, he turns into it. It's so awkward here. They just desperately want to hold on to the man advantage, and they will do so. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Svi creeping in, not going to check it, and Jimmy takes the kill. Looking good here, 5-on-3. Zertian up on the bricks. Chopper gets it on the entry, though. That's a big find. Brolin, though, he cuts them down, and Shiro will be left up against 4 in total. He's got the bomb on back. Tiny bits of info going quick towards jungle. He looks good for it. 15 seconds. Oh, they let him cross. They're going to give him the space. They're going to give him the respect, and I think that is wise. Torji, will he let him plant even to fake out? But Torji is not afraid. Oh, well-timed peek. The shot does miss, but there's nothing you can do about the round now. He'll take the kill with him on the way out, but surviving here, Mouz.
Not done. Not dead just yet. Also be called by Spirit this time. Just want to make sure, want to see this off. Couple of oversized, couple of unorthodox angles. I do think Zontic should have traded there on towards Brolin. He's good to get away with a second. Yeah. An annoying angle to go down to. Only 2 ways about it. And there's been a couple of those that Mouz have been thrown in there, and it's traditionally catching Donk, in all fairness, when he's trying to move through under. It's a position he likes to play through. And they're doing as much as they can to nullify him. Again, it's one of those sort of maps out from Donk where it's not an incredible showing as we're so used to, but, you know, still 26 and 27. Still got 26 kills, and he's still been very crucial to a lot of the success. I think Shiro, for me, he's been the real star of this map, especially late in towards the map. Off the back of a slow start to where he is now, it's been a nuts run. Single-handedly, he's given them a lot. That flash is huge. Damage dealt, Donk traded, nulled at just the 1 kill, which is pretty good for Mouz.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. Out of ideas, rushing in. Shiro just drops the bomb so he doesn't lose it and then gives his life away.
Yikes.
Is that a round? Like, come on. What the hell, Spirit?
That's sloppy, isn't it?
Yes. Through a smoke. Disjointed. Solo moves. I don't know. It speaks for itself. When you're this deep into a series and a map, sometimes you might have that, but if you're trying to be one of the best in the world, you need to keep it together. Unless we're looking at some long con conditioning. But that's maybe just me reading into it a bit much. That wasn't a great round.
Yeah, I do think you're right, though. That was a real ugly round to watch. Not one that instills a lot of confidence in you. And you've already struggled twice to see off map and series point. And with a 3-0 buffer, if you're unable to close it, I've got to then look to Mouz pushing us towards a third, surely. Going towards A. There's 3 players here ready for this fight. It didn't work out too nicely in the last when they tried to go for a bit more of a contact, quicker play, and this time a bit of Utah will come forth, but how they deal. First fight, it's got to be Brolin, and it doesn't go well for him, but the quick trade from Donk is good. Zontic's also caught! Oh, insertion! He'll line up both, so it's Donk in a 1 versus 4 and an 8 clutch required. And he's won these before on this map, but surely this one has no legs behind it. It looks like a triple overtime is going to be required unless we see another one of those rounds. And Mouz makes sure that is not the case. Oh, man, Spirit. How have they let it slip again?
It was some kind of a condition as well, right? Because they go for another A play with just some slight changes to it, but little things. Molotov doesn't reach Dark. Or at the very least, they don't pay attention to the fact that a guy could have been there. And the big one for me is not watching that smoke run out. Super common. You see what happens. They will be punished. And Mouz stay alive. Boost up here. Try and find that first. No one playing into Con. But yeah, just super telegraphed. And one thing that Mouz have decided to change up here is the fact that they're dropping a lot of mid control. Just letting it go the way of Spirit. Trading that for heavy A, deeper A information, as you can see here in this round. They also got the Palace information even.
Oh.
Timing will just miss that.
I think he may have spotted the barrel. The way.
I'm not sure.
Sure is posted. And that comes over. We'll just tag up ever so slightly on towards Jimfat. Right out there by Zershin, but the Molotov going to make his life very awkward. If he can get a kill before falling, that'd be nice, but not a luxury that he's given it. Zwei is alone with the bomb here. I don't know how much I love this. He cannot afford to fall because recovering is going to become so difficult, and hence Zwei, he's now going to get the support as Ontix.
Yeah, screws the scaling massively. They really have to go for a weird mid-round here. They're actually going to start taking the bomb towards B, which for a moment there, it was clear. But the bomb just not fast enough. Chopper tagged and chipped and chunked, but lives to fight another day. Donk. Solo move. Takes a dink. Nade. Oh, doesn't finish the job. He will still get the kill with the bullets. All right, ridiculous. Missed shot in from Torji as well. He's got so many angles to check there. All around him. Jimmy can't chime in, and Torji just missing out on a couple of kills. It will get the better of him, and a weird looking round, but one that Spirit make work.
Yeah, again, I think for Spirit, it's just that thing of at least we've got something. After a pretty woeful T-side in OT2, finally getting something over the line. Oh, man, that is that sigh of relief. Chopper getting loud. It's really what you love to see. I was so worried that mentally they might have boomed off the back of a pretty rough showing of things in that previous half. Chopper, he's the first to fall though. Just a raw fight on towards Spinks. You're always going to favor Spinks in that fashion. If needs to be careful. Drops a molly and a smoke, and it's why you're going to find a response.
A little faster to begin with at the very least. So some change-ups happening here. For an overtime, you know, we usually expect the chaos to come out, but both of these teams just showing their professionalism, if nothing else, to keep the quality of the Counter-Strike the same as regulation. Zontix will get hit by the nade, but there's nobody around to really stop him. Mid-control coming back in for Spirit.
Under a minute now. Bomb is towards A, and that would be the right call, judging by what the setup is currently. It's Donk alone on this lurk. How well can he react to Torzi in the AWP, I think, is the big question. 35 seconds.
What? Hello?
No move as well. This is really quite wild. They're going towards A, and they're going slow, so it's given time for Broden to rotate over, and Broden spotted one, but it will be at the cost of his life. Zontix, a nice reaction. Molly down, but will they expect a second? The answer to that being no, and Shiro gonna fall. Oh, and Torzi gets two. Last man of Donk, you're way too far away. That's going to be Mouz in for the response. He'll get a consolation, but that is all it will be. 19 all. And Mouz back to winning ways.
I don't believe it, man. They like abandoned A completely for like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think maybe realized whatever info they had was a bit false or wrong, or maybe two players rotated when it should have just been one, and they catch each other. But
yeah,
for a second there was a really big window for Spirit to just get the bomb down. I think it's one of those as well. It just confuses you, doesn't it? Like, where the hell is everybody? Where do we look? And They were lacking utility, but just didn't know how to deal with that situation. Torji stepping up. But we'll see if that continues. 19-19 for the first time. Mouz are able to battle back early on into the battle of overtime. Flash comes in. It's good. Doesn't blind everybody, but catches at least one. Donk is there for the trade. He eats so much damage. Even numbers, but health bars not looking good. And once again, it flattens off. Mouz liking a bit of mid-aggression, it would seem, at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's working for the most part, isn't it? Even if it's just an information gather, it's working. They're going to go for a gamble towards B. And at least for the time being, feeling like it could be the right call, but the bomb is falling away. In fact, is he ready for this? No, he's not. Zwei, it's a fantastic move. Innate timing, excellent. If that goes round, it shouldn't do too much desertion, and it won't. There is a molly that he's got to wield as well. Zwei, just his presence alone is a nuisance. But the bomb's going to come over to join. 35 seconds. They fell flat. Last round from this sort of spot. And it could be the same. Shiro, first to fall to the hands of Torzi. Xerxia making a move, but Zwei, he might get caught, and he will. And now what do you do? If you're Donk, bomb on his back, but now he's all alone as well. Oh man, this is falling apart again. 1 versus 3, 15 seconds and an AWP for the Prodigy. 10 seconds, and it probably the luxury of a plant is not even something he'll be gifted here. He's looking for the fights. Timer's gone. Xerxia sees him off. Another great round for Mouz, but as much as we say great, we've probably got to say another really poor one for Spirit. 2 back-to-back rounds where they overcomplicate it massively.
Yeah, I mean, you have these like monster players. Just use them, man. You know, and I think they're really separating everybody out, making life as difficult as possible in places there. So yeah, I'm not really sure. It seems to be crumbling a little bit. Been in the simulation too long. Ali trying to get them out, but the only way out is to win or to die. And they, for the first time now, are going to lose the lead. It has been Mouz battling back in these overtimes quite a lot.
I mean, it is an absolute ridiculous game. And there's still the potential of a third map, which is the kind of the craziest thing about it. We might have a lot more Counter-Strike to bring you. Unless Spirit can recover. But like I said, you know, as we headed in towards our second overtime, there's already been 2 chances for Spirit. Now 3 chances for them to close out the map in the series. Now that we're here, I think they've squandered those chances. I think Mouz have got that mental fortitude to see it in their favor. Missed shot by Shiro on the trade. So Spink's given the luxury of escape, something he definitely felt that it was not worthwhile for. How has he got out of it?
Big find. Really, really big find. Straight after the timeout as well, you know, it's just going to sap the energy. It's a very good question you raised, but it is also something that they were really liking in the last CT side that they had here on the Spirit end. That ramp aggression. Speaking of, Donk going to look for some aggression of his own. There's no one on the other side of it. 50 seconds. Taking a leaf out of the Mouz book. He's just got to guess correctly here. Xerxia tucked in. Donk. Going walkabouts. He's not been seen. He's not been spotted. He will maybe gather information. There's no one at the top end of B, but will it come in time? Good Molotov. Really good Molotov. We got Zontix on another one as well. Would be nice to back that up, but he's going to try and take the peek. Flash comes in. It's so dodgy, as is the spray. Oh, man. Shiro missing his shot. And now the floodgates have opened. The charge in towards A begins. We've got a big flank coming in from Donk. Got to buy time to allow him to get in position. Bomb plant going to come in. Can he pull this off? Good for one. Going to need a few more than that, young man. Checking his angles here. Not quite onto the second, but he will keep it going. Chopper's gone down. The AK retrieved. And Donk keeps it going. Slow but sure. Pushes forwards. Now left in the 1 versus 1 to find a key round. Zertian denies. 21 rounds for Mouz. And Donk can be stopped.
Oh my God, that was nearly another Donk classic, but not to be cut short at the final moment. But over Fight and over FaZe, Zontix, you've got to do better there. Has to get at least one. He's flashed in, and you can see a deer in headlights. He just doesn't know where to look. He threads the needle between the both of them, and it's damage dealt to both, but he would have been better off just getting the kill. Just having something to fall back on. 21-19, map point Mouz. Oh, Spirit, how we have fumbled this, how we've let it slip. And Mouz are not normally aside from a spot like this and an advantage to squander it. I said it in OT number 2, and I can reiterate it now. They have 3 chances to close it out. If you get to a 4th, Mouz will take it because of the mental. That's exactly what is happening here. Zertian for 1. Brolin, one of his own as well. Chopper needed a double, but he can't quite get it. And it's Zontix left with it all to do to deny. A 1v3 required. Make that a 1 versus 2. Oh, and spam through the boxes. Oh, hang on. Zontix, life in the map still, but he's tagged so low. And they down, but he can't find it. Jimmy, ice cold as he swings through a HE. Mouz, they've pushed us to map number 3. Who would have thought?
Absolutely unbelievable here on Mirage, but just a little more creativity, I think, to Mouz. Spirit lost kind of their DNA and character as the overtimes got deeper and deeper. I think, like you said, letting it slip when it feels like the job is done. You get the 3. All right, the next one will come easy. Don't worry about it, guys, but it slips. They can't recover. And despite everything, despite that previous round as well, they just couldn't get it over. And I think that tells you whose side the world of Counter-Strike is on. Mouz have been gifted a 3rd for sure, but deservedly so.
Yeah, absolutely. And now things become very interesting. You know, like we said, with a squandered chance that's sort of come through. How does this change things now heading in towards that decider? We'll have to see. You know, we run through these highlights now, and well, I mean, you can just see. Again, I think that the big thing will still be for me, and that will be the narrative of Mirage. Squandered opportunities for Spirit. They should have taken this 2-0. Oh my God, am I happy they haven't. We're going to the 3rd, and this is absolutely anybody's game. Of course, worth mentioning, and we'll delve quite deep into it in the post-map and the pre-map before the next, but it's Overpass. Neither of these sides have played it. So this is a wild one. We have no expectations at all.
Yeah, I mean, paints a pretty exciting picture, to be honest, after what we've just seen. And multiple overtimes here on Mirage. Overtime required on Ancient as well. So really, really hard to split these teams at the moment. I think that is safe to say. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting into the Overpass, honestly. It's a great time to pull it out as well. Both teams, as we mentioned, despite the high-octane action, have qualified through to the Lanxess. But getting that skip to the semi-final is pretty valuable. So obviously still playing their hearts out, but also a little of, you know, let's test the Overpass. Not as much to lose, not a knockout game or anything like that. So looking forward to it. I don't know if the Counter-Strike is just going to go out the window, though, because that was a little chaotic towards the end. Mouz controlling the chaos, though, which I think is always great to see. And like I say, just a little more flexibility to the team, and Spirit unable to find that same raison d'etre, I suppose, right at the tail end of the game.
Yeah, they just run out of ideas, right? I think it's kind of ultimately the thing for the Spirit side. You could see it, right? Mouz really got in their heads. And it's quite surprising considering the real run that we saw out from Spirit, especially all the way back in regulation. Even that first half as well. Real consistency, rounds on the board, consecutive nature behind them, but fell so flat. And when it does get in towards that back and forth and the real kind of uncomfortable affair, Mouz are going to capitalize. It's one of those classic anecdotes that we throw around, but they're a side that you can't afford to give an inch, right? They'll take it a yard, and that's exactly what they did. They went 3-0 up, right, in that first half of the OT, and they still squandered it. that's where you knew for me that they were mentally so checked out. They ran out of ideas. Head to head, of course, of Xerxin and Donk. We brought these two up right at the start of this series, and my God, has it been an incredible showing. And you have to argue that Xerxin sort of at the moment got his number. He was one off a 40 bomb there. 39 kills he got in that one. 27 deaths, 106 ADR. I mean, yeah, a ridiculous showing. And across the kind of the series itself, they have been very much back and forth. So I'm looking forward to seeing maybe if that continues in towards Overpass. We don't know what to expect in towards Overpass, really. As we said, neither of these sides have played it. This is the first time they've got it in an official since it's gone back into the pool. So really could be up in the air. Could be quite scrappy. Of course, what better time to test it when there's no real risk of elimination, I guess. But we'll have to see. For now, as much as the players do, we also need a break. That was a marathon and an absolute barn burner. We're going to take 10 minutes. We'll be back soon. Overpass up next.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang! Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
I mean, not to mention, you just can't expect to beat Na'Vi with 3 of your high fragging, high power players missing. That's kind of the big issue right now. Elige still 3 kills to his name. He's been stuck there for a long time. Oh. Frozen, barely recovered, bad to worse for Elige as the smoke spam connects. Yeah. Right now, this whole game is Carrigan and Rain trying to win rounds for FaZe.
It's just crazy. Ima gets the shot through the smoke and then he keeps spamming so Makazi can go through, and Rain just walks in, not aware a player's gone deeper. Heads up move for Makazi. He's got this point of rotation. Severed. FaZe are gushing blood. Gone from the A site, Frozen headshot. This young talent looking really, really strong right now. And that brief window of opportunity closed, slammed shut in FaZe's face, as this is 12 for Na'Vi.
I mean, you've hit like the point in the game where it's getting so one-sided and so brutal that you actually have like sympathy for Elige with how these rounds have gone. But, you know, that's one of the best talents NA ever produced. Finally, you know, linked up with this FaZe Clan squad after spending his whole career in Team Liquid. It was a move mirroring the likes of Twists, who went on to win a major with this FaZe Clan team. And when he finally made the roster move, you were excited. You were looking forward to it. Throughout his whole career, you kind of wanted to see what Elige could do in the international environment. And FaZe felt like the perfect place for him. But here, in a must-win match at Cologne, 3-15. On one of FaZe's stars.
Na'Vi don't look to slow down. They want to stomp FaZe out while they can. walking through the cave, clearing their corners. Entry comes from the captain, Alexi. One more man stuck in the site, stuck between fire and flame. He gets spammed through the smoke. And this is how it goes on a repeat matchup on a game FaZe 1, 13-11 in the first of the group stage. They meet their maker. Na'Vi, domination along the whole map. Never a shot. And they sit one map away from those playoffs.
And here's the thing, if you're going to have a slow start, Na'Vi will take that in their stride. The decision to replay them on Ancient hurts for FaZe Clan as Na'Vi evolve. They get better and they dominate this opening map, stealing FaZe's pick away. It's the Na'Vi curveball up next. They were the ones to change the veto. They're the ones gunning for that last quarterfinal placing. For FaZe, this failure to launch on 3 of their stars has to be course corrected now, or else there is no recovering this.
Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer, my heart skips a beat and now I'm falling.
Well, goodness gracious me. Welcome back after that. We are going the distance here for this game. Mouz up against Spirit, and God almighty, the second map went the distance. The first also going a fair distance, and now we end up on Overpass, and there's absolutely no tape. Don't know what to expect. This is going crazy. I am feeling it, so I don't know how these guys are feeling. You know, how do you keep it together for a third map, especially on that Spirit end, as it started so well into the OTs and they just could not close it out time and time and time again.
Yeah, I think, you know, we kind of spoke about it, running out of ideas, lacking innovation, however you want to put it. This was a Spirit side that fell so flat, right? And look where we are now. We've gone in towards this third, and you do wonder and maybe even worry about the mental over towards Spirit, right? They're in a spot now where they've had a grueling map number 2 not go their way. I mean, sometimes when we talk about the mental, we maybe even make arguments that it's better to kind of just get completely stomped and lose, and you just go in towards the third and you reset. But they've put so much effort to getting to that spot only to fall flat as well. Man, that's got to be tilting. That's got to be tough to bounce back from. But this series has historically always gone 3 maps, and also, funnily enough, has nearly always been reverse sweep by Mouz as I'm headed towards Overpass. I think I've got to sit with Mouz as my favorites now. I think Spirit has squandered their chance of closing this, and in the same vein that we're quite tired, no shock at all to see that. Probably the same for Spirit and, of course, Mouz, but Mouz have that extra motivation after taking it to a third.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it maybe is where the sort of positivity around this team and the work that they've been doing in that sense maybe stays in it. Spirit we have definitely touched on and talked about in the past for a while. The mental side of things has always been a harder run given the region and maybe just their approach to Counter-Strike. That being said, ahead of the old Shanghai Major, there's a lot of chit-chat going on behind the scenes, and it certainly did pay off. Slow knife round here.
All right, fellas, let's get this one stepping.
Yeah, just buying a little more time. They did hear you, apparently. That was pretty well timed to just immediately charge in as you kind of called them out. But, you know, Zontix is chilling, still halfway headset off and stuff. So, you know, knife round's a knife round is kind of how they feel. I think they know that this going the distance, the Counter-Strike, just has to happen.
Yeah. I look towards this guy as well, Brolin. You know, map number 1, despite the loss, I thought had some really, really good moments. And then you look towards map number 2, and I think ultimately, you know, we can talk about his numbers, but obviously Zershin's always going to be the guy we're looking towards there. It's the calling. He outcalled Chopper. He really had him. The more that game went on, the more he figured out how to play against Spirit, what their defaults, what their tendencies look like, and he was able to break them down, and I think he called an excellent game. And also was really, really, I'm assuming, quite influential in terms of keeping them headstrong and saying, even when they lost an entire half flawlessly in overtime, still saying, we've got a chance, we can respond. And they did. So, third and final map underway here in this series. We've had a marathon of a game. And will this be more? 4 overtimes so far across 2 maps. But new ground of Overpass haven't played it since the new patch.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they may well have cooked up here. As I think it'd probably be the first game that we've checked in with some super high-level teams. Flashing towards short. No one there. Spink's trying to thread the needle, but no. Zontic says no, and it will be the advantage for Spirit.
Back towards 8. In through bar from a smoke, front side of sight to try and keep them at bay. But I mean, Zershin is absolutely flying here. Thankfully, there is support as Shiro gets a second. Nice work from him, and he's able to net the third too. In fact, is all that's left, and Donk will close it with the dualies. Nice round to be taken for Spirit, and it's one in which they need to build upon. Cannot, again, in the same vein, I think afford for this game to be back and forth and scrappy, because Mouz are making those sort of situations work for them. They like being really in the thick of it and going back and forth. Spirit need to find early consistency and build up a real lead. And we've already seen as well, it doesn't matter what sort of lead Spirit build up, Mouz will find a way back into it. So give yourself as many chances as possible.
Grouping up here in Con, just kind of get a feel. What is the style? What is the approach? No one around for the time being. Just see if the Glocks can take a gun away. Shiro hidden in the divider. Classic angle here. Flash comes over. And, well, it didn't look like anyone was blind, but he's still able to capitalize. Does eventually go down. MP9's made its money. It's Donk who's maybe got to be careful. He's got support from down below and just keeps it together there to make sure he doesn't lose that M4.
Yeah, just making sure. Nothing too major thrown at them by Mouz in that one. Pretty simple. Pretty easy. And the guns come back into play. You've got to be just a little cautious. They were just trying to make it expensive with that minimal investment. It's only the one kill. AK's out though. Bonus round for Spirit. So this is a round that normally doesn't matter as much in terms of the general feel of the game, but they have brought an orb around it, and this is where you've got to be maybe just a little careful that all falls into the wrong hands, i.e. Torzi's. We saw how good he was at times in towards Mirage. The Spirit are able to see a bonus round in their favor with an MP9 and a FAMAS brought to the table. That would go a long way in bolstering up their momentum. And they need it, especially off the back of, as we said again, how short they felt on that Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it gets crazy for me, like playing at the high level, a series like this. It's just absolutely mental being capable of keeping it together. You know, I play one long game and I'm like, right, I think I'm gonna take some, you know, an hour or two off, really. That was a lot. That was pretty intense. So being able to just take 15 minutes in between.
Yeah.
Whew, it is wild. It is absolutely wild. Spinks maybe has found the gap over here at short. He's got the bomb joining him in just a moment. Zertian as well, capitalizing up top. Still a lot of presence, though, on this B-bomb site. I will say, Chopper, they've got to vaguely know about him. But he's buying time for the rotation to come in. Unfortunately, cannot stay alive long enough. Oh, don't be lining up like that. That was close. That was very close. Yeah, and the bomb spilled forwards. Nearly disaster.
Oh, yeah, that was nearly potentially problematic. That bomb spilled forward in towards water, but thankfully not an issue in the end. But look at that, it just flies forward. Thankfully not a problem. There was that lineup, as you mentioned, which could have been that highlight reel moment. Not to be. So, orb dropped but not recovered. Scout is what Shiro will wield, an MP9 for Chopper. As rifles round out the 5. Mouz. First gun round though, first buy, successful. Very positive news for them. And great early control as well by Yimfat. In towards connector. And he doesn't need to move here. He can be essentially this insurance policy of saying, if we want to rotate back towards B and we want to give that site a look in, I'll stick around. But he's going to come join the pack now. It's Donk who's going to be first contact. And he does have some support, but it's very easy for him to get isolated. And potentially also overwhelmed as well. And there it is. Trying to get out of there. That's why he gets a move of his own on towards Spinks. 2 versus 4. Despite the lesser weaponry, Spirit are making this a bit of a problem for Mouz.
We've lost a bit of it, haven't we? I think maybe need to get a time in early to just... timeout in early just to bring them back. So much utility available. They're just walking up banana, man. You know, like, really giving the fights across. Bomb will get planted, but it's just so flat.
Yeah.
And Spirit have kept it together. Easy kills, you know, people just getting shot. They don't even respond. Kind of wild to watch unfold, but Spirit will answer back immediately.
Triple AK as well, recovered. Particularly scary, especially because obviously Donk, but you know, throughout this series, Shiro's looked very sharp on it himself, as you would expect for somebody of his caliber. How that being wielded on the CT side is to keep an eye on. But yeah, some slight oversight to Mouz, I think is probably the way to put it. Zwei, nice round from him. Looks like a technical issue. In fact, problem on his side. The hope is only a brief little issue, but we'll have to find out for now. 3-1. Advantage Spirit. Seems like, from what I've been told, it's an audio issue, so get that fixed back underway. But yeah, a little sloppy, a little scrappy. Definitely not what we want to be seeing out from Mouz off the back of such a grueling map number 1. And map number 2 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It really is. And I think they do just need to have that little bit of a check. And this is one of the things as well that I'd be very curious to pick some brains about, and I don't know that we'd ever get to know it. I think Spirit kind of check out after they drop the 3 rounds in a row to take us to triple overtime. And there might even be an argument in there to be like, all right, guys, let's maybe not, you know, give this everything. We still have the map in hand. And we should be all right for map 3. We've been doing some work there. So maybe don't lose your mental, lose your brains, lose your energy to really go as deep as possible on this. You know, it's very... I think you have to kind of catch that sometimes. But then also still play to the best of your... I don't know. It just felt like the game flew away from them. And they started just throwing anything at the wall to see if it would stick. A couple of kills coming round. Spinks and Torji left a bit low, but again, not really all that much that interests us from Mouz here. Spirit looking like the much cleaner side.
Flash round, Zwei. Knows that Spinks is tucked in towards this corner. There is a molly, but it's in heaven. Here with Shiro. And he could still bank it round. But he's going to keep hold of it for now. Under a minute. Spinks is still standing strong, and it's a low Zontics right in front of him, but it's Chopper who peeks and finds. And now down to 2. It's pretty safe to say that this one's probably concluded already. An AK recovered for Yimfat, but a 2 versus 5? Surely no chance in hell. And this is all of the residual cash as well, held by Mouz, used in towards this round. There's that molly down eventually. Well, 25 seconds. Maybe even just try and shell up to save, but that's a big ask. They don't really have the util properly to get out. 1 smoke, 1 flash. They're going to try and move in. It's Zwei here to meet them. Yimfat, he'll get a consolation, but he wants to go down before time. He's going to try and make it expensive on the end, and he deals so much damage to Shiro. But another round goes the way of Spirit.
Yeah, already starting to look like things are getting a little bit out of hand. Already had some, you know, brief time taken on that tech. Mouz, I think just need to catch themselves, man. It's just not looking good. Early stages, a second half, of course, but this is a long, long series. A really keen battle, and Spirit do look quite comfortable here. I think there's been some decent work in, but we have some players that were big fans of this map back in the day. Brolin, keen shot from him has maybe opened up the Deagle by here, and these would be the types of rounds in a long, drawn-out series that could get away from you, so Spirit just have to watch they don't lose anyone else to the same fate.
More of a patient play off the back of that opener. Shiro is very, very close to danger with 2 players round towards long. And one of which being Xertion off the back of an incredible map number 2. 39 kills for him. Bomb recovered, looks like he's going to head back towards B. Zontics and Chopper, the ones to hold down the fort. Could be a lot of pressure on them in a second. I think Chopper spot at least 1. Nade that'll bound round, but too early.
35 seconds. Got to start to make a move now. I don't think any unlikely kills coming your way. It kind of works in their favor, because I don't know, it sounds like a bee noise. you know, rather than an A noise. All the same, I know that it would have too much of an effect. Donk's head taken off. Shiro has to be very careful now. Standing strong, looking good. And okay, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't. He's on for the ace all by himself here. Runs out of ammo. USP, and yes, he will get it done. Solo eco ace from Shiro.
Yeah, you know, with an ace we get hype, but normally in an eco we wouldn't. But more so because he really had to recover that round. If he falls, they probably lose it as well. So credit to him. He's actually gone pretty huge there. They needed a bit of a hero as bodies were dropping. Don gets caught on the fallback. He's in transition and he gets clipped by Xertion. We said to keep an eye out for him off the back of that map number 2, and there it is. But thank God for Shiro. First time out taken by Mouz. Well to a deficit now, which puts us in a worrisome spot. But I mean, credit to Shiro. Take a look again. And these 5 isolates the fight. He tries to transfer as well with the AK pistol pulled down. Gets a bit of support from Chopper, but the kill still is all the same. 5-1, 4-round lead. And a lot to like from Spirit so far, but buyback in place for Mouz. They lose this, it's again back to the drawing board, and they're sort of in this rinse and repeat that we like to talk about, where it's full buy-in, failed to find success, no bomb plant, eco or half buy again and again, and this rut of form that they're in currently for Mouz, they've got to break this cycle, and they've got to do it here in round number 7. If they don't, Spirit are seriously going to pull away on this CT side.
Nice little setup here, the old buddy system. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Donk and Chopper, you know, maybe opposite ends of that spectrum in a sense, but all the same. Could be a nice idea, could come into fruition as they are headed up long. And timing going to be everything. There's a small amount of presence in Con, but I don't know that that's really going to join them for this. So indeed, it is looking to be the long take here. Chopper for 1, sets up a second. There's Donk. Bomb at his feet. Yeah, 40 seconds. It's a long way to the A-bomb site. Donk looking good. Jim Fat maybe has found something to work with. Shiro scoped in. Can they drop him? The answer is yes. A bit more work than even I expected. But 30 seconds, a bomb to recover, and every kill that comes in makes it more and more likely. Jimmy not ready. Zontix takes him easily. 6 now for Spirit. And Mouz crumbling. This is after a timeout.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That's probably the most damning thing about it, isn't it? It's the fact that it's straight off the back of a timeout, and look what that round brings to the table. It's quite basic, and it's quite easy to shut down with just a bit of that body system, as you alluded to. Credit to Donk. Fantastic round from him. 3 very, very important kills to his name. Both him and Shiro having a whale of a time in Overpass so far. And this is a map, of course, that, you know, before it got taken out of the pool, definitely had its problems when it came towards it being too CT-sided. I'm sure that's maybe an argument that you can bring to the table here, but no one can tell me right now that Mouz aren't playing flat. This is a side with dwindling ideas. It feels, oh my god, the spam is good. The nade, none of them will get away as he hightails it the second he hears that pin pulled.
Slow encroachment here. Tiny bit of nadage. They were looking to line something up. Ooh, dangerous. However, they'll hold it. What a transfer from Sve. And here we are. Looking good again. Spirit, just no sweat off the brow, man. And they have managed to hold out for this third map. Mouz, maybe indeed, as they say, giving it their all, because it seems like there is nothing left at the moment.
It's well looking really solid. I'm surprised we actually don't get another timeout coming in towards this gun round. It's 7-1 being the scoreline. Mouz, they've got to put a plug in this. I already said, and they didn't do it earlier. They could be in a lot of trouble, and it very much feels that that's the case. Shiro and that all posted. Doesn't want to stick around too long. He was there hoping for an early fight, but as time starts to tick, he knows there's a possibility of him being caught in the side. Early util. I'll block off Monster. No decision being made at all. A run boost, but one in which Donk can very easily evade. Flash over towards water. Spinks blinded, but still not known about.
He's been enjoying it down there.
Yeah.
Maybe need him to have some keen impact here. Long approach was also the call in the previous Mouz rifle. Didn't work for them there. The setup this time is less punishing of it, let's say. Shiro misses his flick. Going quick up long. These players are trapped in Banana at the moment. The sight hold itself doesn't look quite as good. Oh my goodness. Jimmy comes in. Spinks guides him to safety. And with that, the sight is taken. But yeah, just caught off at the wrong moment, not considering long at all, even though they'd spotted them earlier on in the round.
Yeah. That is a bit of an oversight on the flip side for Spirit. Surely that was relayed information as well, but just a couple of nice flashes that come over from Mouz give them spacing towards the site and the ability to line up some kills. So save is all we get, Zontix. That's why keep on what they got. They're not in any sort of financial issues yet, but it's more so about if there is a bit of a run from Mouz, eventually, even these two save guns could go a long, long way. Great second round on the board for Mouz. Cannot afford to just be a round found and then lost immediately in towards the next. You've got to now build on this and probably try and see off the majority of the remainder of this half. I mean, bare minimum 4, I feel, for me, for Mouz, in terms of foundations to work with before heading in towards your CT side. So another 2 at least needed of the 3 remaining. Any more on the flip side where you look towards the Spirit, I mean, 8 still very much plausible, and there's also an option 2. That's where we get really worried. Can't be a flash in the pan. Got to find some consistency, some success that they can work with. And Spink's going to go for a contact play. I love this. Flash comes over, but it blinds only him. The Molotov will slow him down and force him back as well. That's unfortunate. A T flash that has to just relinquish his monster control, but it'll come back for seconds.
Oh, the nade stack. Zontix just gets out of dodge. Yeah, strike inbound, but doesn't quite find the success. They are loving these monster smokes at the moment. Got all kinds of lines up for them on the Spirit side of things. How does this finish? 50 seconds left on the clock. Kind of winding the years back with a late B execute, potentially. That's what it looks like to me. Brolin is hunting, trying to find something on the upper side of the map. Another monster smoke coming in. So later and later it gets. Spirit ready. They've got 3 members here. And indeed, it's just going to be the late execute. Slight fake out might draw some attention away, but I don't think that they are biting. The nades will come round. Chopper, the first line of defense, gets his head ripped off. Great flash in, but they're not fast enough. However, it's worked out very nicely indeed. They play their parts to perfection, just netting a slim man advantage. Bomb's already gone down. We've got the boost coming round here. Can Shiro find anything off the back of it? Oh no, the shot felt like it was close. Donk falls meanwhile on the swing. I think Shiro had already started to save. Nonetheless, 3rd round for Mouz.
So finally, right, something which we can fall back on. Bit of back-to-back success. And as you were kind of building up in towards that one, exactly, right? It's a simple late round B execute. Pop together. Inferno opens things up. And credit to Zwei, actually. Getting 2 in that spot. I feel like he even gets unfortunate not to get the 3rd as well. He was just sort of caught between 2 angles. Didn't exactly know where to look. But well played. The first time out taken by Spirit, and Ali realizing that pressure is building once again. In Mouz, you can never count this side out, no matter what sort of a lead you have. They will fathom ways to get back in, as we saw in map number 2. So he wants to cut this short here. Even just one more round as well for Team Spirit. Gives you a nice healthy lead before heading in towards your T side. Just Just locking that place would be huge. 2 more rounds to play with here. And a penultimate about to get underway. All buy, as we said, for both sides is very doable. Plenty of money to go around. But what has Halley spotted? If they are to lose this one, however, for Spirit, not only would it be a 4th, but it feels most likely like a 5th as well, just because there isn't that long-term residual cash over towards Mouz. That's one thing that's worth bearing in mind. Round of 11 goes the way of Mouz. 12 might follow suit.
Spinks moving a bit faster this time through short. And they'll switch things up. It's a monster rush and a lurk out at short. Not started well. They're being kept at bay. Lots of damage. Kills as well now starting to come in. Svi hidden away at the top. I don't think he's really been spotted over here. He's yet to find a kill, and he doesn't get to do anything, man. He was in such a good spot, but they're all dead already. And so Spirit will answer back. Finding 8, I think that's pretty damn comfortable, and you can see this 4th round, this final round, however you want to frame it, Mouz wants it.
Got a feel for the observers there as well. Just like absolute carnage, spams through smokes as well. It was like none of those kills were considered clean. We can take him all the same. Spirit, like you said, 8 rounds for them. Really good to be taken. And now we put ourselves in a position where so much pressure on the shoulders of Mouz. They've got to convert this final round of the half to give themselves a chance. 9-3. As much as people joke about the 9-3 curse, it's not going to make me feel too happy about it. 9 for Spirit if they're able to get in this first half. I feel like seeing off this map feels like a formality at that point. Like I said though, can never count out Mouz, so I'm not going to do it just yet. So the final round of the half. They've had a timeout before heading into it.
Torji keeping his eye on the boost, not following the spam even. Nearly an opportunity. Oh, there's a man on the way. Yeah, and Torji checks it in good time. Donk was just about to unleash hell on those players. But in the meantime, Svi finds himself in not a bad spot, tucked towards short. They try and deal. The flash not good enough. Gotta be careful. Re-peek into the AWP is a dangerous move to say the least. So Mouz hold their man advantage.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was sort of stuck there. Poor Svi, so no real escape. Needed a lot of fortune to go his way. 45 seconds. And Shiro, if that bomb was to move in towards bathroom, he would have caught them on the cross, but he can still get in behind. Chopper's coming back down towards his lower sight. So currently, top sight is open. 5-7 here as well. A lot of util being thrown and a free B for Shiro. Now they've got to be careful of the flank. 3 versus 3. But I'm going to try and go down. Chopper tries to make a move, but Spinks holding for him. They know there's a flank somewhere, but the Zontics know about the boost. The elevation, no, is the answer. Molly that comes down on top of the bomb. It's all on the shoulders of Shiro, but surely a 1 versus 3 with no chance in hell. And as Spinks makes a move, he will close it. So a 4th, a slight recovery for Mouz, but still a long, long road required for them. We've got a second half, of course, to still decide, and I'm not going to count out Mouz as we haven't all throughout this series. But for now, we're going to throw it to a break. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back. Second half underway here in our third and final map. But the jury's still out whether this is going to be our final half. We've already had 4 overtimes across 2 maps. And there might be more required here. It's an 8-4 though, so for Spirit, they've got a nice little lead to work with. If they get a pistol here as well, Scriv, all signs point to them closing it. However, they do have a problem with closing maps, as we saw in Mirage.
This is true. This is very true. I think given themselves probably their best buffer thus far. Again, a tiny bit of foot off the gas towards the end of that half. But it is fair enough. A full-on reset here, though. Oh, man, an interesting move from Mouz. They put a lot of stock into short and con. So the bomb going to go down, a retake required. We got the dualies boosted up. However, Torji falls. That's a pretty big frag to be finding. And Shiro now is catching the attention of the CTs. He's got some assistance coming in as well. I think they have unfortunately been locked out of their own bomb site. Not looking too likely. Donk has a little look and he'll take part in the fun, but that is going to be that. And one of the big changes I've found is this heaven change, right? A lot of players would be sat up on the little railing up there looking down towards B, and it meant that you could maybe be a bit safer with like passive B setups. But now you have to commit a bit harder. It makes you more vulnerable. You can't just play like a head glitch angle while grabbing info and maybe getting a kill of your own. So I think that's a weird adjustment, because it's like it feels small, but then when you get there, you're like, wait a minute, I actually can't see anything, and I have to peek, and now I'm dead, and more of my body is showing.
Yeah.
So I think they maybe fall into that trap a little bit there with Spinks in towards heaven.
Yeah, I think you're all right. It's a 5-round buffer as well, that Spirit. And now built as we get a force buy out for Mouz in the second round of the half. They lose this. Spirit find 10 and then probably the 11th behind it too. So far, this Overpass, despite not being played in an official just yet since coming back into the pool, it's looking very good for Spirit. Maybe a bit of a pocket map that they can bring in towards the playoffs. I guess the big thing we're trying to decide is what this seeding will be in said playoffs. Anti-flash for Xertion. But it's most likely all for naught. Something's going to have a look. Oh my god, he wins out the fight. The question, does he expect the second? He will drop a flash. It goes very, very deep. There's another player here towards close rock, which he has to be careful of. That's good information that he gets it and he gets out. Torzy with the scouts. They now know there's 2 there. They heard both of those weapons. The FAMAS and the scout. I'll smoke it down, and I think if you're Mouz, you probably just save here.
Gonna have to. Yeah, nothing coming of the force buy, so as it feels like your series life is on the line, it's a little scary here. But things looking all right on that Spirit side. They will just continue going through the motions here. Another round to contend with. If they can keep it together, I think the end is nigh.
Well, save will come through. It's a smart call. So I just staying alive, but it does, and that's all that matters. So far in this map, Zontic's 5-0 in opening duels. Only got 9 in total, but the opening duel attempts have been pretty good for him, of course, primarily most of that on that CT side, but so reliable, the youngster. The flip side, if you look at the numbers over towards Mouz, doesn't paint a pretty picture. 3 players on 7 is the best we've got. Comparatively to Shiro, 16-6, Donk, 10-8, Zontic, 9-5, Zwei, 11-6 as well. I mean, nearly everybody over towards Spirit, including Chopper, would lead over towards Mouz. That's not a good sign. That's pretty indicative of just how poor things have been looking. Around what's saved, I'm going to try and make this round work for them. 5-5-7. Still really scary, so they can't afford to be too comfortable here, Spirit.
Torji, nice tag. Looking for a bit more, gonna get it. So, and those are sort of confirmed tags at that. He's well aware, and things looking good here. Mouz will overwhelm the bathrooms. So, should be in with a pretty decent chance, because 2 kills, and both of them on fully healthy players. Chopper and Donk still tagged low. Jimfat looking to get the catch here. Upgrades his weapon ever so slightly. This will be the bomb, and it's easy. So, here we are. Going to be denied number 11 for a time. Spinks caught napping. They do have to recover this bomb back. Jimmy also goes digging again for a few more opportunities. 25 seconds. Weird game state here. I don't know if they are just sort of soft conceding the round, to be honest with you, unless they were able to even those numbers up.
They can't get the bomb.
Not the case. Yeah, just got to give it away.
In fact, been spotted. Brolin's known about too, but it's not going to make too big of a difference, really. 5 seconds remaining. Shiro get one of his own. Oh, a little messy at the end. Make sure we don't die after time. They might both go down. No, just the one. Kill off the time. That's something you'll take and you'll be happy to work with, and it will be the second timeout taken here by Spirit. I don't think they're in a spot where they need to worry too much, but it's just about maybe brushing that aside and not worrying about it too much. Ali gonna reinstate the idea, but I think they're in a fine spot. I don't think they need to panic too much. Still got double the rounds of Mouz, and still, generally speaking, looking like the cleaner side, but that is a nice one for Mouz, and one you can definitely build upon.
Yeah, again, not taking any chances here with the way that things have gone on map 1 and particularly map 2. If you are a little late to the party, go back and check them out. But all the same, Spirits still have a hefty lead, and I think still in a game-winning position for my money. Just a slip-up, it can happen with a long series and those looser, faster rounds that low buys can encourage. They do have a bit more work required to break down Mouz now.
Slower start by Spirit. That immediate pressure being put on. I'm going to make his way through, and now we can join up with this short water control. They don't need to commit towards this, but bomb is in this general direction. Still plenty of util to work for the remainder of this round. I wonder with the util being dropped as well by Spirit, what the response is for Mouz. They want to get proactive. It actually looks like they do, and it might work against them. Oh, the first and the second go the way of Zontic and Zwei. There's one more here, which they do need to be a little cautious of, as Brolin is buying time for the rotations to come over, but he's surely in trouble. Naded down to half, and this round already starting to falter. A smoke that comes through to block off all of these rotations. Molly's as well to put pressure on, and Spinks clipped. Torzi, it all to do. 1 versus 5, turn 1v4, but they don't want this orb staying alive. They can do everything in their power to make sure that is the case. And a missed shot will close it. Chopper to punish. What a response from Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think we're seeing, maybe prematurely, maybe early, they do seem to have some ideas here. Looking good on the overpass. I, again, do get curious about whether teams keep themselves fresh on these sort of older maps that could potentially come back in, or maybe a, you know, community map that looks decent. But something like Overpass, I think you have to expect that at some point in the life cycle of Counter-Strike 2 it will come back in. So just have it a bit fresh. Just get a few things down pat. Make sure that it's part of, I don't know, your like nade rotation.
Yeah.
As you go through things like that. Just a very, very simple level, but it seems like Spirit look more comfortable here.
I think you're right. 11-5, inching closer and closer, and a full investment for Mouz. So this is make or break territory. This is the now or never. You lose this, the wallet empty, and Spirit probably get a bit of a free ride towards seeing off Overpass in their favor and getting that preferential seeding before heading in towards the Lanxess. It has been a marathon of a match. We started nearly 4 hours ago. So I'm on that corner, Yimfat tagged up. No commit just yet. The bomb, as you can see, is all the way back near spawn, so they're just having a little poke and prod, see what is offered up by Mouz, who are playing, as you can expect, quite patiently, quite reserved.
Zontix does find the first through the smoke. Chopper taken down in somewhat of a response. Spinks with a very unorthodox angle here. Divider is popular, but maybe not from here. You know, looking into the toilet. So he's going to let them cross. Kind of cross behind him, though. They've actually put 3 players on B. 25 seconds left.
Yeah.
Spinks could just devastate the round with this crazy little spot. But he has to play it right. Down goes Donk. Oh, he gets another as well. And surely slowing them down, it's got to be enough. Zontix is incredibly low. Where do they go from here? 10 seconds left, and yeah, they just panic and didn't realize how good they had it. You know, shoulders out, posturing from Spinks on the MP9 that far forward. You think surely he's got mates ready to help him on the A site.
Nice, boys.
It works. It works beautifully, and they will hold.
That's at least a bit of a saving grace. It's still got to be quite the run. But nice work from Spinks. Getting away with a second there is huge. The third was definitely on the cards. I mean, Zontic's not exactly healthy. But a bit of a tilt up. Still, no need to get too in your head about it. Plenty of chances still to close us out. And of course, that's something that definitely has been an issue. Oh, this Spirit side, as we saw from map number 2. They've got so many chances here. Moving towards short. This is what a bold move though. Zontix is here, and Zontix actually bails out his teammate. So I was on the chopping block for a moment there, and Zontix will swing in to find.
Well, Spirit have looked good on the responses. They're maybe looking to do that again. Don't really have to do too much from here, right? 5 on 4. The Overpass conversions are pretty famous in that sense. So we'll see if they're able to just stretch this one out and make sure that they do indeed get it over the line. Hit that 12 first. And surely 6 rounds would be enough for them to work with.
On the corner, Torzi right out there. There's the first though. It's why who gets caught. And now Donk, as he doesn't immediately punish, has to be a little careful. Brolin falls. They know the AWP is somewhere. Also here, but Torzi, quick flick and a find. He can't make it. Another behind. The third was nearly there. 25 seconds though, and that'll be down goes Yimfat. Nade or Spinks will see off Shiro, but the bomb gets planted towards B. 2 versus 2, and they've got a wealth of time to set up here. And Zontix, he's going to push all the way through. I love this call. Surely, at this point in the round might get overlooked, but it won't by Spinks. That's so solidly played. Chopper again going to tuck himself in towards Graffiti. 1 versus 2. He stepped up in clutches. And he has all of this information. They're looking for him. They just can't quite find him. He's thread the needle. There's one. A molly on towards the bomb could be enough as well. A flash to come over. He's trying to buy time, and he's doing it excellently. Spinks will swing, and he will find the kill, but it will not matter. Round 1 by Spirit. And Chopper, he plays discipline.
Oh, and down to the bomb as well, just for good measure. Brains beating Brawn. A sigh of relief out from him as well, and now he's got to go and call the next round. Keep it together, guys. But a great way to lead from the front and just set that example. Yeah, he plays it so well. They dropped down. They had a sort of soft clear of the area. He didn't jump the gun. He's playing the time, committed to that idea, and it pays off massively for him. And here we are, the week bye to stay alive in this series. Spirit have managed to find a second win. Well, I guess it's more like a 4th or 5th win, to be honest, at this point. It's been such a long series, but Mouz are just not matching them on Overpass. The lack of reps, the lack of experience here, and just how tough it is. Zontix, oh, he's been so good on the spams.
Yeah,
Jimmy will lose some HP, but not too much.
Bomb might just be completely drawn over towards B with the rest of the packet. I mean, look how far forward Donk is. If you oversight this one. Oh, and a second for Donk as well. Oh my god. All 3 as Donk might have just closed this series single-handedly. 3 in quick succession. And surely no chance now for Torzi and Spinks. Left reeling, questioning how has this fallen apart so damn quick. It's all down to this. Spinks trying to go quick on the rotate, but Donk should see him off. He actually does get caught, but the bomb planted and a 2v4 in the post plant. And Shiro knows all about Torzi up close. Surely no chance in hell. They're both known quantities, and Spinks will be the next to fall. And all down to 1 man now. Torzi, no chance in hell. A 1 versus 4. And a knife to close it, sure. Shiro styles on Mouz. It's a 13-6. They finish off this marathon of a series. And they do it with some suave.
Goodness me. I mean, a long series. Both teams deserved victors. But it will indeed be Spirit to skip through to the semi-finals. Buy themselves some time to rest after that. Holy hell. A little less bite to the bark from Mouz into map number 3, but that Mirage got to go down. Got to go down as one of the best maps of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
And they will be kind of kicking themselves a little bit. They couldn't keep it up. But look, this is the risk you take when you have the Overpass as the decider. We've not played it yet. Yeah, let's give it a go. What could go wrong? You then have to just dig deep into a map that, you know, you don't know how it's going to go. None of us know how it's going to go, really. Even Spirit, yes, they've played well, but they could not have predicted that it would be a simple one for them. And to be honest, it just comes off of a strong start. I think Mouz able to match them a bit towards the end, but you see the early highlights here. It's enough of a gap for Spirit to work with and just maintain for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's complete one-way traffic all the way throughout, but a really decent showing from Spirit on Overpass, and now that's another thing that teams have to be a little worried about when heading in towards the playoffs, is that they have that map in the back of their pocket. And we've seen teams pick into it so far this tournament, but to limited amounts of success. We saw kind of Heroic NIP play it, of course. We saw 3D Max play it to very limited success in that sense. And it has been a scrappy map so far. That's a very, very clean showing coming through from Spirit to close the series. And yeah, an incredible series at that. From the start to finish, exactly 4 hours on the dot. So an incredible, incredible game of Counter-Strike, no less. Spirit is seeing off. It was for seeding, so Mouz will still be present in those playoffs as we would expect, but Spirit get that extra day off and a bit more time to prepare, which actually could go a long, long way for them. I think after a series like that, having a time to just take a breather and just kind of have maybe a bit of a lie-in in the morning, that might go a long way.
Yeah, I think so. I think so for sure. But again, it just gives them like so much of the experience on that third map, gives them a bit of excitement. I think, again, it is a lot harder than it should have been. They could have got the 2-0, but one of their demons recently has been Mouz. So to slay that with a new player and to sort of bed him in, I think it's all got to be good signs for them headed into the playoff stage. What I will say, talking about Zwei, he maybe drops off in the overtime in particular. You know, there's ebbs and flows, this guy, peaks and troughs. He's had a good couple of clutch moments, but still finding his feet, as you would expect. You know, he's looked good for sure in his Namiga days, and we've been singing his praises for a while and maybe wanting him to get an opportunity, but he has jumped a few stages. You know, there's a couple of teams at this tournament, maybe like a Game of Legion could be a great example, or someone like VP, where maybe you take a little stepping stone, but no, Zwei has gone all the way to the top. You're expected to win. You're expected to win consistently, and it is a lot. I'm sure it is a lot for him. So, you know, he's maybe not quite exceeding expectations, just about living up to them. Couple series he's maybe dipped below them, in fact. But hopefully into playoffs now he's had enough experience that he can just unleash himself a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think it's probably about kind of time to get him in towards his specific roles. And, you know, when you look towards him in Tier 2, he was always the carry. Now, there's no way he can be the carry, right? You know, there's just no way with Donk in your side. So it's about him adjusting towards, I think, his level of aggression more than anything. And also probably that mentality of, I don't have to do everything here. I've got such a solid lineup behind me. A great caller, an incredible AWP, an incredible rifler, supporting you to all the rest. So you look towards him. I think it's just a thing about taking time. He's not quite on that level, of course, of the Kayasukes and the Makazes, who out the gate should be absolutely flourishing. But for ourselves, that is the B stream concluded, at least for myself, Neokai and Scriv. We'll be throwing it over towards Exner and Fi, who are going to take it off to round out the last game of the last day here on the B stream. But I guess we get a few minutes to just say it's been a pleasure. Thank you for joining us with a lot of nice words and a lot of nice sentiments as we brought you through this week of action. Cheers for joining us. Cheers for keeping us company. We've had some fantastic games of Counter-Strike, and hopefully the last time we see you guys here on the B stream. For now, though, we're going to throw it to a break and throw it over towards our North American brethren. We'll see you soon.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang! Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at FaceIt, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. FaceIt.com/watch.
Inferno, and with a point to prove, they look for a 2-0 finish and progression into the playoffs.
And that's despite a slow start. That's despite FaZe taking both pistols in this map, only converting one. FaZe with 3 out of 4 pistols in the series, also lost to the second round. And we see the effect of that in the hole, 12-7 down. Desperate back-to-back buys just to stay in the game. But FaZe it might all be coming apart. Indecisive in what Na'Vi want to make the final round. The bomb toes the line between both sides. Back to Banana, Alexi and Makazi in defense of B. And 35 seconds where FaZe have no choice but to go. The Cathedral calls for Na'Vi again. Time and time. Do they make it to these playoffs?
Here's the run through Elige, double entry, double open. And so FaZe have one more round to play. Elige has made sure of that, and nearly 20 kills deep here on the T side.
It just hurts even more when you consider just him disappearing in that first game. And sure, he's had a couple of really heroic individual rounds in this map. That big 3K on the T side to get FaZe that gun round. This one here as well, saving them against match point. But doesn't it just feel too late for FaZe? Na'Vi have the money. They have the comfort of overtime. They have the confidence of reliable rifles across this tournament in Bit and Ema. No one's hitting the panic button yet.
If the one thing has been clear from FaZe, it's that they quite like the idea of trying to bully Makaze. That's where a lot of their util's been pointed at the start of these rounds, to try and isolate him, separate him from the rest of his herd, deal with the lone target. In what could have been FaZe's final round in this series, they banked it all on a B play, Makaze's side of the map. He's in FaZe's crosshair. And so a tall order for a player only just graduating to Tier 1 at his debut event with the Na'Vi squad, his first Tier 1 LAN. More of this exchange at Banana. But this time, no damage from that early util. Na'Vi are also feeling this pressure over towards B. They've been starting 3 strong here more often than not. I hope that Wonderful and his move over on this AWP can provide the stopping power at Banana. They're going to leave him and Makaze on this side of the map. That frees up Alex, or Bit rather, to rotate back around. No, Alexi.
Yeah, and even though Wonderful concedes that B space, Alexi remains on the A side. Na'Vi aren't worried just yet. FaZe, in fact, have a lot of control. Deep apartments, porch side. Bit has a lot of utility stockpiled in this pit. Just dumping it in. FaZe 30 seconds. Again, it has to be a last moment hit into this A-bomb site. Alexi is out of position for now.
Flash out on long. Alexi opens. They learn about this pit setup. They know about one. Are they ready for Ema? Can't control that AK. It's more openings from Elige. An important trade. And the site taken. Na'Vi in 2 minds about what to do here. Makaze's laid down his life in a fight that Wonderful didn't want to take.
Yeah, it looked like someone made the save call. He believed it, and then he changed his mind. Like, no, I've got this. I can maybe open up this round. Throw himself in, which is ultimately always going to be dependent on the result. But in this case, it looks like a bit of a waste of a weapon.
And now we really do have a game on our hands. Right? This could have very easily been FaZe going easy into that good night and leaving Cologne on a very sour note. But they've shown up to this second map with a bit more grit, a bit more staying power down the stretch. And finally, they get rewarded for that. They break Na'Vi's money now.
And
And finally, after a barn burner in the seeding match between Mouz and Spirit, where Spirit finally are able to take down the demon that is Mouz to them, it is the qualifying match, the elimination match. Do or die for both of these two teams, and it may be unexpected that both of them are even here in the first place. I'm Vi. I'm joined by Cole X and McHenry. Let's get on this ride.
So where it's all on the line right now. This is where a lot of excitement looking forward for both of these teams here. G2 with a lot to prove, making roster changes during the offseason, looking to rebuild a structure around Saw and a new IGL and Hunter, versus Furia, who have been consistently locking in playoff performances, were able to prove that this roster could work out of nowhere, and now find themselves just one series away from locking in a playoff performance that's just eluded this organization for so long.
The miracle that happened yesterday for Furia as they were able to eliminate Falcons from this tournament is the biggest talking point for this team. I mean, Furia are a good team. They can make top 8. I think that's not a hot take that they're like one of the, at least in the top 10 here of the world on the VRS, no doubt. They were not expected to take down a team like the Falcons, however, just yesterday. A massive Yakindar performance on the map of Dust 2 absolutely pushed them over the line. And you can see just tournament-wide, here's the stats across the board. Realistically, Yakindar is the X-Factor player, but talk about K-Serrato, who is top fragging for the team.
I think what's most important right now out of K-Serrato is that consistency in performance that he's been able to bring into every match so far. It's just been consistent, high-value frags that stand beside him. I think a lot more comfort with the opening presence that he has in the server, not just in Yakindar's rifling, but backed up by the Molodoi opping and what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, and taking a look at G2, obviously not the same highs in terms of the statistics, of course, but they did score a win over Furia in the opening round of this very stage. And the one thing I want to point out, it is Hunter, who is the highest rated player on G2 right now. He picks up the IGLing mantle and has had non-stop great games for himself.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not just the fragging coming through from Hunter. We've seen all the flashes from him, but it's the really good calls here off the back of some Saw timeouts, the great reactions that we've seen so far throughout G2 and their run into this opportunity.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and take a look at the map, Veto. We could potentially see Furia try to bring out anything. They could try to test G2 on a couple of different maps. They've loved their Dust 2 pick right now. What do you say?
I mean, I think it's just going to be a replication of what they ran into last time around. You see Dust 2 picked out once again. Furia building confidence and have a little bit more to deep dive into this Veto. They can look at what this G2 structure is bringing to the table, and I think that's something that has given them that extra push to take down some giants like Falcons and just destroy Astralis in this lower bracket rampage that they've been running through. So if they can replicate those results here and continue to now have more footage on G2 and continue to do that prep work, I think they can find themselves in a good advantage.
I think this game is going to be a lot closer than their first matchup. Obviously, G2 have been first picking Inferno this entire tournament, and they've been doing really darn well on it over there. Obviously, you pick Inferno into Vitality, it is what it is, but doing well so far as we are beginning here with Dust 2 for Furia. It's a replication of the same Veto as well. We end with Mirage. Overpass is not going to be floated through there by G2, and so surprisingly, Furia don't actually want to play Train into G2 as well. So a lot of ways that Veto could have gone. There could have been some curveballs if one team's feeling desperate, saying like, hey, this is our playoff push. We got to break out some curveball of a map choice, but instead they're staying level. Furia believing that they can improve on their previous performance, as at the end of this matchup, there is just going to be one team between the two heading to playoffs.
They believe in the system. They believe in the prep work that they bring to the table right now, and that's what they have to prove right now in this opportunity, in this qualification matchup here. Matty's, though, who's been a force in the early rounds as well, is looking to establish a sneaky move around the smoke, getting peppered on out of position, though. Forced to fall back. Belts of utility here, quite a bit of it on the CT side, hinting at maybe some re-aggression with everyone leaning in towards middle. So many eyeballs focus on the defense.
He has two players.
What do they do from this point?
I mean, K-Serrato has one more in his hand that he could just bank off the wall, but instead they want to flash through and surprise them, potentially with the mid to B, but this is going to be into 3 players.
I mean, how much contact here? Yakindar's looking for it here.
They're grouping up.
Drawn, but yeah, everyone's ready to fight towards middle.
Yeah, Heavy God tapping, trying to find a headshot, but Maddie's also unable to convert. The shot's not connecting here for G2 on the mid-B split. Players in CT can put pressure on, and Hunter on the defense stays fighting forward, but can't get the next headshot. It's Quesorado instead with the double kill, and Mouz to run through his smoke eventually to his doom, courtesy of Yakindar. Some missed shots from G2 will cost him this pistol.
Man, yeah, they had the right read. They had them all in the right position right there, ready to collapse in on that mid duel. Even some effective smoke spam coming through there, but no ground gained here. The shots just go missing for Maddies. And even though Hunter able to connect onto one, it's Quesorado that continues his performance here. The sharp aim, the accuracy coming through from this guy all throughout this Cologne run so far.
Absolute passion there, and that's something that Furia have really brought to the table in all of these games. I mean, mainstream's always been hearing Furia's screams. I'm not going to say Portuguese swear words on broadcast, but they've been hearing them.
Oh, and Sophias is going to be left high and dry right there. Angle overlooked, just distraction from Molodoy, drawing his attention as the rifler scale through lower.
3 players to swing middle, no door smoke yet, so there's a chance, and that's an insane shot from Heavy God. And still swinging for more, getting close to the doors. Could even stop the bomb from getting up Xbox. G2 are keeping themselves live in this round as Matty pushes forward. He does drop the bomb. Will be taken out here by Furia, but there's more activating pieces as well. Yakindar takes a scout tag from Mouz, and this continues to get weird. Hunter gets fallen as well on Cat. It's a 2 versus 3 suddenly.
Oh, and there's no motion from Yuri here, still being held at bay. Mal's focused in on this target high. Misses the scout shot though, and Yuri's still yet to activate. Looking for his way through this round here, but doesn't want to challenge the scout. Eventually he gets the freebie.
That's the knowledge though, and Hunter hears Yakindar at long. Do they know about each other's presence is the question.
Why else would Yakindar run away? There's a good read there, but now Hunter following in his footsteps. Double up towards long, and he's going to have a huge shadow advantage.
I have no idea. They might just be like knife out at this point. He's going to let one go by. It's Yakindar, and he gets him. That's the AK given up, and now Yuri in a 1v2. He's only got 20 seconds to think about it.
He can move in towards this catwalk here. The setup coming through from Hunter, though. He's trying to delay this round and allow Heavy God to influence it as well.
Yuri wants to kill, though. He's looking for Hunter, but he'll just stick the bomb plant. Hunter's going to wait for his teammate. Low HP for the remainder. Yuri in a very, very winnable clutch. Now scaling, clears Goose.
Ooh.
Drops a smoke on the site to give him a little space.
A boost?
Safety from Cat. Smoke's about to fade. Double swing imminent. First is good, but it's a little off the mark right there. Heavy God going a little early, and Hunter gives it up. A little miscommunication from G2 gives Yuri the clutch.
And ice cold right there from Yuri right there. Full composure in the clutch. No panic in his system whatsoever. Able to get that smoke down, provide a little bit of security, and focus his fights. And Furia get bailed out by another one of those fangs right there.
Now, Quesorado's been getting all the love lately, but Yuri is a player who a lot of people have said has lost his edge a bit in these past couple of years. You know, he was the hot stuff alongside Quesorado 2020 to 2023, really, and then Furia just haven't been able to find their mojo until they bring in Yakindar and Molodoy, and Yuri's also stepping up his level of play.
Yeah, I mean, in the clutch situations here, it's one of the opportunities you will be granted with all of these aggressive elements. Yuri kind of being a bit of a slower piece in the late rounds. Called upon these clutches so often here for Furia and able to deliver in the very get-go of this series. As you said, I mean, focus looking forward here towards the playoffs of Cologne.
We already got an op-out as well for Molodoy, and they love their tricks in towards top mid, but won't be in this round for Molodoy. Instead, feigning long control. Yakindar just dodges the double HE, though, and does not care.
So some early resources spent here from G2 to try and fight for that long control. Not a lot of success here. Good motion towards tunnels off the back of that reaction, but
I think he's been
slammed down there.
He sees the red paint on the wall.
Oh, yeah?
And I think they know. Kindar's going to run through anyways, and he has devices. Surely screwed. There you go. Low HP. And that will do him in.
That wasn't oil from the car or anything like that? That was definitely a player, right?
Big red paint. All right. As Quesorado, 2 HP. And that's a 6-second headshot. Does crouch walk in to Mouz. But that should be all. Really funny how Mouz and Yakindar are just cut from the same cloth. in terms of players, both having ridiculous opening kill statistics. You think Furia is the aggressive team, but Mouz is putting up like art numbers of aggression.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to take a quick fight there early and often. Is that gun retrievable? There's the big question right now. There it is. Quickly able to hold on to. As you said, I mean, this guy can be such a huge opening influence. And especially combined now with Maddie's, I feel like this team gets a little bit of an extra edge here. Save going to be denied, but there will be a full gun round coming through here for G2. They'll have all the tools at their disposal.
I wonder if the op from Molodoy was revealed. I'm forgetting if he took
I think he took a shot through the car.
Yeah, so they probably know that it's in play, which definitely changes how G2 will approach this. Maddie's going to be going down to the FaMas, no kits, and have a bit of a weaker first-round purchase, already having to burn a smoke on the cross, too.
Yeah, you have to do that versus Molodoy. He's going to do damage if you don't respect that. So I think a well-worthy smoke coming through from G2.
Like, Fallen was laughing in the post-match interview about, hey, I have Molodoy on Dust too, there's no problem. He's going to get all the damage through the doors.
Sometimes even a smoke's not enough for this guy here. Catwalk control, though. They started 4 players towards A, and they haven't even really got a player close by in transition. They're focused on controlling Catwalk.
3 players. Molly will keep Mouz sort of out bait in the open, but still delivers the fight. Tries to get away, though, and jumps into Yakindar's spray. It's a trade back, however, from Sun Pius to keep 3v4.
Yeah, that's way too much resistance than Furia bargained for right there. Continuing to fight forward. And getting surprised by the amount of presence.
They're still going to go, though.
Still want to re-up on this cat execute, though.
There's no one actually on the site, and Fallen has a player in transition if he peeks up onto Sun Pius, but that's a sharp shot out of the Opper by Trade.
No one on the site here. They're so focused on it, but there's a quick motion from Yuri now in the late round again.
Yeah, Molly over towards ramp will could burn Sun Pius. He's in the open, down to 6 HP. But Yuri also taking flak. Can't win the fight versus Hunter, who again has been playing solid, as we talked about in the pregame. And Molodoy will strut up the catwalk, getting closed in quickly. That's a nice quick scope, though.
Getting flanked here.
He's reading into that.
20 seconds, though.
And the running through the smoke, but he cannot hit a miraculous headshot, and I think he would have been doomed the fall damage.
Yeah.
But Hunter will save him the embarrassment.
That's very nice of him right there. Hunter, friendly right there to add an extra $300 to his bank account as well, picking up the op crucially. You know, so Pius didn't have it in this round, still able to provide a rifle kill in transition, trying to cover this catwalk, but didn't have the AWP, didn't even have his weapon of choice. So now there's an op purchased by Molodoy that can be used against you from this point forward. And here's some tendencies, right? If you're G2, you're also doing a lot of preparation, ready to go here for this matchup. You just stacked 4 players on that long side early to gather control, and then you sent all of your resources, gave over long, didn't even hold on to that space here, and quickly took cat control as well. So they want the whole A side cut off from Furia, not allowing for these tricky executes that have been so effective for this team.
Right, we've been talking about like how Fallen does his prep, right? But there's the flip side of this is that there is a lot of footage for G2 to peruse through, and Saw is one of the greatest minds in Counter-Strike right now.
It's going to be a head-on collision towards long. They want this control here. They want to brute force it.
Yuri scaling forward, but eats the flashbang. Will try and hide inside of the smoke. Mouz is going to try and get him, but it's Yakindar's Tech 9 somehow at range that gets the opener. Need the cover here for Sun Pius. He missed a crucial shot. He has to turn back to long and somehow clear the flares, but he's doing it. He's spinning in circles and hitting these shots. Now fully blind, though. That will be his end. Quesarado entering up the site, but Mouz is still that extra piece here. It's gotten that kill down to 11 HP, but Quesarado will just go in for the plant despite Fallen being top mid. Quesarado's got to do everything on his own on 56 HP. They're walking up the ramp behind him. Low HP for Mouz, and the kill does come through. Quesarado knows the next, but he can't get it.
One flank.
It's coming down to Fallen, and he will deliver just on a bit of a messy spray, but Furia will get it across the line.
Oh my god, they're just about able to capitalize. Fallen almost missing his opportunity, but he locks it in eventually. Able to seal that one on in. Quesarado in the time buying measure, staying alive just long enough for Fallen, who was late on the flank, to roll on up and save the day.
I mean, that's honestly so terrifying for Quesarado. If he dies early, round over.
It's a free defuse here. Late peek coming through. Bias wants to test the water.
Oh my goodness, he's sticking around.
Okay, a little wallbang action here.
I've seen Senzu wallbang that at a major before, so I don't doubt Molodoi.
Yeah, sometimes the scout is tricky to pluck out there with the quick mobility, but again, Molodoi, like you said, is so capable of these opening duels on the cross. Saw a huge pace change come through from Fury in the last round. Fast towards long and also quick up cat. They took the whole map before G2 were able to plant their feet. Now they're looking to collapse on middle here, but
Hunter,
those lurk smokes are going to keep attention turned towards middle and keep Hunter isolated.
They're going to go off of this too as well. They make the read, and Hunter trying to dodge flashbangs never stood a chance. It's Furia with the proper read as G2 stuck in middle. And this is just going to be a simple save.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, perfect read right there. Back-to-back rounds. I feel like for Furia, able to capitalize on some great reads, and that's off the back of their timeout. This is something we, highlight, gave a lot of credit for Saul being able to capture this, in the matchup to, get to this point here. There were such great reactions versus 3D Max. But Furia have that in their bag as well. That mid-distraction utility, capitalizing on a huge window on Hunter, who is alone with an MP9. You're just praying that that smoke can buy enough time to allow for those rotates to come back over. But they never get the chance. No reinforcements here for G2 on this A side, and it gets taken once again.
It's already leagues better than what was the previous matchup. G2 ran up a 9-3 score on their CT defense. And already Furia are up to 5. It was also where the T side struggled for G2. I do expect some improvements over in that camp. But right now, Furia coming through with all the right calls and all the clutch potential too.
Forcing the second time out here. We're early on in this matchup, but necessary for G2 to try and stabilize. As you said, Fury had a bit of a clawback effort in that second half, but you want to be able to deliver that CT side dominance that you were able to do last time around. You're going to have to fight up a hill.
A lot of the previous match from Furia was a lot of B-centric hits and gave a lot of activity specifically to Matties. Even the new guy on the block was trying to be challenged a lot on that B site, but he passed with flying colors, had an incredible CT side in his debut with G2. This time, they're all over mid, they're all over the catwalk, and now they're giving Sun Pius a bit of pressure.
I really haven't, other than the pistol, really touched that B side of the map all that often. Maybe a little bit of a change of pace, trying to get down and towards the lower side, trying to force some early duels, and Sun Pius pays the price of crossing into Molodoi's op.
Hold on.
Heavy got exposed. Having to escape.
Helped out by mobs as well, this aggressive duo.
They're not falling back.
They are trying to hold on. They want the fights here for G2. They don't want the round to come towards them.
Oh my god, but Fallen is reading this.
Fallen making a great play, and we'll get the headshot. Perfection there from Fallen, and Heavy God has to leave.
You just got to question what they know here, what the prep work is in reaction. After that Dust 2 loss, you got a little bit more footage. They are coming through revived and prepared for this matchup, perfectly reading in off the back of that Saul timeout. And your play has just been systematically shut down. You fall right into the hands of Furia, and Fallen gets his opening duel. They've got long control while they're at it.
It is just a half buy, but that was one of the few rifles they had in this one as well. Now grouping up towards Cat for a bit of a gambit.
At least it isn't the worst setup here for G2, even in a 4v5. They're gambling that it isn't going to be a B-side finish. And they're right in doing so. Bomb committed towards long.
Nothing seen on the catwalk, so now
a lot of pressure on Cat here. A lot of mid-lurking players that get freebies now.
Yakendar is still also just full fixed bayonet charging them down, and Heavy God gets mollied in the open. And Yakendar dodging out on Heavy God's shots. And Furia are staying strong here on Dust 2.
Just lull them into a false sense of security right there in middle. Patiently waiting, hiding. Free opening duel there for Fallen and Queserado. Not too far off of free. Able to capitalize on a surprise. 6-1 here. G2 already threw 2 of their timeouts in this deficit. But this is their chance to get back on the right page here. Sun Pius with an op again. Even in a tough round, he was looking pretty heroic with that gun.
He's starting over towards the B side very early on. I think they just want to keep the A lean going, so they can keep Sunpius on B and allow more players to float between mid and A.
Yeah, that lurk smoke is frustrating, though. That's the problem. That's a perfect solution to the op on B side. Gonna draw out the rifler's attention here, and while that's happening, the catwalk control taken by the likes of Furia.
A lot more standard setup here from G2. That CT float player, normally Mouz is playing in pit this time. And some roles have definitely shifted around for G2, as Heavy God, normally one of these A players, is now over towards B. You've got Maddie's this time, though, tucked at Goose.
Yeah, well, right now it's catwalk control, but I think it's a fake here. They still have this Tons presence rolling out. They're getting met by counter utility. They saw the weird trajectory of that smoke, and so lining up this cat utility. We'll see where their end goal is. They're going to be met by a lot of counter util right now from the CT side that's still ready in play. I mean, Hunter still has a molly to block. HE to blow open the smoke. Lurk utility, this might be a full commitment.
But the bomb is still in middle. They can still commit mid to B if they would like. And
be a drop into spawn.
It's looking like it here from Quesarado.
Oh,
now, but Mouz
he missed
late long, and he doesn't get any angles on the players. Fallen gets in, but eventually falls to Hunter. Still, 2 players on the B side. One of them is Sunpius' AWP back at the site. It's still staying alive, but eventually it falls. The bomb not dropped, and they will get the plant. Mouz is coming in on a flank. It isn't being watched. Yakindar's holding the doors. There's multiple players in the open, and Mouz is up for a clutch. 1v3. Does he know where Yuri is the question. It seems like he does. Locking into the car here from Mouz to pull off a 1 versus 3 to get G2 on this board, and he brings it. 1 versus 3 for Mouz, and G2 not dead yet.
Man, what a play right there coming through from Mouz. Hero move through the Tons, able to secure it. Had to make a risky move, was losing all of his teammates, losing the site in the meantime. You almost think he wants to jump on denying the bomb plant, but he holds his nerve and locks in some surprising pickups, catching them off guard. Furia draining that clock to the final seconds and still able to execute, but they can't get past this guy's quick headshots, and Mouz able to bring it on home.
This is the guy who kind of leveled Furia in their previous matchup and has been a massive impact in their close matchups. He's always going to be going toe-to-toe with the team, normally the guy who's going in first, but just showing off his mechanics that he can clutch too.
Yeah, I mean, you give him that aim to where he knows where you are. It feels impossible to win. That was the case here. Now, back to the aggression on the CT side. We'll see what sort of protocols there. The op shot, baited off the back of that flashbang. So the aggressive cat stance has to slow down a little bit. The lower Tons control can be taken successfully so, while they're already out long here. I mean, this is queued up to be pretty deadly here. If you're G2, you're feeling the need to retake this cat control at some point.
Or maybe you can hold on here with Sunpius as Mouz is starting to walk up to the smoke too. Is there going to be a flashbang, or is it just going to be off the fade? Looks like the fade here, so Mouz is going to get caught. Sunpius.
Volleyed out.
Oh, in big trouble. Burning now. He needs his smoke. Oh, he might go. He goes basically 100 to 0. Yakindar catches him, and an easy 3v5 for Furia.
Smoke for the cross as well. I mean, finally going to make it on in as that catwalk control is going to be found out that there's no one here. Free round right there to coast on through. And that's a problem. G2 suffocated in that round with no cat or long control. Where are you supposed to play the A side from? A late gambit to trying to retake that space, but it's just too far gone.
And also, because of that clutch in the previous round, because it came down to one player, Sunpius didn't have an extra smoke to extinguish the molly there. So a lack of utility for G2 directly results in a round loss.
That's brutal right there.
He went for a glass cannon AWP, I believe, or just an op with no util.
With no head kev.
Yeah, no head kev, and it's, you know, a gamble that hasn't really been paying off for Sunpius. Been on the struggle bus. It's literally a B site, mid to B. The second site execute of Dust 2.
This one back. 2 executes in 1 round.
And Heavy God, MP9. No good. He swings into Quesarado.
Oh my god.
And Quesarado practicing his B entry here versus G2. It'll just be Matty to survive.
Jeez, Quesarado ripping those guns away. taking value out of the hands, making sure that that one is dominant from Furia. From start to finish, setting up this control. Moldoy providing the opening and flushing Sampaius into an impossible situation. And you talk about the low finances, the struggles to build up any economy. That's going to remain true. Only saving a single gun. I mean, I think a little bit of a luxury right now that Furia are calling these timeouts because we already seen G2 use 2 of those. So another chance, another opportunity for Saul to try and get back on track, but it still feels like Furia heading into this matchup showing that that preparation is paying off again.
Yeah, because it doesn't require these big individual moments anymore. It's just the map is getting crushed constantly here. It's G2 who need a clutch to get them back into games. And outplayed here on Dust 2, Hunter was talking about the stress of IGLing the T side of Dust 2. How about the CT? A real test for Hunter as they might be down on their map pick. Rather, on their opponent's map pick, excuse me, as they go into Inferno next.
There you go. Right now, no opening duels present itself here. A quick rotate.
What I mean to say is like being in the deficit here for Hunter, haven't really had to call from a big time deficit in a high pressure match like that. Of course, when you're playing versus Vitality, it feels like the pressure's off. But this is where the pressure's on. This is your real test as an in-game leader.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Having to fight in a comeback effort here. This really does chest the brains of this new IGL and how he can try and rally the troops. Maybe more so how he can lead his group. How he can lead these men into a comeback. How utility forcing this is all being heard. Yuri capturing this information. Forcing duels on the catwalk. And nothing presents itself on the side of Furia. They just don't give anything for free.
Flashbangs dodged out on by Sampaius. They might consider entering the mid doors. Will they be ready for the corner? Oh my god, Sampaius now eats the third flashbang through the mid doors. Dude, this is ridiculous.
You dodged 2, that should be enough.
Now nade to the smoke. Hunter could try to make a play. It's Mouz Deagle who dropped the bomb. Fallen also goes down low. Problem is there's no
he got inside the tons.
Yeah, he's inside the tons though. Not a real B-site defender here. And Yakindar clears. Will be a free B bomb site and a bomb plant. And Matties did not convert that shot. Are you kidding? 2 HP here. Or 12 rather for Yakindar.
Oh my god.
And that'll be some guns for retrieval, but take cold solace. You're down 8-2.
Yeah, you can have another gun round. We don't care. We can best you no matter what the case is. No matter what firepower you bring to the table, Furia have solutions. That includes 3 flashbangs. Sampaius dodges the first 2, eats the third. You finally think you're safe.
I feel like you would just take your hands off your keyboard at that point. It's like, oh, well, what am I supposed to do at that point? Sampaius has been struggling here.
Yeah, I mean, the whole squad there's feeling that the weight of Furia's map control. There's no redeeming factors. No solutions that can field out. They're trying to, start off rounds by putting a lot of resources towards long, and you can see how quickly Furia are to react to this.
Like, you can still see the individual brilliance here from G2 in some of these shots, but tactically speaking, they're just being outdone every single time, and that's what Fallen said. At the end of the day, it is a team game after he beats the Falcons.
And that's exactly what he brought up here. And having so many different ways to win on this team as well. Having K-Serrato find a lot of opening duels here alongside Yakindar, this powerhouse duo that has been firing on all cylinders.
Yakindar 12-6. It's another one of these incredible maps from him.
Just, a Dust 2 specialist in that sense here for this Furia team. And then you still have so much to back it up here.
And a very neutral default at the moment from Furia. Didn't really take anything early. They wanted to see what G2 would fight back with, but they got plenty of time to work all of this map control back. And gearing up for a simple cat execute.
Right now it kind of seems a little bit sacrificial for Cat. This might be a big opportunity. It's been a rare sight to have Sampaius on the scene for a cat execute and actually be able to fire multiple shots off. He's been so focused in turning his attention towards long and catwalk in these executes, but you have a player, you have a rifler secured in that position. So a chance to free fire if that is the case. Might lose a rifler to those crisscross smokes in middle. That's going to draw the attention out of the site proper for Hunter. He's in rotation. This is just a fake from Yuri as they go up the catwalk, though.
Also, yeah, it's drawn Maddie's out of the B site too, and this could be a genius play right now. Sampaio on the hold, he misses. A necessary shot, he has not connected.
We're going through the smoke here soon.
And Sampaio is done. Yuri's already in CT. It's a complete crunch again, but they blow the bomb on the site. That's a critical kill here for Mouz, but it doesn't matter. As Yuri gets the kill, there was no time remaining, but he gets the final one. They dropped the package on the site. There was no one to pick it up, so they needed all the kills.
Oh my god, just at the buzzer there. Again, Yuri able to bail them out in the late round. So Pius not able to connect on these op shots, becoming a huge problem, and Mouz trying to revive this round, but not a chance.
Oh my
Yuri
god.
had all the kills in the palm of his hand.
And the halls of Cologne erupt in Portuguese.
Oh no.
And Heavy God, he picked up a secondary AWP and got tagged over towards the B site. It really is just desperation station for G2. They're double opping here.
Spamming smokes with the op, just anything.
Nothing's working. They're just getting crushed every round.
Furia come to play here in this rematch. They have read you like a book in reaction. I've caught him off guard. Is that a connection right there? Oh no, Fallen took some damage.
I think it's the funniest thing. Fallen a hard-hitting 3 kills and 4 deaths. 3 and 4 scoreline. So much activity. It's like...
Whatever he's doing here, he is calling circles around this G2 camp. Constantly targeting the weak side, manipulating that defense, and they have the firepower to close out these rounds. Speaking of weak side, Heavy got low on health with an op. I mean, he can still work this gun, but not his favorite tool to hold a B bomb site execute.
Yeah, Maddie's was the hero of the previous Dust 2 matchup. Kept the B site down pat, but now you have Yakindar in CT spawn.
He's down low somehow.
He just got spammed through a smoke.
Oh, okay. So now they've got to deal with a mid to B crunch.
Heavy God could just go down to a single bullet here. I mean, he's going to ignore CT, and he's going to go for a ballsy play. He gets the kill on a Yuri. They're going back up to Cat, despite the weak B bomb site with only 10 seconds again, and a player at car, but Fallen's entry is magnificent. They get the Goose player as well. From Molodoy, he needs cover, and he might not get it. The ball play is just denied there by Hunter, and time will get the better of Furia finally. They will finally be punished for the usage of the clock. It's 9-3.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first match.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Fallen playing by his own philosophy. It's a team game at the end of the day, and calling circles around G2 on Dust 2. Despite a strong half from Hunter, over 180 R for him, a 1v3 clutch for Mouz in the mix, and that only amounts to 3 rounds.
Yeah, they had some heroics here on the side of G2 that just couldn't save them from the depth that we're seeing out of this Furia camp. Now they got to fight back here. Got a taste of their own medicine with the 9-3 half in return. Furia are packing a punch right now. Aggression in towards lower again with these dual Berettas.
Forward. And players not prepared. Matty does get 2 somehow.
Wow.
Yakindar trades, keeps it 3v3. They're still falling here at long. Popping shots off E2K, but he gets tagged. He can't run away now. You got a frag here, Fallen. And it's not meant to be. Hunter continues his killing spree. It's now Molodoi, solo A-side defender, but they're not really scaling. They're still second-guessing this.
Have a little bit of time here to wait the flank out, but Yakindar has them boxed in, at least for now. And that smoke isn't going to last forever, so they do got to get going, and eventually they do. A little bit of speed now on this retake as the reposition coming through from Yakindar up the catwalk.
Still worried about a potential long flank, but Yakindar is already here. Popping those shots off and needs a quick headshot.
Oh, man.
Moving up. Aggressive players taking fights. Now there's the double swing, though, and then there's the clean pistol here from G2. If anything, to get them started.
That's huge. Absolutely necessary. Matty's backing it up here. Had a tough first half. Honestly, I would say not even a lot of opportunities on that B side. And when he was getting tested, it was, you know, getting spammed through smoke. So it's good to see him come back into the second half, still looking to revive after a little bit of a break. And those 2 kills mean a lot in providing some coverage. Piece by piece, though, here.
Fast B-side play. We have an instant door smoke landing immediately, and Yuri, just with a USB, is going to take it up towards the window. This is an instant takeover of the B-site. It's going to be the bomb plant, simple. And this round locked up for G2.
Let's see what sort of contained game we can get out of Fury at this point, right? That's what they're looking to do. A little bit of exit damage on this eco.
But the thing
I actually think Molodoi sold his scout as well.
Oh, he went for a little cheeky play, scoped in, and
didn't see anything. Able to sell that scout in time.
I assume that's why there was only 1 B defender in Yuri, probably. He went back to go sell his scout, but it's crazy how that, I guess it got patched by Valve, but
you could actually shoot if it was someone else's?
Yeah, if it was someone else's scout, you could actually shoot it. So Brazilian team Audic were able to use that. They didn't use it. They didn't even win the round that they did it in. But
that was at the.
That was at
Marquez?
No, that was PGL Astana.
Okay,
that was over back at Astana, where our good friend Molodoi made his debut. Oh, $1,200 donated to charity there.
Not too bad. Heavy got able to add to his kill total as well.
He's been an MP7 user like before the MP9 nerfs.
Yeah, he does like that gun here. I want to talk a little bit about Fury and their decision-making right now in these sort of buy rounds that they enter into. They like to, oftentimes nurse early, they're actually going to go for a full gun round. I was expecting them to rock with MP9s and try and get a Molodoi op as soon as possible. That's something that this team has done in the past, but no, they're all in on this purchase. They want to end things early. They don't want to allow G2 to start a conversation back into this one.
Need from Quesarado. Not quite to break the smoke, however. That's jumping up. He hears them approach the Xbox. He wants to go for the spam, but no one will jump into his crosshair just yet.
We have things out here that still line up for a pretty early and off-spawn call to be made.
Yuri up top. It's Quesarado and Yuri in perfect spam. Matty's down, and that probably sells some of the plans for G2.
Yeah, it's recycled smoke as well, so they're going to have to go in gray screen. They still haven't made any strides out towards middle, so this is looking like plan B might be forced here out of G2 as that shot gets rattled off through the smoke.
They toss in another mid-smoke is the question, or are they just going to...
That'd be the only smoke they have left here at this point. A single on Son Pius. and he's still in tons. So this is just going to be testing the waters against Yuri and Quesarado on this B site. No block utility for them.
Quesarado also has a flashbang to disrupt, and that'll be key to make this crossfire powerful. As here it comes. Flashbang even into the tunnels to slow him down. It blinds 3 players. That Molly's going to basically be faded by that point. And now Quesarado back at the site. Crossfire with Yuri.
Extra rotate coming through fast.
And Quesarado, first contact, not quite good. Yuri, though, brings it home. And great flashbangs from Molodoy make this B-site take null and void. Molodoy swings in with the double. He don't need no up. Fury at a 10.
Such a useful flashbang right there. It allows for just disruption on that execute, telegraphing your play. They have to walk into a deadly duo already, and Molodoy offers up in time an extra supportive flashbang right there to seal that one up. He even gets a couple kills to his name as well. Don't even need an op to lock down that B side.
They're not even going to buy one as well. Probably couldn't afford it still, but it will be Sun Pious to bring one out.
Last time out here from G2. Last chance for Saul on his own pace to try and read and react to this defense that Fury are throwing out. Fallen in his post-game death segment was talking about how they loved to funnel teams into that B-side hold, and you can see why. It's so much impact coming through from Quesarado and Yuri, and a combo deal that just isn't going to fall without giving you a little bit of output.
And Hunter doing a lot of talking right now. Last pause for G2. It is solo sailing for Hunter in his debut tournament as an in-game leader. Proof of concept if he can make a comeback happen.
On control established here. Again, 4 players starting in that direction. Some extra utility tossed over for Quesarado to pick up and try and buy time and delay.
No, that's not util. Oh, or okay. Is he giving... Okay, he's giving the M4 over to Yakindar.
Oh, nice. Extra firepower for Yakindar. Fallen sacrificial. Still long control. Still a solo B setup. And do they have another good read in this round? Right now, the bomb, as well as the rest of the team, kind of inching their way towards catwalk. And there's 4 players ready to go. No forward pressure here just yet from this Fury camp. They're playing passive. They want this play to be executed into their arms. Just a read that this is going to be the move from the very get-go. And with the bomb committed on catwalk, you might think that they are exactly right.
Yeah, what's the tell that's going to make you turn mid to B?
There's a mid to B smoke. Also a B lurk smoke in the mix, and some re-aggression that gets you Kindar.
That might speed him up, but there's still 2 players on A-side defense. Maul moving forward. They're not going to be ready here from Molodoy. At Goose, Maul doesn't even clear it. Molodoy waits, and helped out there by Fallen, dealing so much damage. Molodoy's AK is strong. All the headshots for him. Heavy God trying to move forward, but he's just getting tapped out from so many different angles. The pre-fire, though, will actually get the better of him. Heavy God still on the site, trying to make magic happen, but Quesarado and Yuri will deny. Furia running away with Dust 2.
And Yakindar sets the trap right there perfectly, and Molodoy springs into action. They got baited into that cat tick completely. It was off the back of this utility. The mid to B smoke and the B lurk smoke hints that this is going to be a B-site target. But there's no rotation from Fury except for Yakindar pressing cat and just saying, hey, we sold them already. We've got them where we want them. And instead what they get is Molodoy tucked in towards Goose. And now he's rocking in AWP here. Furia looking to dunk this one on in up against full Glocks. They could get 12. Oh man. They are so prepared.
I mean, this map of Dust 2 was just beautifully played. Obviously, you get a little individual moment there from Molodoy just to, you know, it's not always a team game, Fallen.
Hey, he had some help, though. Fallen was finding some shots with that.
That's true, yeah.
There's some
I'm more referring to team spirit.
Oh, yeah. That's very fair as well. Donk maybe has other ideas on that statement. But when you get the luxury of playing not against Donk here for now, using that team in perfect fashion here. Mid-aggression coming through here, and the B-side defense is ready.
Yeah, Quesarado just long range at the doors. Just practicing spray control at this point for Furia. They've got 7 more opportunities to lock up their map pick of Dust 2 and completely change the narrative on what this series could have been. This is a rematch from the opening game of this stage, where Furia were kind of rinsed on their T side. Did eventually come back a little bit, brought it to 11-11, and G2 were able to close it. This time, none of that business.
Yeah, absolutely denied. Pass long approach here. Oh, it's going to be slowed down a little bit. And Fallen is solo, keeping this position contained. Molly out and deep. They don't have to spend anything on capturing this, just a single player. That allows for Quesarado to push in towards lower tons. Molodoy getting active with the HEs, trying to blow open holes in the smoke. But now it's faded. And he's been so sharp on these duels as well. You have to make sure that all your bases are covered.
Quesarado off angle. There's no flashbang as well, so Quesarado gets the farm. A trade from Maddie's at least. It's coming back to long, however. And Fallen.
Oh, he's getting help. Yakindar rotating in just the right time.
Anticipation of the play. Here it is. Yakindar dodging out on flashes, waiting to peek off contact. Fallen lines him up anyways. Oh my god. Needing more here for Fallen. He's dropped the bomb. And he won't take down Mouz. So it's still a 2 versus 2. Molodoy under pressure, but Mouz hits an incredible headshot. Unreal.
Oh, Mouz is bailing him out right now. Only player left is on the other side of the map, and Yuri going to get no chances on this B site to fight forward. It's going to be an A finish. Has to get the Jets rolling towards this A side quickly. Cross smoke as well could be in play, so he might not be a factor in this round.
Still worried about a potential tons lurk in the form of Maddie's, but with 20 seconds remaining. Safe cross in the A site.
Where's Maddie's going?
Thinking about going into CT spawn.
Surely not. They think it's Catwalker long that would be the port of call.
Yuri is going to try this, and he just picked up a molly as well.
Maddie's now repositioned here effectively. AK in his hand.
Smoke kit up.
Oh boy.
Okay, that's going to burn some seconds off the clock. But smoke about to fade. The both on Cat, but Mouz is so instant with every single headshot. Oh my god.
I mean, whatever it takes to stay alive there. Fallen almost closed this map out completely on his own towards that long hold. And able to line them up and knock them down. If it wasn't for Mouz, able to recover this one in a tap like that. Knocking out Molodoy, who was the insurance policy. Oh.
Caught moving forward. He knew that was the game right there. Just if he was able to click. But Mouz is just so fast.
Well, now he wants to end the game. Lower aggression again. Rolling out here forward facing with the op duel.
Mouz once more. Can he delete another opper?
Not going to give him the poke through just yet. Molodoy has to fade away eventually.
Yeah, eventually as the lower mid smoke leaves, you can get shot at from Cat, you can get flanked.
Yeah, usually what happens is a molly gets thrown from top mid, and then you're just completely destroyed when the flashbangs come through. Molodoy, nothing on the early poke and prod, but a chance here on a Subias scout, and he knocks him out.
So fast is Molodoy. And might have more. Are they going to challenge him? They're throwing mid to B smokes. Molodoy is in front of it. Good flashbang will allow the cross, however. And so they will be able to angle towards the A side. Unless Molodoy has anything to say. What a headshot. Remaking! And he nearly gets the third. Keeps going. Molodoy now out of ammo with all of these attempts. And it's a 2v5. Molodoy wants to play in front of another arena, and Fallen is going to expedite that. Bomb drop, and Maddie's in a 1v5. Will keep us here for just a bit longer, but Fury are going to be one map away from the Lanxess Arena.
Oh my god. Maddie's not sticking around for too much longer. Molodoy missed his chance in the last round, but he sure will seal it up in the next. Not staying down for long. A quick bounce back for his AWP, and Furia dominate their map pick of Dust 2 here.
Massive amounts of confidence we are seeing from Molodoy, but not just that. Perfection in the calling from Fallen. That is enough to get them a map up. Will it be able to bring home the series as we're moving to G2's pick of Inferno?
Yeah, I just feel like this is a different roster because they've had more to look at on this G2 team here. That's been the way that they've been able to scale through the lower bracket. So many good decisions made in the macro in terms of reading into their opponent. We saw it versus Astralis and how they dealt with the way that they were reacting to the counter utility. Furia were able to capitalize on that. We saw it versus Falcons to deal with the firepower. They just manipulate these teams here. The tendencies that they pull on are just ever present, and that happens again. And this time, G2 have been able to show their tendencies. They've played some games with this roster now.
And despite some strong individual showings again from G2, we had some very strong rounds from Mouz, especially to make that game remotely close. We could be looking at 13-2 for goodness sake. Wasn't Mouz getting instant quad kills or 1v3 clutches? Even then, Furia were still just leagues the better team in this one. Obviously, Inferno, very different story. We know how good G2 have been there so far.
Yeah, I mean, still a chance to bounce back here. It's not out by any means, but it's just so deadly coming through from Furia. The perfect reads leading to their success. Denying G2, even with the star power, even with the firepower that this team brings to the table. Being able to deny Saul's reactions in some of these timeouts that were called that have been effective in G2 and keeping their life alive here in Cologne.
That's some incredible stuff. It ends 13-6 here. And, I mean, talking about G2's Inferno, that's at least coming up next. We've seen the damage that they've been able to do on that map. I think they look really, really pedigree. And especially with still some of the individuals firing, Mouz is definitely in the server and was the big proving point on Inferno. I think he had 8 opening kills on Inferno last time these two teams played up against. Yakindar was getting rocked. Dusty was obviously Yakindar as the specialist, but a big question on whether he can maintain consistency map to map.
Yeah, I want to see now if he can keep it up on Inferno. Obviously, he's got a lot on his plate, but he's been able to show some really good performances. If, again, you remember that Astralis matchup where they were able to dominate there. It was constant, capitalization on devices op of all people, and that was from Yakindar.
Holy.
That helps as well.
Yeah, I mean, Quesarado was just an engine here. I don't think any crazy clutches, but every time they hit his site, he's getting 2. Every time on the T side as well, he's bringing home clutches. This guy is just consistent output, the player.
Yes, absolutely. Always able to, do his job effectively, and I think there's a large amount to say about the setup here for what he can do with those aggressive pieces. When they get those opening duels and when they're able to get onto sites effectively, Quesarado then able to activate in some of those late lurks as we saw from that highlight. It just felt like his job was made so easy for him, and he's going to knock down these freebies all day of the week.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need out of a player. Sometimes it's not, hitting ridiculous one taps is cool, but some guy who's just stable, consistent output, and that's what Quesarado has literally been for just 5 years, non-stop, always a reliable player. And I mean, some people say he's past his prime, but honestly, if he walks into the Lanxess arena, who knows if that statement can even be true. So we're going to toss this one off to a break. We'll see if Furia can walk into the Lanxess.
Beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Years. That is the length of time since Fallen was last in the Lanxess Arena in Cologne. Back in 2017 on SK Gaming, he went on to lift the trophy, but he's never made it back there. He has a chance if he takes this Inferno.
And what an opportunity right here for these players to capitalize on. Furia coming through with so much preparation, ready to play on Dust 2, but there's even more challenges now, right? They got their map pick done. They knew this was coming through. You know Inferno's probably coming through as well here. Can they keep up this level? Can they continue to have the calls come through from Fallen? The absolute flow state out of Maladoy and Yakindo, these two new additions here, and the security that is Kazerado and Yuri that continue to fire up. They just look fully focused here in this run attempt to the playoffs.
Yeah, and Furia looking like an arena level team. They've been in arenas non-stop as well. Obviously, back at PGL Astana, made the playoffs of the major, got upset there by Pain Gaming, but now they have another opportunity to continue that spree, to show that Maladoy truly is the truth for this squad. And Yakindar, I mean, the biggest talking point maybe of this team is his career revival as well.
I just can't, look at that enough, and what Yakindar's been able to do in this bounce back here, it's just an absolute comeback rolling through for his career. A player that I was so shocked to see enter into this Furia roster. I mean, for good reason. I think everyone, the community, was entirely shocked, but actually getting the input out of him here, being able to see how vocal he can be, how much he helps out Fallen in terms of the activity and the aggression, it just feels like he is in an environment where he can absolutely thrive, and he shows it.
Yeah, and we'll see if that can translate over to Inferno. This is G2's pick. This is where they were so strong and stable, even versus Furia, then they decimated 3D Max on it yesterday as well. Basically gave them no chances. They even showed some nifty tricks that they've been cooking up in the background. G2 definitely a prepared team going into this, where I think they tactically struggled on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a question as to how deep their playbook is as well, right? They've been putting a lot of preparation in the map pool here so far as a team, and also in this Inferno in particular. This is what they've been picking, pretty consistently. So trying to see what they can bring to the table now when their back's against the wall, when their life's on the line, testing, how much Hunter can do in the server to try and get this team back on track. It is going to be the ultimate test if they can actually lock in this playoffs position.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter as well, not just even in the calling department, but also in the fragging as well. Continued to step up despite the big loss there too. Was a huge element there of G2 alongside Mobs, but everyone was just not even like missing shots, but just out of position, right? Like, again, tactics were the big talk there on Dust 2, but I trust that G2 can give us more of a show here as we're heading into map 2. Furia are one map win away from walking into playoffs here in Cologne.
Yeah, what a big opportunity it is for this Furia squad, looking to finally lock in an opportunity to make it to the Lanxess. Just a step away, have to do it on Inferno in this ultimate matchup. We'll see what they have in store. T-side start coming through here for Furia as well. Decided by them. They wanted this. They wanted to dictate the pace on map number 2.
And this is a bit of a change from the previous one. Last time, Furia did start on CT, and it was G2 who ran them over. And I don't think this time Furia are losing 1v5 clutches to Hunter.
No, I don't think so. That's going to be a rare occurrence here, that's for sure. Decoy towards the top of Banana, a full B-side stack for G2, and guess what? Furia have nothing. I think in that direction. Complete collapse on this A side, and it's just Hunter to try and delete.
Hunter
to execute.
He has the whole team in front of him here, but that's a great shot. He needs this next on a Maladoy though, and won't get it. He will fall to 4v4.
A retake setup, no kits in play here for the CT side. They've got to move quickly, and they're trying to activate fast on this flank.
But they're kind of silent as well. They're going to be up lane on a strange timing right now. Maladoy almost exposed himself to it, but he'll get into the pit and then deliver another kill casually for Maladoy. Looking for extras here. Good flashbang, but the crossfire on the A site is too brutal. G2 will concede this pistol round as Furia continue the roll.
And again, all of that hard work, all the preparation that they've been doing in getting prepared for this matchup, this playoff opportunity for them. The perfect pistol round You leave Hunter in another 1v5. This time you trade him out 1-for-1 and take care of business. Sampaio left with no opportunities.
Yeah, nothing to save either. I think we'll go down the bomb here. Armless USB. It is a pistol round here for Furia. Another big piece of momentum for them, especially now starting T side and switching things up. On G2, Hunter gave it a good go.
Shot.
But Molodoy, you know, you have one nice shot, and then you have this guy named Molodoy who has just been triple killing, adding highlight reels, honestly just clip farming you.
Yeah, it feels impossible to catch him off guard too with how accurate he is. Always on the ready. But a forced buy back in return here from G2.
Okay.
They're going all in on this purchase. Mouz with a deagle on Banana can provide some serious damage. Do it again. Solo on A right now, and Yakindar, who has been leading in the aggression on this A side, taking brackets control, has been such a deadly force in finding opening picks towards that direction.
Yeah. And we have Mouz here swinging top B. Molly at his feet. He's just trying to lure them in. He's trying to stay aggressive. And a great flashbang, but Yakindar's prepared. Did not get blinded. We've got Maddie's here. Oh, but a follow-up flashbang. That's a triple for Maddie's. And the whole B site starts to awaken now. They want to swing. Molodoy needs to deal with the extra threat. He has the bomb on his back. Sees another player, but no headshot.
Smoke. He's not gonna throw it though.
He said he's gonna swing. He's gonna give up the fight. The triple kill and the rampage ends. Now a playable round for Furia.
Stone can make some strides on it, but there's still two players in a high-low setup.
This is dangerous. No flashbangs as well to stop them. This should be devastating. Fallen. Walking forward, needs to beat the 5-7, but he gets Hunter! There's a trade potential, but Molodoy is waiting for this flank. Heavy God is moving fast, but missed out on his chance. Heavy God wants to fight. Now split between two separate individual duels. Molodoy running into this B site. Will he clear first oranges? He's looking towards New instead, and that's where Sampaio is going to capitalize as G2 pick up the force.
Oh, that is how you have to handle business right there if you're G2. Fighting for that banana control. There's so many flashes tossed in from Sampaio. They were constantly blinded. I'm sure you might get Mouz on this opening, but the follow-up utility for Maddie's to back up that aggression. Non-isolated duel, but instead, full swing ahead.
And that puts Furia on Tech9's. G2 are not out of this series. Maddie's triple killed. I mean, the B-side setup just kept luring them in. You see players top banana, and Yakindar's like, of course I want that fight. Just wasn't ready for 4 players.
Way too much resistance. I mean, G2 with some risky calls. They're leaving that A side alone again after the pistol. And after Yakindar just pokes his head through brackets as well, but it's the perfect read. Now, Mouz with an AK on the CT side can look to dominate that banana controllers. Instead, it's going to be leaning a lot more towards this pit side. Heavy got already mollied out.
Back towards top B, though, and
catching players in rotation right now.
Mouz still on the AK, though. Molodoy leading the charge. Mouz has already gotten towards New Box, though, and there's no molly for him either. Power position, and Maddie's continues his rampage. Mouz will eventually eat a dink, but Maddie's can cover the cross as well as the flashbang support is exceptional. Maddie's will fall eventually, but this is a wrapped up round for G2.
Well handled there. Some headshots rolling out from the techs, but the kill's not available. Able to stay alive. And then that counter utility comes through just at the right time. Furia showing some scary aggression. They mullied the big pit all in a faking effort towards that A side. And it did catch players in transition, but Mouz with an AK is really hard to get past. Does not allow Furia the room on into that round.
Yeah, because Mouz is still fighting towards top banana, and that's inherently going to slow them down as long as he doesn't fall. And, well, Quesarado's just going to run with a single flashbang up towards top B, and Mouz gets to farm these ecos. Enjoy it while it lasts, G2.
Have your fun right now, that's for sure. Bomb dropped on the floor there. No sneaky business from Yakindar lurking in apartments. Should get flushed out here very soon. And G2 able to build up a foundation. They've got the utility to back it up. They've got the scary weaponry on all the right players. This is their chance to bounce back here on Inferno.
Those little apartments changes still not in effect there, fellas.
Yeah, that's true. No balcony, or well, no railing.
No railing, which is really
Still in
weird.
play.
Makes the apartments pop like so much worse because you now have to jump out instead of just being able to fully strafe and clear that balcony corner. Thank you, Ob's team. Still there.
As you can see, fully unsafe for now. But we'll shore up that real soon.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Get
sure
the construction team on it.
That's not by regulation standards, right?
Can't be. Obviously, a clear danger. This Mouz looking to fight his way up Banana, not scared by the flames, but taking some big damage right there. It's down to 60.
But that Molly, just get in the thick of it. That nade could have been massive on the 3. Instead, it'll take 50 off of Molidoy. I appreciate the effort there from Quesarado.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, I guess. And the jumping spam there, but Mouz is still spamming down Banana, still fighting for this control. Eventually, it does seem like the game plan from G2 is to call it. Not interested in sticking around here for Fret. Oh, my bad.
You're wrong, and they don't have a Molotov as well for mobs, so Sandbags becomes so much more powerful. And I love this fake banana retake utility being thrown by Matties, because Mobs is already there trying to lure them forward. It won't work.
You also probably hear the footsteps running away from this B side, so prepare your A defenses right now. Heavy God with the counter molly off the back of this execution, but it is going to be an A-side finish here.
It really is. How fast is Yakindar? Can he get this opener onto Sun Pius to activate Molly to lane? Yakindar needs to wait, though. He needs to wait to link up with his teammates at the moment. 20 seconds on the clock. Yakindar given the fight, though, as Sun Pius gives it up, but Heavy God deals tons of damage with that MP9. He's able to fall back into the site, but he does fall.
Hunter fills the position, though.
And fake plant, but it works. Hunter baited out, now getting spammed. He gets the bomb anyways. It's down on the site. He needs to get picked up. And Yakindar will be able to punch in the digits at the last possible second. 2 versus 3. G2 are in position to retake. They've got players on low HP as well. This is not impossible as Matties begins to walk forward. He sees ahead. Yakindar gives up the duel as well. Now that pit site crossfire left to break. Can Matties do it here with Mobs swinging past and falling in the clutch? Need to beat Mobs. He can't. It's G2 who continue the lead.
Oh, absolutely on a knife's edge right there. Mouz scaling up, able to catch back's turn. As you said, a retakeable position. And the right player with the right gun nailing the headshots there. Mouz able to deliver in the closing statement. Heavy God providing so much damage and so much delay. And they never get to plant their feet in the post.
And animated now are G2. Definitely in a bit of a slumber. Back on Dust 2. No ways to get activity against the perfect Furia playbook.
And now they have what feels like just so much more structure around this defense, right? You can see the counter utility off the back of these flashes that is completely destroying these executes and causing disruption. You have much better systems to lock down this defense.
And even better, normally a 2 versus 3 is pretty unretakeable. But because of the delay, they're already in a great position to retake because of the delayed utility from the side of G2 anyways.
I mean, you also have the factor of carrying forward from that last map, and that's Mouz landing shots here. He's firing up. He still has that clutch factor in him here in this matchup, and that's something that G2 only got rounds on, it felt like, really, in that last map. But now they have that backup here. They have that structure. They're able to deal with the execution power that Fury are bringing to the table.
Now Hunter is just going for it, though. A hero AK for Yakindar, however, is gonna put 2 kills in the feed. 1 more on the plate as Heavy God wins. It's Yakindar all the way from 2 kills to 5 in this one. Triple kill will win this round.
Oh my god, man. Yakindar, he's just becoming so deadly in his entries towards this A side. It's just a completely different route for him. He feels like he just establishes a name for himself on Banana. But these A side duels that he's been taking versus the best of the best, he's able to shut it down. Destroys Mouz, Hunter, and Heavy God. All 3 of them fall to his hero AK, and the round is stolen.
I mean, that's the perfect trio that you just took down there, too, for Yakindar. Time for him to get activated. I mean, he's had some slumbers on Inferno. I'll say that. He's been dealt with at Banana quite frequently. A-site lurks haven't been super profitable for him either.
Let's go!
But Marlex gets the call up. And he delivers. I mean, huge faith in this guy as well from Fallen. He gets these hero AKs. Not anyone else on the team. A lot. I mean, Fallen and Kindar's talked about how this team puts full trust in him for his ideas. And he brought home a round.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty good reason for it when you're able to deliver like that. That's going to even provide further buy-in. This time the challenge might be a little different. An op and play in a forward-facing fight. They're already jumping into apartments here.
Because of course it's Yakindar in apartments. That smoke, is that even going to be respected? Yakindar pressuring some Pius. Oh, he gets a kill on a Hunter through the smoke. Oh, that's devastating. I mean, he's only on 36 HP, though. Even if he walks around the corner, he might be doomed. There's huge shadow advantage as well for Molodoy. This is not looking good for some Pius. He has to back away.
Oh, this seems like Furia feel no reason to rush things just yet. And they might be rewarded with their patience. Double aggression down Banana. And a chance for Quesorado to shut this play down if that pressure continues to be applied. The smoke fading. Matty's with counter utility as well. He can continue to recycle that, but do they want to press the issue instead?
They want to fight this. They don't want to delay this round. Flashbang forward. Matty's activates. But what about Maul?
Stuck
in the corner. They're not ready, but Molodoy with the fast trade keeps this round under wraps. The gambit from G2 will not pay off because of this kid from Kazakhstan.
And now he's going and clearing out the entirety of this B bomb. So he dropped the bomb behind him, making sure that they don't walk into a third player and get surprised. But able to beat the HE here. No, taking the fight straight up. Okay. Some Pius. A chance there, but won't get the visual. And instead, this one going to be taken by Furia in a safe call. Coming through here from the remainder of G2.
Absolute savior kill from Molodoy there. He just got handed the M4 as well.
I thought that Malbs had revealed himself, but apparently he did not. He did not get seen, so he's still able to surprise. And the fact that that trade comes through quickly from Molodoy, it just completely bails out what would have been a great setup from G2.
I mean, not to mention the kill through the smoke onto Hunter as well. That's just really unfortunate as well. He wasn't even like holding the angle. He was in transition.
Yakindar.
Oh boy.
On the hunting party here.
Is he going to clear Mini? He's looking over towards the library first.
He avoided it somehow.
By some miracle, some Pius will be allowed to live. Yakindar will not.
Nice!
And Furia are clawing their way back in. Yeah, just losing Hunter to the smoke there, just super unfortunate. That means you lose brackets control, you lose the entire map. And G2 take a little gamble that Molodoy sideswipes.
Yeah, gotta be quick on the Malbs right there, and he does it. Plenty of time for that trade from Molodoy. He takes advantage. And Furia able to capitalize on the opening. Fast Banana going through again for Quesorado, getting himself stuck in on this control. A lot of resistance around that corner, though. A lot of HEs as well that can be thrown in late.
Here it goes. It's for Quesorado. He's on 51. One more direct hit off an HE will get him. Yakindar, how? Firewalker, this guy, trying to tuck away. He's burning, though. He burns. He's fully blind, and he's doomed. Oh, Banana fight goes horribly wrong here for Furia.
Yeah, was playing on the edge of that smoke right there. And then when that flashbang comes in, he gets disrupted. Moves right into the flames here. Can there be any relief? Here he's been pretty good on the smoke spam. Takes a duel, but this time he's on the worst end of it. Malbs doesn't stick around for forever. And a 5v3 with full brackets control. This is around that G2 can, for now at least, sit back and relax on. Boosted up player. And this Furia camp starting to walk their way in towards B.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart call. When you're in a 3 versus 5, the only site you could really hit is the B site. Especially with low utility.
They got a couple of smokes, but that's all. Fortunately for G2, they amplify with an extra rotate that almost goes down.
Oh my goodness. If some Pius falls there, now it gets interesting. But Mollies go into the site itself. Flashbang to CT. Okay, CT smoke on the run will work out. Fallen does scale, but there's a boost for Matties. And back at the site, Mouz strikes, and the 3-man stack will pan out. 28 HP from Molodoy will fight his way out of that situation, because sure, but it's just 5 rounds for G2. They're starting to build a lead.
Yeah, able to stabilize on that defense. Fantastic work from the utility coming through there. A molly kill and 50 damage onto Yakindar, so valuable. Or rather, 50 damage onto Queserado. And then the burning onto Yakindar. So perfect setup for that ground being taken early. And then falling back and setting up the defense effectively. Mouz on 10 and 4 right now. Still having a fantastic map. Maddie's able to have a little bit more early influence in this matchup as well. This is a deep smoke down middle. They want to press the issue. Instead, triple up on the HEs deep.
Oh, but Mouz is actually down to the HEs on the other side of the map.
He's just down to half.
And they count.
You know there's 3 on A.
Yeah, you count 3 grenades A. You can see the instant scramble from G2 to stop the potential reaction. But instead, Yakindar is the one to hit the timing here. Heavy God running forward. Yakindar swings. He gets the kill. That's the whole A site gone. When you kill Heavy God, you know that's the pit anchor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to cue it up right there. He's going to go and find it out. Spouts out Hunter as well, trying to transition on in, but it's going to be, I mean, an instant save call. It has to be. Maddie's can maybe break through here.
No, but they're just so far away from the site itself here, Cole. Yeah. They got to save. Yakindar once again making the $1 million play, the Lanxess Arena play. He makes the perfect read. They lost a player top B. They full rotate. And that leaves an isolated player at the arch side. Absolutely devastated read by Yakindar.
You throw 3 HEs down middle right there. You show that there's a 3A start. You lose your player on B instantly, in everyone's mind on G2, it's a panic to rotate over towards that B side. You think that site is going to fall over fast with Maddie's on half health.
Yeah, and Heavy God already knows that it's a round losing kill. Obviously, G2.
Are they just, I mean, planning the stack completely on that E side, it seems.
Hopping around here.
Terrorists win.
But once again, the calling duo of Yakindar and Fallen. Yakindar on these aggressive moves, always making life easy for Fallen, always collecting information.
There's no rush here for Fury either. Just poise coming through in these calls. You get an advantage. You have a lot of information on how that defense is structured. They still show that they have that composure. Don't fall victim to G2 getting jumpy on these rotates. Back into it. Molodoy T side operate now rolling through.
Yeah, and we have Mouz here. Top Banana, once again, he's always solo. He's always trying to puff up his chest. Staying aggressive behind barrels, goes for the spam. It draws out the whole team. But Mouz dodging bullets. Gonna get Kindar's turn to also make a move. Nearly catches some Pius in rotation.
I mean, good at least information gathered here from Yakindar. Containing this apartment's control.
Going back into Bananas. There a flashbang here? No. Dry swing missed there by Molodoy, but he steps forward. He wants to fight and he gets it versus Mouz. Insane opening pick from Molodoy.
He doesn't shy away from a duel, does he, man? This is his one chance and takes it.
Nails the timing as well. They're already up lane.
Oh, he just threw a smoke.
And Heavy God.
No. The trajectory of this. Yakindar has the read.
He could jump up on top of the truck as well. And now he walks forward. He sees him on the jiggle peak. He knows he has an isolated fight again in Yakindar with maximum impact for Furia.
Better run. Subpius now smoked off.
The round's done.
You can't make it happen here. Subpius has to bail. Yakindar makes the right move. Catches Heavy God off guard again. And Furia tie things up.
I mean, when you see Yakindar go down, you think he's the stupidest player ever making these plays. But when he pulls these lurks off, time and again, he's a genius for doing it.
It's a difference maker. It changes the tide of a game. And right now, he's inside the brain of G2. He's inside the mind of Heavy God.
And they're re-executing onto the B site. 2 executes in 1 round. Aren't we privileged out here to get tons of frag and Counter-Strike? As some Pius will hold off the B site. But wait, the bomb just blew up on A.
They're throwing counter utility like you would for a beat. Fallen on the entry right there, deals with Hunter.
The entry or the exit, I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
it is. Oh, man.
That's a good point. Seems more like an exit kill there. Molotov with the entry of the round. If you remember, though, he did what he had to right there. It feels like every time this guy misses an opportunity, he forces himself to create a new one. He's not afraid to shy away from these duels. We saw it on Dust 2. Missed out on a chance to take down mobs and end it 13-5. He comes into the next round and finds a 4K and closes out the game. You miss a shot on B-side Inferno, you go back for more.
I mean, where did Furia even find this guy, Molotov? I don't know, because we've seen so many call-ups that have gone wrong as well, even from Tier 2, even from Oppers as well. But Molotov joined this Furia team and played not only just the same game that he was, the stats he was putting up in Tier 2 Counter-Strike were ridiculous, but he's even doing probably better against world-class teams. This guy is a prodigy. Nade, though, for Yuri and Quesarada will keep them at bay.
Another HE picked up from Mouz.
Flashbang forward 2, catches him in the open, and Mouz looking for extras. But now they force the fight. Maddie's here to help. And Mouz fighting on his own. He has the bomb. Can he hold on to this control? Smoke extinguish. They want to fight him, but Mouz lines up 2 instead. And it finally a hold here for G2 to stop this comeback effort.
They didn't want to turn the corner right there. Mouz completely tears them up. 13-6 here, and he wants the 14th kill. He's a small visual on the Molotov. A complete turnaround. Mouz dominating Banana again, and he finishes the job. Molotov sidelined, and a complete destruction here.
Many weak-minded players would fall back. Mouz is not one of those. He stands and fights. With just a FAMAS, with only 15 bullets in the magazine, and is able to shut down all of Furia single-handedly.
Yeah, I mean, the utility right there from Furia as well. It was demanding that they win that fight. They went all in. They constantly were tossing in mollies to cut off his retreat. They didn't allow him to leave his position. He had to hold his post. Otherwise, he was fighting for the death, and he ends up surviving and finding everyone.
Fallen doing a lot of talking here. This was his timeout. Now just needing that extra time and a little bit of a breather here for Furia. They're getting caught up in a lot of the chaos that's happening at Banana because Mouz he's just a cyclone of utility of bullets that they can't get past.
14-6 here for him. You can understand how that round went wrong quickly for Furia when you challenge him. Been a big reason as to why G2 are able to secure these ones. Flashbang's perfect. Pius is feeling the fast pressure.
But Hunter's also in the corner. This is going to bait him forward, and Yakindar not looking privy for the clear.
Man.
Hunter takes his time for 1 and 2. New IGL steps up with the frags as well, but they're trying for the B side as well. It's still not over. Commitment running forward. Mouz drops his smoke, but they're going through this, and Mouz will only be good for 1. They're getting in, but Maddie's catches them with the bomb in hand, and Molotov in a 1v3.
He's got time. Chance for a reposition. Limited utility here on the side of G2. A 1v3 to not up this half, and he wants to play active. He's taking Coffin's control.
From Kazakhstan, what do you have? He's holding this cross as well. They don't know where he is. They're so paranoid of him. You have Heavy God hiding away towards Banana at the moment. Molotov. Here's one go past. He's gonna peek on the timing and headshot Pius. He's on for this. He's preparing, anticipating the Banana peek, but the flashbang is great. Knocks him off the angle. Heavy God will stop it. And the kid from Kazakhstan is no more. It's 7-5 for G2. doctor is in here for G2, and he has an appointment with playoffs. G2 are not done yet in this series as they're up 7-5 on their pick. It's Mouz triple kills, quad kills, a hurricane on Banana. But Furia were still able to survive in their own right.
Yeah, they found shelter with 5 rounds, but it's going to be more aggression coming through here. Furia don't let off the gas even though they're on the CT side.
Oh, but that's not a clear there from Fallen as Maddie steps up with 2 and completely rinsed our Furia in this pistol.
Now a little bit of support rolling through there. Maddie's as the player standing beside Mouz on that B side. Also performing there, 14 and 8 as those 2 kills roll through.
Caserado still wants some more action. Molodoy down next. Only 1 bullet has connected here for the side of Furia, and, well, make it 2. Headshot at least on Maddie's.
Now we go B.
Yeah, and call it.
Gonna make its way through.
I mean, it's all just like kill reward bonus at this point. Farm that CT
plus
side.
50.
Plus 50 for
Plus
every
50.
kill, guys.
This matters. Caserado.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
I mean, overall, I think in the grand scheme,
If he gets 4 kills, it matters. Well, that's a good start.
Plus 50.
And heavy gun timing is...
Didn't see him.
All right. So just plus 100 across the board there for Furia. I wonder, I mean, if you're down 8-5, do you force?
Yeah, I think you're going to keep the aggression up here. Especially if it means, you know, first gun round, you get a Molodoy up. Saw what they were able to do on G2's force by close range duels can really reward you with the 5.7s. Or what about a FaMoss here in play here for Caserado as well?
That's what those extra 2 kills got him. To be honest, he goes down to 0. Hey, that $100 paying dividends.
Hey, there we go.
So.
It matters. It did matter in the end. Now you got to play up against Caserado on a FaMoss.
And of course, Yakindar at top Banana. Where else would he be?
You're going to have to quiet down Mouz in the second half, looking to try and challenge them, but that's going to be a tricky task right now. Always fighting forward. Bold move right there, looking for the close range duel. No counter spam coming through. This is a silent approach from G2. Contact walking up Banana right now. But now loud and proud with the HE drops, but that's some massive damage coming through. Yakindar, perfect on target.
4 players on B now as well.
Do you even want to smoke Banana at this point? I think you want to lure them in. Say, hey, you can come through. No smokes. This B side is wide open for the taking. And the FaMoss joins up as well.
They have to let them commit. They need the bomb to go in. And Sampaias, I think he's feeling hesitant about this. Smoke forward.
They're going to go through it.
HE break. 4 players here for Furia. How will this pan out? The 5-7 starts to shoot through them. Oh, it's fallen Yakindar. 3 kills instantly. The bomb is still on the back of Sampaias, but they've taken so much damage already.
Another smoke tossed in towards Banana as well. Grabbed by Molodoy and expended quickly. B sites is off limits.
I think they're going to save Cole.
Oh my god, 20 seconds left.
Hold it off.
Cannot make it through this smoke. Enough done. Furia bounce back quickly. Yakindar's 2 smoke spam kills rolling on out there. Off the back of his early HE damage that helps out as well.
Right, because at that range, just not a 5-7, 1 tap to the head. Body shots as well, play a factor too. And now shuffling around guns. We got Galil's retrieved. And what do you even G2 bring to this picture?
They got everything they could ask for there. I was wondering if they were going to toss in the smokes at all. If they even wanted to, but they still forced some gray screen, forced to blow open the smoke, hinting that, hey, now we're coming through. And Furia were prepared to catch them with everybody ready.
Maddie's going armored P250. Hunter going in for utility as well.
Just rocking a glass cannon deagle. I mean, it's deadly still. But fighting up Banana is hard when HEs are tearing through you without armor. Able to avoid them for now. Instead, a little bit more map control taken here by G2. Realizing that that was their big missed opportunity. If there was anyone prodding towards that A side, calling things clear, they could have avoided the stack, but this time around they're looking to shore up that small vulnerability. Ooh.
Now we are seeing a super safe setup as well from Furia. They know G2 don't really have the utility to execute a site, so they don't care about losing the space. But when you're caught in transition out in the open, that's a bit of a problem. Yakindar drops. They're going CT to...
perfect.
Oh my goodness, Fallen in trouble.
Deep CT smoke right now. Fallen has to fight on this front.
Smoke forward, though. This allows him to actually hide inside of this utility. Mouz doesn't clear him proper.
Oh.
But he can't get the second. Still a 3 versus 3. It's still playable for Furia.
Still a player tucked in towards CT. Eventually, you're going to see Heavy God join up there. Goes and picks up a rifle. Guns in the hands of G2 as they look to bounce back quickly. One smoke for Molodoy. Wide open, though, for Hunter.
And now it's Heavy God and some Pious, the 2 players that saved weapons in the previous. This time, need to clutch, but time is ticking. And that's their smoke burned as well. That was for the bomb. Both players on the site, Heavy God.
Acerod was waiting for this reaggression, though.
Dropping into pool. Crossfire setup, though, for the players at Coffin. But Heavy God holding on for dear life. But I think there's time here for Cacerado. Buckle up, everybody. It's going to be pretty close, but he's got it. And it's 7 rounds for Furia. They beat the Force by.
It's the one player with the kit, the last to activate right there in that retake effort. Cacerado had to be the one to survive there, otherwise that round is done for, and he lands the final trade. Furia survived the scare, but I don't think G2 are going to let off the gas here. A 1v1 that it comes down to. Heavy God almost holding down the line, running out of ammo.
In the last chance match, you're seriously going to continue forcing back? And you're right, Cole. All right. Settle in, everybody. A hugely impactful round for G2.
Settle in for a Molodoy op into play. That's the move that's being made here. Banana control taken right now. Yakindar flying down here quickly with the MP9. Establishing control and maybe
go
pushing
through the smoke. Mob, or rather, that's some Pious holding it. He let the timing go, but Yakindar will be caught. Well, that reveals the force buy back, I suppose.
You got the information there, but what caused there? It's a 4v5. Was hoping for the big vulnerability. Wanted to just punish, deliver the gut punch. But instead gets found out. Op solo on this B side. You place all your faith in Molodoy to hold down this B. Now everyone else rotating, keeping coverage of this A side. But they've got to retake banana control here.
Will they even use a flashbang?
Multiple swings. What's the play? All at the utility for this.
That's the bomb drop. That's Molodoy seeing it. He's going to go in for a re-peek.
They're scared off. They don't want anything to do with this B side. Molodoy successful in scaring them into a 3-man setup on this A side. Defense can be structured with crossfires and smokes and counter utility that they still have in play.
Yuri and Cacerado crossfired. But not anymore because of the headshot from Maddie's. Now onto the A site. Yuri has to lock it in. 7 bullets, 9 HP. Still gets a third. And it's a 1v1 between Mouz and Molodoy.
Oh, this matters so much here. Mouz looking for a reposition. Getting tucked in, up against an op that's now smoked off once again.
He knows he's on the site. Molodoy could make the read, but Mouz is busy watching the smoke. He turns around at the worst possible moment, and Molodoy strikes another massive round here for Furia in the clutch. Dude, G2 go in again. It's 8-all. He's waving them.
Molodoy, you saw the frustration from Mouz there. He couldn't believe he decided to push the smoke. That feels like certain death for an opper. But the back was turned.
And waving him goodbye. It's not done yet. Bro, the BM is like... But this game's not done yet. And now, this is the pivotal moment here for G2. Do they continue running it back? And they're doing it again.
Oh, man. You could definitely feel like... I mean, even despite the lack of utility, despite the firepower there, they still were able to crack through the A side. They are giving themselves strides into these rounds. They just can't close the clutches.
But there's one thing. There's a bit of false confidence here because... Believe it or not, that CT money is actually still built up. Everyone still has full util sets with MP9s and even residual cash. Believe it or not, these CT economy buffs makes this buy from G2 maybe not as powerful.
It's still super deadly. Lots of utility is the priority to try and do damage early.
Hunter's flying up banana. Molly here for Yakindar. Instead, it's gonna fight forward. Molodoi misses, but Yakindar doesn't.
Oh!
And then Molodoi even lands a tag on a Mouz. Instant 3 versus 5.
Oh, your game plan shut down now. 3v5 forced out of these duels and Banana, and Yakindar wants some more. Spam from the MP9. Fearless and never falling out. It's finally gonna make that call as a bullet almost sidelines some Pius. And a deep Banana smoke here. This isn't gonna be respected though.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a gap in it. A boost over top as Yakindar's going.
Oh my god.
He's looking for a gun. He can't find the gun. They were about to boost over top with Yakindar USP out.
I mean, that would have been a sure kill right there on the Yakindar. I don't know how he's still standing. But what the T side has is absolutely nothing left. 3 Galils, no utility, no chance to re-execute, no chance to make Molodoi's Optus uncomfortable.
He's going to lock in at Dark, though. But we've seen this position get pre-aimed, destroyed. Molodoi can't miss. G2 will falter on the first hurdle. Molodoi does deliver eventually. And what seems like a doomed play in a 2 versus 5. Sampai's making a desperate play through the smoke. He's flanked them successfully. I think Yakindar recognizing this timing. And he's gonna convert. This last-ditch effort from G2, these non-stop force buys have got to end now. This one made no impact on Furia, and now the trilingual team has all the momentum.
Complete destruction. The early utility there, and Yakindar's aggression combined with the op shots rolling through from Molodoi. Everyone playing coverage, everyone helping out in this setup. Yakindar with a double on the damage that was done. His MP9 able to have that amount of impact. No strides in that round here for G2, and that's how Furia claim the lead now.
And likely more. Money's also building up. Furia have a buy in their back pocket. And these force buy wars could, long-term, come back to bite G2, but you never know. In a ground like this, Yakindar is just as instant as Mouz.
Okay.
Again, we get dinked up, but there's more spam damage trying to be landed by Fallen, but nothing truly connects.
Still pressing the issue here, testing the waters up against these Banana duels.
It's so risky. Nade gets stuck to his hand. Molodoi also misses an op shot, does convert the next, though. And the smoke will keep them at bay. It's a man advantage here for Furia. But Heavy got... How did he teleport onto the A side? No one's watching this if he walks up Arch.
He's just calling this space clear right now. Does feel like Yuri and Quesarado, they both understand the gaps. They know that this is a vulnerability. Now Yuri covers the base. The bomb has free access, though. And how have Furia given over this amount of space? This is the only way into this round.
And critically, Hunter has a smoke. He can put this at Moto, and that will set in stakes to this A site.
You have to play retake. Now they realize the site is lost. Free access for a bomb plant in a round that had nothing given. Continued efforts, continued fights in an A side post plant. A chance at revival. This could be the buy that works here finally for G2.
But obviously Hunter is on 5 HP.
Full belt the utility on Quesarado.
Oh my goodness! Molodoi pre-aims that, and Heavy got obliterated. And now 2 versus 5. Bomb's not even planted properly. It's got to be a set of Deagle headshots, and they're bringing it home. Are you kidding? Running forward on the side to GG with the firepower. They bought enough time. They kept them off the bomb. Matties just gets run down, but they don't have time. The 2v4 Deagle last stand for G2.
That's how they win the round, man. That can't be how they win the round. Constant force buy is called out in the vulnerability, the one gap in the defense that Heavy God is able to identify. Calls the troops on over. And a little bit of survival coming through here.
That is unthinkable. I don't think Quesarado had time even as he does run over the bomb.
No way. Absolutely enough being bought right there coming through.
And that puts Furia on the back foot and catapults this game back into contention. We are back at level footing, a momentum-defining round in this last chance match to decide who is the final team in Cologne's playoffs. And it works. We've got a game on Inferno.
9-9 here. G2, constant force by traps that were set. And they bought on every one of them. Finally, the half buy that they call out is what gets them across the line. But right back into the grinder right now. The money isn't shattered. The op was still safe from Molodoy. So all the tools still in play for a successful round, and the HGs especially doing damage right now. Sent back a return, and the escape is matched right there. Molodoy down low. And it's another passive stance on this A side, another chance for them to identify some vulnerabilities in the defense. As I'm saying that, though, re-aggression utility and committing Yakindar down banana with some smokes. They're going to get the op back on the scene where the action's going to be. Will it be in time, though?
It's a full arch side wrap, but they missed one of their smokes on arch, actually. Or they're going to use it to lurk? Never mind me. Already inside of CT spawn, Fallen is going to be in charge of the hold as they're going B, but Molodoy fires one in the back, and they're not going to be ready for Fallen as he lines up two. He can't get both. Hunter still can rotate, but Molodoy hunts the Hunter. It's Yakindar solo on the site behind the smoke. A 90-degree headshot from Mobs, but it might not be enough. 30 seconds on the clock. He picks up a smoke. Will be allowed to cross.
HE. No. Still waiting this one out there.
Gonna break it, but he's not seen. He stays alive here at Oranges. Mobs, can you deliver another 1v3 clutch? Walking back into banana. He wants the pick. He gets a headshot. Queso Rado sent into a backflip. 1v2 as well. Molodoy low from the early utility. Mobs walking forward, wants the fight, and Molodoy's got it. Denying the clutch attempt from Mobs that was oh so winnable. As Furia bite back and give another wave. These guys very greeting, aren't they?
Yeah, they're so friendly there. The young gun just doesn't miss. Moving through the arch smoke to follow in the footsteps of that play. That is not a move that any opper is making. All in on saving his team, providing a little extra coverage on what was a very dangerous setup. Yakindar had a lot of weight on his shoulders.
You got the Brazilians saying Harosh.
19-8 here. He's elevated on this CT side. They get knocked out early. As we said so often, he is the truth.
And he's back on lane. Already pushing forward. Quesorado under pressure. Hunter will not take that opportunity.
Stalled out, slowed down, but not eliminated here. Still fighting forward. Brackets control contained. You got to wonder if Furia ever want to take this back. Or if they just want to invite them on into the scope of Molodoy that just doesn't miss. Yakindar joins up here. That might hint at the game plan. Yakindar going and clearing out brackets right now, slowly but surely, trying to identify this position as clear.
Fully clear. Fallen probably going to pick up this smoke and immediately deploy it.
Oh, he's just pushing through middle right now. All the brackets cleared out.
Here's Yakindar. Ready to... He's thinking about the dry swing, but I think he heard one footstep and that sent him the other way.
There's only a couple smokes. There's only a single flashbang on Maddie's right now.
Wait a minute. I mean, they don't even have brackets control. There's a full setup, at least, between Molodoy and Yakindar. He's looking for a deep peek. He sees the shoulder, and now that's time, surely, to get away.
You still have Molodoy's up there. Flashbang still in play for Maddie's. It's going to be used effectively. It has to be, and it's not.
Molodoy. Perfect on the off shot, and now they have to run the gauntlet into the A site. Yakindar holding the off angle, but no good on the shot. Now Molodoy compromised, getting overrun. It's got to be Yuri here on the site. Overwhelmed, but he still gets two and keeps it level for Furia.
Bombs down. Going to delay that bomb plant just a little while longer as Mouz takes a forward angle. He can cut off Quesorado on the cross.
A make or break round right here in the 2 versus 2. Both teams are broke. Tournament life on the line for G2 to convert. Mouz has got to hit this shot. He's taking his sweet time about it, and then he delivers. Fallen without a kit, out of the play, without teammates. Surely this is not one you go for.
He's looking for kills right now, at the very least. In factor, but they're not budging on this site. G2 able to enter in right there. The collapse coming through apartments, just the only vulnerability. No one watching that app side, and perfect precision rolling through from Heavy God. A trade onto the Opper, and they get past the scary scope.
Yakindar with a chance to get 2, gets none, and it ruins the whole setup. Despite the Molodoy opener, It's strong firepower from G2 on these entries. Matties has been doing so much work making these A-site plays possible. And this is the map on the line here for Furia. Dead broke after this as well.
Oh my god. Molodoi wants to open things up, looking to take fights early. Trying to give him a lot quicker here. Fury doing just the same to a second mid.
Nades back towards Banana though.
Oh
devastating. Over 100 damage in util.
And this is what provided them success with the 5-7s on this B side. When they were able to do this amount of damage early, can lead to some bullets. One shot potential on the Hunter right now. Fury is still forward facing in towards apartments, containing this deep control.
Heavy God seems to be looking
a flashback through the smoke.
Go Fallen out in the open, is trying to back away. Oh, great piece of counter utility by Yakindar, saves his leader's life.
Gotta get the smoke off there. Yuri does fall on his aggression. Hunter, or rather Heavy God finds him.
But now Yakindar stepping forward. There's a lurk though from Mobs.
He's got this round in the bag, surely.
It's round winning. Right now, Fallen just sitting inside of the smoke, has no idea. Yakindar is safe from this flank, however. But this is game defining. They are not prepared whatsoever. The whiff a little bit from Mobs, but now they know where Yakindar is. Famat's still good for one. So he got the second, are you kidding? Still though, this is not winnable. Incredible hold from Yakindar, no matter the case. But it is G2 who have somehow, in this slugfest, emerged victorious in the finances. They have the momentum now.
Oh man, reclaiming the lead in the late stages. Still kicking here on Inferno. 2 guns to be saved on the other side of the map, and Mouz making some big time moves, pulling through on that flank. It also comes down to a Hunter trade right there. He was blind on this trade, as you can see. It's a stray bullet. If Yakindar gets any more mileage out of his position.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Full moving and blind.
Terrorists win. Most importantly, G2 now taking the lead, no matter how they get there. Sampai's looking very vocal right now. In the mix, we saw the frustrations coming through from him. He wants to be on the stage that really established himself.
Yeah.
In Tier 1. How he got his first big shot.
Not even an ends, but the Movistar Riders. Yes. Making the semi-finals back in 2022.
I mean, just an absurd story right there. Drew out attention from just about everyone with his performance. Knocking out Liquid, now looking to enter back into that stage.
This gimmick, they've used this against 3D Max where they throw a fake Molotov onto the roof and advance forward. And Yakindar has nothing to say about it. This is looking like map point right now.
No opening duels off the back of that though, and still kind of in the danger zone of scared away from this B side for now and entering into what is where the 2 rifles are. Quesarado and Molodoi on the scene. But a smoke might stall them out for a little while longer. Might force G2 to rethink things. Bomb still in a very neutral location at the moment.
Aggressive brackets set up.
What do they got here? Is it a boost? Is it a push through the smoke?
Sending Quesarado through the smoke.
They're waiting for it to fade.
Here it goes. Curtain drops. And well, it's a 2 for 2, but Molodoi brings home the man advantage here for G2. Heavy God trying to answer back. God. He gets dinked. Revealed, but the bomb is still at Banana.
Yakindar's leaving Banana. He's leaving B entirely.
This will be a free bomb plant, surely, for G2. But Hunter still has to be careful. He's going to wrap around just to make sure the coffins is clear. But when is the penny gonna drop here for Furia?
Will it ever? I mean, Molodoi's low. Do they even want to attempt this right now? You've got the cutoff being made, and Hunter, so diligent on the clear, finally realizes that there is no one home. Bomb plant gonna come through. Molodoi is in transition.
What if he just spammed one through the smoke?
What if?
I mean,
oh my god.
With Hunter walking in front of the smoke, very possible. Molodoi's just gonna walk it.
Through it.
And they're both backstarred. He sees the next as well. He saw both of them. They up here on the minimap. And Heavy God, in 1v2, getting flanked.
He's distracted.
He's distracted. He thinks they're both there. And in the meantime, Yakindar activates and they pick up the round. 2 saved rifles in the 2v2. and they pick it up. It is going to every round of regulation. And more friendly gestures. It's another wave from Molodoi.
He's doing everything. He's pushing Furia to the finish line right now.
He's telling him to click over there, Cole.
No trades available. Look at this motion in middle from Molodoi and the all-in play. He can't believe what he does. Pressure is not a factor.
Greetings from Kazakhstan.
Oh, this just leaves him in a deadly position, man. Sure, Hunter's got a little bit in reserve for an AK and armor and all the utility in the world, but everyone else, it's going to be question marks in the server for G2 at this moment.
They've gone all in non-stop whenever they've had the chance.
Khalil's in play, being brought out into the mix. This is what you live on right here, G2. If you can make this round work, 12 locked in.
I mean, G2, a team that were thought to be dead without Nico and Montage, and even having the chance to make Cologne playoffs, probably a surprise to many.
For their introduction here, with so much change, with so much commotion in this G2 roster, the fact that they've hit the ground running is massive, but if they could extend it into a playoff run, that would be a performance that not a lot of people expected. Out of all the deadly teams to survive here.
And Furia were supposed to be gone to the Falcons. This should have been their parade through the lower bracket. But instead, this is where we stand. That's Yakindar under pressure here at the sandbags, and it's Mobs to deliver when it matters most.
Finding the opening again here. Mobs able to deal with Yakindar, but still forward pressure from Fallen. Mobs still wants to turn that corner into a Molodoi op, survives it. Picks up extra guns here as well. So Pius off the Tech 9 onto a Galil. There's a lot of smokes in play, but there's no flashes any longer. They're bringing an extra rotate over and towards this A side. 45 on the clock. Plenty of time for G2 to manipulate this defense, but Molodoi still on the scene.
Solo hold. Does Mobs have a ridiculous entry? Does Molodoi have an insane flick? Jiggle peek seen. Easy shot for Molodoi. It immediately goes back 4v4. And he's going to establish himself into the site. Molodoi wanting the highlight, but it's just a tag. Some Pius breaks through, and it's G2 looking like they'll get match point.
Retake in order here. A lot of utility left. Hunter looking to claim further space. A deep coffin smoke right now. Post plants looking a little too established here. Furia falling out. They've got to play for overtime now. G2.
Oh my god.
Taking us to the brink.
That could have been it. But a tag through the wall onto Sun Pius. It could have been Fallen's parade back into the arena. Instead, we've got to wait some. Incredibly bold position there from Molodoi, standing out in the open, just wanting to pick an off angle. As long as he gets that second kill, there's a chance that Furia can win that.
Some Pius knows how to handle oppers, being that he is one. And that's perfect positioning to throw his aim just a little bit off guard for a man that isn't missing. You can settle for a leg shot. And that's how they break through.
So,
G2 looking to take us to this decider now. One round away, but the three-man save, it's going to give Furia one last bit of resistance.
A little bit more overtime on the B stream. I don't mind. As some Pius has picked up the op and wanting to swipe aside any of these deep peeks from Molodoi.
Utility isn't disrupting him here. He's still able to hold the line.
Is there going to be a flashbang for him?
Oh my god.
Jump peek, I think that sees the off, and well, it rings out. Deep peek though for Molodoi, nearly gets him killed. He still goes back in for the fight, but misses the flick. It's Yakindar to step forward though. The Russophones on this side of the map working together.
Oh man. Mobs sidelined here, and it's going to force a quick reaction into an A side. They are instant in the rotation towards brackets. And a three-man hold ready to go again on the defense.
Fallen. Here to help his star riflers as the Brazilian defense of the A site. They've left Yakindar solo though, over towards B. Molodoi's holding Arch. This is a definitive A site stack. But G2 have yet to pick up the bomb, and nobody is close to get it. Sampayas, this has just got to be a fake.
I mean, when Yakindar throws a smoke, it's going to have to be towards the A side. That's the only option. He has to still pick up the bomb, as you said.
All in. Huge fight to win, though. Massive kill to find onto Heavy God.
25 seconds left. The bomb just being recovered in a wrap. A silent mid to beat here, but is there enough
20
time?
seconds? Are you serious?
Although he has a scope here in the back of the site that you have to get rid of.
And Hunter's been found. This is over. This is done. Molodoy has to miraculously miss, and Yakindar has to give up the duel. Well, Molodoy's missed, but Yakindar's still activating, and Molodoy's just going to take first contact. It's just going to end the game. Well, it'll be the headshot from Matties, and that is all. We need more rounds on Inferno.
Overtime locked in, and an all-in move coming through from Furia, fighting for banana control. Yakindar taking these duels, dealing with Mouz. The story of these two battling it out constantly on banana continues here in the 24th. And this time in the all-important one, Yakindar able to reign supreme. The two new additions here of Molodoy and Yakindar above the rest on Furia, looking to push them to a point in which they've never been able to reach.
Fallen just flying down banana. Different stance here from Furia. Walks forward, dodges the flash, he's forward! It's a Fallen triple kill at the bottom of B. Molodoy has eviscerated all of G2 in this first round overtime. Not a chance. 8 points of damage dealt total as Furia steamroll him.
The old guy still got it here on the rifle. 3 kills to shut down this round. We've seen some step up when the pressure rises, and you got to lean on some of that experience while Fallen's got it for you. Dodging the flash and dealing with banana on his own. Yakindar can take a round off because Fallen's got the backup.
Oh my god, Fallen. The career change, the way he's had to reinvent himself in these past couple of months into an aggressive rifler. I mean, decades of competition, plural, for him. Active since 2003. And being able to adapt in your career is a testament to this man's legacy. Still playing elite level Counter-Strike. Shoot, he's even out-fragging Quesarado now.
He's having his moment right there in that last one. Huge step up and a comfortable 13th claim by Furia. Sapai still trying to make this T-side op work. But can't quite make it thrive here. Heavy God deep positioning could catch Molodoy by surprise.
Oh, but it doesn't. Heavy God got to fire 1 bullet, and that's all. You miss, you're done. And now Mob's gonna swing top B, and Yakindar. Rock solid. Another 2 headshots for Furia. And G2. A pit in your stomach must be forming now.
It's dominance in back-to-back rounds here. Vulnerability on this A side now being helped out by the rotate coming through from Quesarado.
Addies does have a nice work, but gets cleared by Quesarado. Sometimes this A side duo hasn't been quite performing up to snuff between Yuri and Quesarado. But gets to practice their shots. As Sampayas needs to save. I mean, he could go in. He probably could get repeat by a teammate if he'd like. Actually might be better to do that. If I'm mathing correctly.
So it might just look to hold on here. G2.
Gonna be without utility in the next round. That's the big handicap here.
Absolutely. We needed every last piece here. But Furia are coming through looking reinvigorated in this CT side. And it's not just the banana aggression. Sure, you can do flashy headshots, but it's Molodoy pressing through apartments in back-to-back rounds, finding these opening picks. Heavy God has been effective at threading in some timings and catching them by surprise, but instead a surprise for Sampayas. Scope in, and he is destroyed right there, completely shocked.
Dude, I'm just saying, how did Liquid miss this guy? How did... This firepower is undeniable. It's superstar levels of firepower, these instant headshots that Yakindar provides.
They didn't miss on him. They found him. They were able to pick him up, right? It's just never getting that influence that he shows here on Furia that he didn't bring to Liquid. And Again, you just got to give so much credit to the trust that they place in this guy. The trust that he places in himself. Still able to bounce back. Mouz challenging, but again down low. Taken down to half HP. This time Fallen looking to press the issue. Dude. Solo B defense. Fallen wants it all.
Fallen playing like he's Yakindar right now.
I thought it was Yakindar for a second. Maybe Yakindar would have tried again for that peak, but Fallen knows the risk. Reward of that. Knows who's around that corner. Not going to test the waters too much with Mouz, especially on the solo.
Molotov approaching 30 kills. Good utility damage to slow down the play for G2.
Again, you want to invite them into the setup here. You would love if G2 tried to execute on towards this A side. Right now, the defense stacking their cards in that location. The smokes have faded since. This is going to be the last-ditch effort. You've got the second volley of utility. You've got the rotate off as well.
Molotov is here. They need another arch smoke. But they're not going to throw it. The smokes land past him, and the off unblinded. Instant shot from Molotov. Falls back. Now to Moto. There's the second shot. Molotov, 29 kills deep here for Furia.
Terrified as Mouz doesn't want to turn the corner, but Heavy God finds a big one.
Hello there, as Molotov with another. And then the lineup for Quesarado. Clean sweep for Furia. They're 1 round away from the Lanxess. 8 years in the making for Fallen.
My God, Molotov able to do it there. He's trying to push them across the line. Fallen 8 years in the making. All he had to do was give a young guy an AWP, and he just might ghost his way to the finish line. Molotov stepping up in elevation.
This guy is unbelievable. Montage will be sitting in the stands while they watch this guy play. Unless G2 pull off a miracle and some Pius is trying to will one into existence. Post it up with the op. But can't hit the flick onto Yakindar. Instant headshot, instant punish. 4 kills away for Furia.
Nothing is going right here for Sun Pius. Complete destruction. Yakindar deletes him on the opening, and they're still set up to punish this aggression. Mouz is trying to work off the edges of these smokes, but doesn't get a chance to. A 4v5, 4 kills away from locking in the Lanxess. And it might be Mouz that has to be the hero again.
Tucked away at the sandbags. The only person with the molly is Yuri. But Yuri could throw that in if it's perfectly placed. But instead, goes in towards the middle. Mobs playing here, dodging the flashbangs, gets the first kill, but will die. Yuri trades.
They're rotating. They're scrambling here now.
Shifting. And now everything begins to activate and slide into place for Furia. It's looking perfect. A-site play inbound. Just Heavy God in the side. He reveals his position. He makes noise. Now they're going to clear him surely, but he gets the first kill. And he drops the bomb with 20 seconds on the clock. Has held, but Hunter's down. Heavy God's got to do it all to stay alive in this tournament for G2. Matties as well joining into the scene. And G2 might repel them in this round. Molotov will be denied. And the parade will be held for just a little bit. G2 strike back.
And Heavy got able to revive that round, staying alive on the site. That smoke completely blocks them up. A huge slowdown, a 4v5, a 3v4 even, to try and capitalize on a weak side A defense. Maddie's making that all-in move though, providing that extra security. Sampias, who was sidelined early on his aggressive moves, feeling the relief of that round. It's still coming down to the riflers to step up to the plate.
And Molotov posts again. But the molly does not even come close to touching him. Flashbangs are good, the nades are better. Molotov will be sidelined early. Quick trade from Quesarado. Nearly gets Matties as well. But the nade damage is exceptional. And the kill back from Hunter is 2. He swings forward desperately to get the advantage for G2.
Oh man, they're barely hanging on here, but still kicking. Is this duo left on B? Maddie's gonna fall. Back in towards CT spawn. Hunter completely rotating. Been trusted the whole hold of this B site. Matty's with 6 HP. A smoke that goes down here. Yakindar himself and a freebie for Sampayas.
He had his gun out. Sampayas is gone, but as contact walk through, they hear the rotate back into coffins, and they know they're gonna make a genius level lurk. Fallen needs to hit this shot. He does. Instant one tap.
No, Matty's is here as well.
And they know he's over towards coffins, and Yuri is gonna start closing in the net. Yuri walking forward, knows where Matty's is, and gets coffin control too. Smokes him out to make life even worse. 2 versus 3.
Fast on the double flank up Banana here. You got to live on some Pius and Heavy God doing some heavy lifting in this round.
Yuri still out towards coffin. Fallen though. This killing Matty's is everything. But now about to be forced out into a fight. Can he hit the shot? No, the spray is a miss from Fallen. It's got to be Yuri on Smokesman, but Matty's is low. This is a potential chance, but he won't even try it. Has to call the bluff, has to hope it's a 10-second defuse or something of the sort. And well, here we are. The last round of single overtime.
G2 looking to run it back here. Furia chugging through their timeout now. Fallen with an opportunity to slide and find some impact there. Trying to continue that round. Made the perfect read on the setup, but can't quite find the kills. He's now talking for these 30 seconds.
And this is it for Fallen. One more chance, or we have to run it back again. Mirage, a 3rd map if needed. And this would be a testament to G2's grit. They could potentially pass this test. They got swept by Furia's defense. They have the chance to do it themselves. That's all they could do to stay in the game.
It hasn't been the easiest positions, but they're bringing the clutch factor right now. A huge difference maker. Being able to close out in the late round. Sampayas is peeking down middle. Can he get anything going for himself? I think Caserado just swung around that corner. But Sampayas can't stay there for forever.
Pushing down B. Bottom Banana is taken here by G2.
I was just, again, trying to force the issue right now.
And we got Jiggle peeking in the apartment as well. Is Yakindar that fast? These Jiggle peeks are a bit wide from Heavy God. Oh, he leaves just as he stops, and he's being silent about his drop down, so Yakindar is fine about it.
The timing is so good. Do they try and end it on a Halls pop here? Yakindar establishing a foothold, but there's some spam that forces out. Great information there from Hunter off the back of just one little flashbang. Confirming the location where these players are here for now.
Oh. A little bit of a team flash. 45 seconds. 4th rotate being called over to A right now.
Defense looking heavy in control right now.
Sampayas wants to swing brackets though. There's going to be a retake effort. And they're going to get caught. Missed shot from Sampayas as well. Missed opportunity. And now they're sending it up lane. Yuri going to cast him out in the open. Almost through the boxes there. Sampayas falls. It's all down to Heavy God. He can't bring them down. At the last chance here at single OT. It's Furia. Who will be walking into the Lexus? His name may be Fallen, but he is risen. 8 years in the making. Back in the Lexus for Fallen. Now he steps down. He reinvents himself with this kid from Kazakhstan. It's Furia going to IEM Cologne playoffs.
What an unbelievable feat here. It eluded them for so long, this organization, and Furia just missing out. This was the position and what they have fallen in time and time again. They finally have that extra push, and you can see the 2 new guys in Molodoy and Yakindar bringing it on home here for them in that second map. Rolling through Caserado and Yuri, going to be able to see the Lanxess.
My goodness, for Fallen, the last time he entered into the Lanxess arena, he walked away with the trophy. And this Furia looking more powered up than I think I've ever seen this team in years, honestly. I mean, since IEM Rio 2022, honestly, I don't think this team has had this same level of form factor.
I just feel like there's so much work in the details here of this team and the preparation for every matchup, the motivation at an all-time high. They're finally looking reinvigorated by the fact that they have been able to touch playoffs, multiple times in a row now, especially for an event as big as the major, and replicating that success in what was a deadly group, a group that honestly Furia shouldn't have made it out on.
They should have been dead.
Giving them credit for that.
They beat the $1 million team, dude. The friendship, basically free agents, beat the $1 million team in Yakindar and Molodoy. And just ridiculous showing here from Furia. A turn in the tide of Brazilian Counter-Strike, recruiting some unlikely heroes in this phase, and credit off to G2 for the effort that they were able to put in to give us what was absolute cinema in this game. It's everything you could have wanted out of a Counter-Strike game of this one. But it is Furia's day in the sun. They're going to be matching up versus Mouz, I believe.
I mean, what an exciting feat right there, especially with what we got out of Molodoy and Yakindar when the pressure was rising, when the moments mattered the most, the consistent output, the multi-killing machine, the op was everywhere for Molodoy. He was constantly in position. There's so much trust that Furia can place in this guy, and he just delivers. I mean, almost never fails.
Yeah, Molodoy, I don't know. I mean, this is like Rookie of the Year type of stuff. Obviously, Kiyosuke is going to still have a whole season ahead of him. But right now, Molodoy's got to be at the very top of that list right now, because he just showed up straight out of like the gutter of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, the absolute grind and slugfest that it is. Got called up to a Furia team. Everyone, when this guy was signed, everyone was like, what? Yeah. Who is this guy? When Yakindar got signed, everyone's like, what? You know, see ya, Furia, and, you know, stage 3 of the major.
Yeah.
But now a playoff contending team.
It's so interesting as well, because what feels like something that happens to a lot of these oppers is they can show that explosive nature from the get-go, right? They're able to have that impact because their opping presence surprises teams. And, you know, now you think, okay, Furia is a deadly team. They made it to the major playoffs. We're doing research. Every team is looking at how Molodoy is getting these big-time multi-kills. They're looking to avoid him almost, and he's still finding ways to impact the round. And that's what's so scary about his game, is that it's translating into multiple different events. It's not a drop-off.
Yeah, this is not a one-trick by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, just shades of Monacy whenever you watch him play as well. You're looking at a next kid prodigy. I mean, for potentially years to come through as well. And under, you know, the leadership of Fallen, Fallen's even said he's got more tricks to teach him. There's still more improvement to be had here from Molodoy.
I mean, his retakes, his aggression there that constantly continues. He doesn't shy away from a duel. If he misses out on a shot, he's going to face you again. And he's so good at connecting on the follow-up there. It's really interesting. It's fun to watch him play because he's never going to shy away from those fights. So, yeah, I mean, what a big performance here. And again, for players like Caserado and Yuri on this team right now, they've struggled to make it deep into Cologne group stages. They've never made it into a playoffs, actually, at the Lanxess. So you finally break through here with these two new additions. This is what this team needed.
Yes.
Is you know, a player that was counted out, completely discarded after his time on Liquid, and a tier 2, tier 3 opper out of nowhere. That's what finally pushes them across the line.
I can't believe it. You know, I think they just needed consistency in the roles as well, because they couldn't find in Brazil. They went elsewhere. You know, NQZ is probably the next best thing you could find. But alas, here are your teams that are qualified to playoffs. We have Vitality up in the semifinals. We have Team Spirit beating Mouz as well. That sets up our quarterfinal games. I believe that is Mongols taking on Natus Vincer, and we have Furia versus Mouz.
Man, I mean, a huge opportunity to try and continue things. Obviously, Mouz still looking deadly, but I think if you're Furia, you're going to be excited that not only can you show what you're able to do here in playoffs, but you know, look to extend it here. I mean, we still saw some really exciting moments out of Molodoy on the big stages, so expecting that to carry.
He's a stage player, dude. That's the most incredible thing. He can play on stages and still bring this forward. Yes, here is the bracket that I just mentioned at the moment, and yeah, Furia versus Mouz. I'm going to be straight with you, Cole. This is a winnable game for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, not only being able to enter into the stage, but trying to extend past it here. I mean, we're also lining up what could be a potential major grand final rematch between Vitality and Mongols. Again, that's on track there, but of course, Spirit in the way there as well as Navi.
Mongols bros standing tall out here. That's my group name. Now I'm off the mic, so I can feel myself, all right? But I mean, I'll be there in the Lanxess cheering them on, so I'll be having a great time. But yeah, I mean, this is basically the cream of the crop game. You have this interesting team in Furia making it into playoffs, but I mean, you've got the world top 3 in playoffs. What more could you want?
It's everything that you could ask for, that's for sure. I'm so excited to see the form carry forward. I mean, obviously, I think Navi also showing a lot of improvement, man. Them making the playoffs is a big deal, so You know, that's I mean, a huge performance there, getting in a challenging position where they had to play up against FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, many FaZe fans around the world, head in hands, but Na'Vi are the Counter-Strike organization, the team that have championed excellence in Counter-Strike, and who knows, maybe they're another rookie debut, you know, here in Makaze as well, that has actually netted some weight. Weirdly enough, I think most people expected the least out of him, but he so far delivered the most. This is why I had an all-right game versus Mouz, though, so I'm not going to shut him down. The rookies' storylines does continue in playoffs.
It's exciting. That's what you got to do. You got to dig deep right now as teams and organizations. The new talent right now is definitely worth giving a chance for what we've seen. You know, the constant reps that they get is so valuable, so they always come ready to play.
Yeah, and I mean, this playoffs is ultra exciting. You've got, I believe, the world top 4 if Falcons are sliding out of the rankings now, I suppose. But, you know, you've got Vitality, you've got Spirit, you've got Mouz and the Mongols, and you've got your surprise pickups here in Na'Vi and Furia. It is going to be a blast in the Lanxess Arena this Cologne. Just in a couple days here, beginning on Friday. But from us here on the B Stream, we thank you guys so much for watching as well. And that's it from us here at Cologne. Enjoy the Lanxess Arena. Peace.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I find my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite. Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Hit you with adrenaline.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, fuck! Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback! Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Mouz! Give it up for your